Mike, thank you very much. So appreciate that. Good morning, everyone here with me in Barcelona, and good morning, everyone, or afternoon, evening, wherever you might be online. A very warm welcome to day 2 of MEF's Global Forum. My name is James Williams. I'm the Director of Programs here at MEF. And this morning here, we're going to be having a discussion all about the world of business messaging. Now, MEF has been around for about 22 years now. The idea of MEF came a year before that, so 23 years. And messaging has been very much central to MEF for a very long time. Pleased to say we have nearly 200 members now. We've got 196, and the 196th member is here in this venue as well. So a very warm welcome to every member, whether you be older or newer. Fantastic having you on board. And within MEF, we have 6 product lines, if you want to call them that. We call them ecosystems. And one of them is enterprise communication. So that's business messaging in simple language. And 2/3 of MEF members are part of that. And it's called the Future of Messaging program, which is one of the things I lead here at MEF. So usually in an event, we would start off with an analyst presentation, then we would move to panels and everything. But we've switched it around a little bit, so we're going to be talking to members today, seeing what their take on the world of business messaging is, and then we're going to be talking to an analyst, Mr. Nick Lane from Mobile Squared. So first of all, and without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to my speakers today. So we have Mariam from Sama Telecom. Please come up. Thank you. We have Ira Cohen from MMD Smart. He's member 32, so one of the first. He told me that yesterday. I remember that. So a very warm welcome, Ira. We've also got Uku Tomikas, who is perhaps one of the youngest CEOs in the industry. So a very warm welcome from Macente. Unfortunately, Nilay isn't here, but at MEF, we are always fast on our feet and we are always improvise. So today I'm improvising with Mr. Vladimir Smile. Welcome, Vladimir. So sit wherever you want. So Vladimir is responsible for all the sales and purchasing of messaging at Lank Telecom. And I'd just like to thank, from the beginning of the day to the end, Lank Telecom for their sponsorship. Lank Telecom have sponsored the Global Forum. Lank Telecom are sponsoring the MEFIS, which is this evening, the MEFIS Awards Party, and they're going to be literally hundreds and hundreds of people downstairs in this building this evening. So all thanks to Lank. So let's get started. Let's talk about messaging. Ira, he knew I would start with him. What's going on in the world of mobile messaging? And I don't want it just to be doom and gloom, please. Because it's not, is it? Come on.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry I was a little late. There was no taxis. Everything is wonderful in the world of messaging.
Thank you.
Except, and when I was actually asked, when I was asked to speak here, I was asked, what did we see as a trend or something that happened in 2022 that stood out? And unfortunately, it's a bad thing. And that's the ridiculously rising prices of messages. Ridiculously rising prices. Now, there was some external circumstances. There was, post-corona, governments are in debt, war in Ukraine over the past year. But what we're seeing has nothing to do with any of those external circumstances, and I think it's just a matter of greed. We're talking about some countries where the price of a wholesale SMS message rose 300%, 400%. And now I don't have the figures, and Nick is going to speak after me, and I'm going to do a big promo for Nick, because he has the exact numbers about exactly what happened. But I know, as someone who's responsible for our enterprise price list, and probably you guys will also do that, normal year, twice a year, I look at all the numbers. I mean, every once in a while there'll be one country that we have to change the prices for, but we don't do a ridiculous, huge price increase. And as someone who comes from marketing, when I make a price increase, it's 5%, it's 10%, so that the customer won't feel it. But we were raising prices by 100%. And I had to do it 5 or 6 times during the year. I had to take 80 countries and change all their prices with huge price increases. Now, what irks me about it is that as someone who came from sales and marketing with consumer goods, the laws of economics say that the price goes up when there's increased demand or there's lower supply. Well, there's no problem with supply because the SMS messages are still there, and there wasn't like there was a huge increase in demand that necessitated 100% increases. So which leads me to think that it's just about greed. So for me, that was a major issue that's going on, and frankly, we don't see a stop to it. It's going to keep going. And this has to affect the way that enterprises look at messaging as a product.
Okay, thank you, Ira. Mariam, the same question to you. It's fine, just press up and speak.
Is it fine now? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So James, for me, being into the day-to-day operations of the company, I'd like just to talk a little about what we have seen recently as growth and as threats in the industry. But it's good to just mention some numbers where the recent reports, for example, has shown that the messaging is expected to reach around 2.60 something trillion per year, where the A2P International is expected actually to reach around 356 maybe A2P international messaging a year. So the growth is there, the numbers is there, and the growth percentage actually is expected to be around 5%. And the CPaaS actually is growing a lot. And the majority of the traffic over the CPaaS is business messaging. And this is giving a good opportunity and giving a positive impact on the messaging business. So the growth is there, the opportunity is there. It's creating an opportunity for the mobile operators to, let us say, to monetize on both domestic and international. But the focus mainly now is on protecting, on guarding the networks. And here where maybe most of us as SAMA or as many companies here are helping the mobile operators. However, the threats are as well growing. There are different kinds of threats that we have seen recently other than the SIM boxes, the spamming, or the normal threats that are actually still growing. But maybe I can highlight 2 or 3 threats that we have seen this year. One of them mainly maybe is the flash calls or the robocalls, which are the 0 or minimum duration calls and which are eating a lot of the A2P revenues. And here comes the role of companies like us or like many here in implementing the right protection tools on the voice channels. Another threat which I believe in and I highly believe in is maybe the, let us say, there's no matching between the expectations between the enterprises and the mobile operators. The enterprises are demanding lower cost, while the mobile operators still want to monetize more on the authentication channels. This is actually pushing the enterprises to use more the gray routes. And this is affecting negatively a lot. So we should think about some approach other than the commitments, the high volumes, and this we should think about some kind of partnership approach between all the stakeholders, a mutual benefit for everybody where the enterprises would be happy, the mobile operator would be happy, people in between like us would help, would provide the visibility. And maybe the last threat, which I guess Vladimir has talked about recently, is the artificial traffic, the generation of the artificial traffic, and this is affecting a lot. Some people are generating just to generate more money. Other people are generating actually just to fulfill the commitments, the high commitments for the mobile operators. And I guess the stakeholders that would help really in solving this problem are number one, the mobile operators and the enterprises by both choosing the right carriers who can be visible enough and who can provide the visibility, who can be transparent, who can provide the reports, who can match the numbers in between and who can really help. I guess we will talk about all this during this forum.
I was just going to say, you've made Vladimir and Uku's life very, very much easier, particularly with that last comment. And it all kicked off really with Elon Musk at the end of last year. And I'm sure many of us thought all we would need is 5 minutes and a whiteboard and with some pens which actually work on the whiteboard and not dried up, just to explain actually exactly what you've just said. You work with the right partners and you choose the right partners.
Yes, true.
And trust.
True.
Now, so far, everyone's been talking about SMS, but the topic is business messaging. And business messaging is far more than SMS. But Vladimir, what are you seeing within Lang Telecom? Are you seeing from your clients, they talking more about the richer channels? So that could be the OTTs, it could be the WhatsApp, the Rakuten Viber business messaging, it could be RBM, RCS. Are your customers talking more about that? Is really richer messaging making big inroads into SMS today?
Yeah, thank you, James. Well, I wanted to say just this, as it's actually business messaging is not only about SMS. There is a lot of other channels. Mobile Squared in their report, they count like more than a dozen channels that are available here for businesses to communicate. So SMS had a very privileged position over the past years to be the main channel for business to communicate with their partners, to be the main verification channel, which is very important from the security point of view, the most ubiquitous channel. But I mean, there is some good runner-ups for SMS, like WhatsApp as an example, who already has a customer base, which is more than half of SMS customer base. So it's easy to reach customers through some other alternative channels, be it an OTT messaging, like rich media. RCS, as we all know, is not growing that fast, but there's some good use cases already. And if we come back to the pricing, in certain markets, RCS is actually even more competitive, much more competitive as SMS already. So that's actually bringing us into an interesting situation where the growth of SMS may actually trigger the growth of RCS in those markets, since it's commercially more viable.
And also from a security perspective, we actually had a first meeting. There were 35 people, including a lot of mobile networks, talking about the potential for RBM for single messages. So people always talk about rich messaging channels in terms of conversational commerce, two-way, but actually, why can't it be used for one-way messages? It absolutely can. So that was talked about, and the dangers from what everyone's saying here with SMS, if the commercial model works, you were mentioning certain places where RBM has a superior commercial model to SMS, you could do that, and you could view it as being more secure as well. So
for all the major use cases that SMS has, there is an alternative, in fact. Like for OTP, there is voice OTP, or even like in-app verification. For marketing, I mean, email is there. Nobody actually, stopped this type of the channel. It's available, and it's much cheaper than
it's still the biggest channel in terms of the number of transactions a year. As an individual channel, it's bigger than anything else still.
Yeah. So it's on the long term, from operator perspective, as I see it, it's not the best decision to actually inflate the rates, because in the end of the day, it's making the alternative the channels more stronger and more competitive for the operators. So there was a nice discussion yesterday from Stephen Keller from TRC, from TCR, sorry, the campaign registry, about US as one of the unique cases on the SMS landscape, where the rates keep very stable, below 1 cent, and everything is very much regulated, but on the long term, it helps the sustainability of SMS as a channel within this market.
Yeah, we'll come to it. So I'd just like to introduce Nilay Kumar from M-Filter. Neil has made his way here, fought his way through the Barcelona traffic here on MWC 23 Monday. So Nilay, very warm welcome. And yeah, and just to add to what you were saying about the US market there, the commercial model has a big role to play. So WhatsApp, business messaging, hasn't had such a big penetration in the US compared to other places because of the commercial model in play. So Uku, coming to you, what have you got to say about everything? A lot's been said so far, but what's your take on it?
Yeah, so one of the more interesting things for me is the discussion about OTTs and the use of those. You know, you would assume that AIT would be the first thing I talk about, but how about we start with a more positive topic up front? No, for me, like one of the things that we've seen is that last year we transitioned specific markets from SMS first to WhatsApp first or Viber first, that are now markets where the traffic is usually something 70%, for example, WhatsApp, and 30% SMS only, because certain markets simply work better. And one of the things that we've seen is just a larger willingness to adopt the channels as well. But we've had to start from actually using the channels as single message channels first to show them that it actually functions, that people actually react to them, that people are actually willing to engage with that type of messaging content, that it actually works, actually reaches them. And then we've managed to transition them from single use cases to then going to rich. So we've started not from trying to sell the rich idea, but rather started from the position of this could get you better conversion on the OTPs, on the transactions, on the regular single use messages. And then let's transition that from the next level.
It's a very good point. Have you found that process, you've got to go through that, you've got to go through, let's say, start with SMS one way, and then you're able to move to something else two-way. Is that in specific countries, specific demographics? Because I moderated a session at the Future Mobile Summit last year, which was sponsored by Cinch, and on there I remember we had George, who was the CEO and founder of GoMeep. They do lots of battery scooters and bikes here in Barcelona. And it was very interesting because we had Bouygues Telecom as well, the Value Factory there, so we had the mobile app. We had every single player in the chain right there talking about it. And what they did is, it was a brand new startup. In my head, I had to admit, and I've been in messaging a long time, I thought the natural place to start is with SMS, but they went all in on WhatsApp. And he said that they just used WhatsApp only, and there were a couple of customers who just had to use email because of their product and the typical demographic going for it. A chat app absolutely works straight out of the box. So I think it could be depending on the culture as well and the client base.
It depends very much on the culture, but so far we've seen companies that go for alternative channels to SMS first as outliers rather than the standard. Most still use SMS, and especially if you're a smaller company just starting out, quite often they still view SMS as like semi-magic, because it's just there. It reaches there, you know, the conversions are instant, everything works. So it's still seen as an incredibly powerful channel, and the use case is just the fact that you can have SMS two-way still seems like something that is, you know, very unique to a lot of people. So there's still a lot of education that needs to go on, and that's why we've tried to take the sort of the angle of starting from the small steps and actually starting from the very basic first level. Let me make it as easy as possible for you. Let me give you like a generic version of doing this. Let me just give you, instead of going fully RBM, let's go verified SMS first. That actually increased conversion up to like 20-30% for certain companies. Just that like small bit. And when you add those small bits, it's much easier to then convert people to then going new use cases, new ways of actually using it. But you also build the educational knowledge behind it. People understand how that works. If you just tell them do rich because it's better, you know, the carousels, the call to action buttons, the channel itself, the build behind it, it takes too much time to adopt from just right out of the box. So it's easier sometimes to just help people get going step by step by step. And that has sort of last year, what we saw was just an increase in adoption. And that was very positive. But at the same time, and then there's my favorite topic where it comes in, what's hurting adoption is AIT, unfortunately. You know, especially at the start of this year, we've seen companies that, you know, have a messaging invoice per month of like 200 euros, get hit with a 16,000 euro strike. What do you think? Do they want to use messaging again? No, they don't. And the ones really hurting aren't the companies like Twitter. Sure, in nominal, they're hurting a lot, and they're being bled quite heavily. But if there's a company that is used to a 200 euro invoice and then they get a 16,000 one, that's a company killer. We saw attacks at the tail end of last year where companies in our region got hit with strikes that were big enough as their yearly revenue. What does that do to a business, right?
That's an issue. Can we move on to Nilay? You've just joined us. So you're from Filter-It. You're really on the authentication side of things very heavily in your company as well. And you're from India. Now, the Indian messaging market is rather vast. You've got 1.4 billion people, the same population in one country as the whole continent of Africa. I think the average age of 27. You've got over 20 languages, principal languages, never mind everything else. So it is absolute vast ecosystem in its own right. What's going on with messaging today? What's happening with SMS? I know WhatsApp is seeing more spam in the channel. We've been hearing that within the working groups at MEF, so the Fraud and Revenue Assurance Working Group. We've been hearing that from many members in India. And also I'm hearing RBM is back in India very soon as well, RCS. So what's going on?
That's right, James. So I think you're absolutely bang on, and I can't but agree, but in terms of the mobile messaging growth, I think we are talking about almost a market which is like $285 billion in 2030. I think that's the kind of growth that we're talking about. But, and of course, India as well. So, but when you talk about this kind of a growth, you know, it's like fast cars need fast brakes. So what are the limiting factors, you know, to this kind of a growth? And I think that's a very important perspective to really touch upon. And when you look at what are the limiting factors, there is illegal routing, which is one of the biggest reasons which is hurting telcos worldwide. If you look at numbers, I think telcos globally, they lose around $21 million a day and roughly around $7.7 billion a year. You look at one of the recent reports of GASA, which is the Global Anti-Scam Alliance report, which is there. And they're talking about that globally in 2021, I think that's the last stats that are available, people lost close to $55.9 billion to online phishing scams. And messaging is one of the fastest areas of growth, you know, multiple reasons. You have mobile devices, which is a huge penetration. The cost of SMS being pretty low, you know, cost of SMS and data. So this becomes a kind of a breeding ground for fraudsters. Right? And most of these phishing scams that are happening, you know, and of course there are, you know, they actually thrive on crises which are there. So there was probably pre-COVID, it was about pre-ordering COVID vaccines. Then it was about supporting Australian bushfires. It was about getting cheaper tickets for Mecca. It is about getting some tickets for Queen Elizabeth's funeral and whatnot. So all these are contexts which the fraudsters create to kind of embark upon these phishing scams. And then, of course, there are the mundane issues of your credit cards getting blocked, your KYCs, the phishing scams, all these things which are happening. And most of the times, what's happening is that, you have your messages with a call to action, the CTAs which are embedded as part of the messaging. And these are URLs which are short-lived, and these take you to all kinds of websites in the world where all the hacks happened. So I think with the kind of growth that we're talking about, I think it is very, very important for us to look at what are the reasons which where you can actually erode the customer trust, the brand part of it, and you need to, all of us in fact need to actually work upon these factors.
We've got, unfortunately, a better quality of bad actor in play at the moment. So I remember at the business messaging event in Amsterdam last June, and there was a panel with Simeon Coney, then Chief Strategy Officer with Adaptive Mobile, and he showed us live various texts. So say, okay, and we had to work out as the audience which were from the fraudsters and which were genuinely from the brand. And unfortunately, the texts created by fraudsters were better and better constructed as well, with a clearer call to action than actual well-known brands. So it's becoming a real issue. And because there's so much money at play, some really, really big guns of the fraud world are pointing right at messaging. So we as an industry have got to get together, and this is what we're doing at MEF later on today. We have a closed-door session with 28 members talking about the issue of anti-smishing. No doubt this topic of AIT and AGT will come up.
And James, just to add to what you just said, so I think there is obviously everybody's starting to use AI/ML to kind of identify keywords and move it to the spam folders and all. But more than that, I think it is the intent of the message that needs to be identified, and I think that is where NLP is coming up in a very, very strong way. So NLP algorithms are looking at the intent of the message and see if these are probably to trick the customers.
I agree 100%. The problem is that very often they're hijacked along the way. Okay, because the IP network is open, anybody can go in. It's basically anonymous. You don't really know who's coming in and where, unless we find a way to block the hijacking or the bypass of that SMS message in the middle of the process. There's really nothing that we on the service provider side can do, because our customer is sending it via the service. We're sending a good message, but it's caught in the middle. We actually we created sort of a bot to check for bad messages, and we programmed it. You know, the software guys sat for 6 months figuring out, you know, looking at all the different examples and trying to write some sort of an AI code to do it. It doesn't work. The only thing that really filters these things out when they come in is human eyes. It's the only one. This language looks a little bit off, and
But this is the thing where rules and regulations come in, because in many regulatory countries, people are not allowed to view the content, and even in certain ones where you are, you've got to actually have gone through that training, so a mobile operator can only have 2 or 3 people to do that. And the problem is then you end up ultimately destroying the market, because I've all heard examples from all of you here, and from so many other members, where you end up having a false positive because you think, oh, not sure, so I'll flag it for something else. So you delay sending that message, and if it's a one-time password,
yeah, but
I'm not getting it, happy.
It's a lot better than going through an IRS investigation in the United States because someone sent on your channel spoofing that they're an IRS agent.
But then if you don't get the 2FA, so...
I'd rather get the false positive.
That's the issue. So I remember I was at ITW, and I won't mention the network I was roaming with, but I was buying something online, a plane ticket. I needed to change it, wanted to pay for it there and then, and guess what? I couldn't complete the transaction because the one-time password never came. And then I ended up having to pay a lot more for the same ticket. Not happy, James. And simply because of that, I knew what it was. I knew what it was doing it. So I appreciate that, but people are worried about the risk, but then you end up destroying that trust in the channel. Now, Mariam, just coming to Mariam. So we've talked about the business. Yes, there are a lot of risks. Yes, there's security issues and everything like that, but there's huge growth potential. And what are we as an industry not doing? Because we haven't got it right. Why is not practically every single business, no matter the size, using messaging in one way, shape or form? What are we as an industry doing wrong?
Commercial.
It could be commercial.
Models.
Is it the commercial model?
The commercial model. So, look, we're operating in one of the countries in the Middle East, and we can see, for example, for domestic messaging, we are selling the A2P message at more than 10 cents, while we are selling the WhatsApp or Viber messaging for less than a cent. You see the difference? So the commercial models are affecting.
Wow, so SMS is
Yes.
1,000% more than a rich channel.
Yes.
Legitimate.
So it's
rich
affecting
channel.
a lot. In some countries,
No,
it's
I meant to be
affecting a
impartial
lot.
and neutral, but
so
it doesn't.
It's not just the culture, it's
That's
not
logic.
just what people want, it's the commercial. So if you are a domestic company, if you need to do some bulk marketing or anything, would you choose the 10 cents or the less than 1 cent?
Vladimir said 2 billion people are using WhatsApp, so it's
And at the end,
half
there's a
the addressable
failover. If the
SMS
messages
market.
would fail on WhatsApp or Viber, it will be rerouted to the normal A2P channels. So they are paying much more less. So the commercial model is actually what's affecting.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant by us going WhatsApp first in certain markets, because the Middle East is a good example. That's where some of the markets are. Oman, for example, it's much better to use WhatsApp there than it is to use SMS. It's also at times, and this has been what has been by far most surprising from me, it's sometimes easier to use WhatsApp and actually go through their registration process than it is to go through SMS registration process. And that is scary, because the WhatsApp process isn't easy. It isn't straightforward, it isn't easy to do, it isn't something you can easily manage, yet somehow it's sometimes still easier than the SMS side. So on top of the commercial models that I absolutely agree with, on top of that, it's just the complexity of the thing at times. It's sometimes made so needlessly complicated. Now, for us, our internal joke is always trying to work in Vietnam and getting a company registered there to send messages. It's like a 3 to 6 month process. Like, who wants to go through that? You're looking at every other possible option first instead of going for messaging.
Folks, unfortunately, I'm going to have to close this panel, but Nilay, I have got time for questions? We will do. Just hang on a second. We're just going to ask for Nilay because he's the last person in. You can have the last comments
Sure.
on this. Then we will come to questions. Fear not.
Sure.
So go for it. Last comment. So let's say your take on the future of mobile messaging for the next year.
I think it is pretty bright. The channel definitely needs to grow for reasons more than one. And I think the commercial part, the ease of use, the customer engagement, all these things are there. But at the same time, we need to keep a holistic view in mind in terms of addressing the issues, not only just the fraud part of it, but also in terms of the regulations and legislations which are there. I was talking to one gentleman, in fact, yesterday only, the same conference. And he's from the legal side of it and handles the legal issues for a lot of these companies. And I was asking him, have you ever seen even a single person getting penalized for these kind of frauds? Answer is no. So, the medium that we are talking about makes, doing fraud so easy a task in terms of zero investments and huge returns. So I think and there's not even a single actually legislation or a kind of a caveat under which you can actually, get a person behind the bars. So probably I think we need to address all these issues, going forward, because with the kind of growth that is there to exploit, we need to have these things in place.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the audience? Any questions? Or not? We have a question. Kevin Graham from Benage. Kevin, welcome. Hi.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's not necessarily a question, it's more of a statement, and I'm interested to hear the reaction from everyone. I hear a really important point there about the commercials and the issue with rising prices on A2P. But if I put it to you all that I also think that some of the most established enterprise users in this space actually see some of the biggest global players falling over themselves to drop the prices and therefore devalue A2P SMS. What would you say about that? Because it's kind of, contradicting a little bit what you said, and I think what you said was absolutely right, but there's another part of the market that is effectively, in my opinion, potentially devaluing the product set with some of the biggest adopters of this technology.
So for years, I've been crying about the fact that SMS is a commodity. And in commodity markets, for those of you who have worked in it, there's sort of the laws of commodity pricing. And that law basically is that commodity pricing goes down all the time. You don't pay more for paper clips than you paid last year. That's just how it works. We now took a commodity, which is an SMS, and we're raising the price for no reason. The supply is still there. It goes against the basic law of economics. And yes, the bigger players are constantly getting lower prices. And the reason why they're getting lower prices is because they're threatening to bolt to other channels, whether it's WhatsApp or whether it's an in-app notifications. Google now doesn't send as many notifications they do. They send an in-app. All of their notifications are inside. If you have an Android phone, you're getting all your notifications inside the phone. And so these companies are threatening to bolt to look for other channels to use. And so the suppliers are coming in. We do it too. And okay, we'll cut the price a little bit. We'll make it easier because they look at it again as commodity pricing. They don't have a big, they don't have a RFD for, paper clips. They send the purchasers to go buy the cheapest paper clips they can find. Same thing with SMS in a lot of cases. This vendor has it at 0.002. This one has 0.003. I'll buy the 0.002. And companies have to keep that because those give them the volumes that they need for their commitments.
But there is scope to alter the commercial model depending on the use case. So, for example, MTN Global Connect does it. So I run the commercial models working group at MEF, and it's very, very nice when a mobile operator comes along to those discussions because we're all talking about the mobile operators here on stage, and they actually are part of this discussion. MTN Global Connect always come along to that call, which is fantastic. And I raised this exact topic, Kevin, and I said you hardly see any mobile operators around the world differentiating the commercial model based on the use case. And MTN Global Connect actually went, we do in our markets. So they actually do that. So there is clearly scope to do this, but if it's driven by the big operator groups who understand that. And again, linking back to a previous session, I think we've got to close this now, but there was a session sponsored by Horde at the Omnichannel event do you remember that, in London in November? And Nick, who's going to be speaking right now and coming on stage, was part of that and had done research into enterprises, and Joanna Kuligowska was with Nick and showed that actually enterprises are prepared in some circumstances to pay up to $1 depending on the use case for a message. So there's lots to unpack here, it's safe to say, but there is clearly scope to differentiate the commercial model and use case, but not everywhere. So thank you very much to all my speakers. So Nilay Kumar from Elm Filterit, Vladimir Smal, Uku Tomikas, Ira Cohen, and Mariam Shah. Thank you very much indeed. Just keep the two in the middle. Sure. Well, thank you very much to my speakers there. We've got the messaging track off with a bang. And next up, we have Mr. Nick Lane from Mobile Squared. Nick is the founder of Mobile Squared. He's also the chief insight analyst, and many of you will be very, very familiar with himself and what he comes up with. And for me, it's how he describes what's going on pictorially is very, very interesting. So take it away, Nick. Thank you very much.
Thanks, James. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're well. Warmed up. My hands are still freezing from getting here this morning. So I don't think I've ever presented in Barcelona with cold hands, but there we go. I've got to multitask, so you've got to bear with me. I've got to remember what I've got to say. I've got a lot of data to share with you. I've got to remember to use the mic and use this. So let's see how we do. So this morning I'm going to do something slightly different in that normally I'll just throw loads of numbers at you, looking at the size of the market. I'm going to do something different. So we're looking at the power of trust in in an artificially inflated marketplace. So that's Mobile Squared. We're a leading business messaging intelligence provider. We work with lots of companies, as you can see. And the reason why so many companies work with us, hopefully you'll see that in the next few slides. So, the message verse. This is something that we started talking about last year. The message verse for us is, yes, it is a play on the metaverse, and it's bringing the metaverse, in theory, together with the message verse. So for us, the message verse is two things. As a noun, it's our data universe. So it's within our portal. We have about 75 million data points that covers all things messaging, from traffic to channels, to spend, to engagement, all the way through to payments. Looking at audience engagement. So we've got absolutely everything in there for 200 markets. So that's as a noun. As a verb, it encompasses how people and consumers engage via brands in an A to P, a P2A way, using messaging and all the different messaging channels. So that's what the message verse is. So as you can see from here, this is 2022 here. It's very small. I don't know how good your eyesight is. That's 2022 there. So you can see this is traffic. This is all business messaging traffic from 2022 all the way up to 2026. 98% of that traffic is SMS. So that's how important SMS is. So following on from the panel, we're going to kind of reiterate a lot of the key points that they've made. But that is SMS. So if you leap forward to 2026, SMS's share of traffic drops to 95.2%. And we're starting to see some growth for WhatsApp, but it still only accounts for 2% of total traffic. So that's just, put some things into context here in terms of what we're going to be looking at. So then these are our CPaaS forecasts. This is CPaaS by spend. The blue at the bottom is SMS. So right now, SMS in terms of revenue accounts for about 65% of total spend. And then if we look at the power of the message verse, and again, on this graph here, it's the orange. Our message verse is the orange. The majority of that spend is obviously SMS. And by the time you get to 2026, the message verse accounts for about 61% of total spend within CPaaS. And 10% of that is from rich messaging. So why is that important? What we're looking at with SMS at the moment is a really trusted channel. In fact, let me just go forward to this one. So this slide's really looking at, this is from some of our consumer engagement data, looking at how the flow works once a message has been sent by a brand. This is obviously looking at the retail sector. So we know that it's trusted because most people open an SMS. Most people read an SMS. Obviously, we the company that came out with a 90% of all messages are read within 3 minutes. That's not true anymore. That was, that's a 13-year-old stat, but it's still a great stat because it still basically shows how powerful SMS is. And in terms of engagement, nothing comes even close to this. So as you can see, just through this, our kind of audience tracking, typically 59% of people will open a message from a retailer, a trusted retailer. 26% will click on it, and potentially an audience of about 9% will actually go through to complete the purchase. So that's really powerful. So then, if we're using such a trusted channel, why are we starting to abuse it? So this is some research we did from a client. This is a few years old. It's from 2019. But it's, again, just to kind of reiterate this point. Is what would happen from an enterprise perspective, and the top one's enterprise research, if you were a victim of a fraudulent attack via messaging. And have we got a pointer? Can you see that? It's tiny. There it is. Look, 74. You can't see it. So 74% of enterprises would no longer trust their mobile operator, and about a quarter would actually have an intent to find or change their provider. Consumers, how would they react? Similar number would be would lose trust in their provider, but 52% of consumers would actually have an intent to change their provider. Now, given where we are with SMS, it came out of the pandemic in such a strong position. So we believe, based on our calculations, about an extra 2 million companies are using SMS since the pandemic, or since the end of the first lockdown, shall we say. So, but that means that there's still less than 10% of all businesses using SMS. So there's a lot of organic growth there, potentially, to be had just by selling better into the enterprise. So that's a very opportunity. But what we seem to be doing is actually we're looking at growth coming from kind of fraudulent means. And that doesn't really make any sense because we're looking at short-term gains and kind of almost long-term damage right now. And that doesn't really make any sense given that I believe, our numbers show that really we're actually really only at the start of this messaging journey. Something I've been banging on about for several years is that if you look at the mobile advertising industry, based on smartphones, their ARPU is about $45 per year. That's mobile advertising. That's an industry that's only been around for about 16, 17 years. ARPU on messaging is $4. That's annualized, $4. So other industries show what can be done, what money can be generated from brands via the mobile phone. So there's absolutely no reason why messaging can't generate ARPU the same as mobile advertising. But again, it's what's that mix? I don't think we found that mix quite correct yet. Personally, I also think Apple, once Apple change and flip their model, and maybe copy WhatsApp and start offering an outbound service, I think that's when things will change, and that will be the catalyst to really start kind of exponential growth. Anyway, so just to reiterate the point, this is how powerful that that SMS is within the CPaaS and within the messageverse, within messaging. So what we're potentially doing, we're threatening this spend here, this traffic, this spend. That's what we're doing. So if we continue to do what we do, we could start seeing the likes of Facebook, etc., start to say, actually, we're not going to use you for OTP anymore. And then what would that mean? Well, I'll show you what that means a bit later on. But again, I'm kind of over-egging the point, but I'm sure you get what I mean, what I'm saying. So before I come on to the next slide, so we've been researching, updating our OTP SMS research for 5 months. So we've got 3 different ways of doing research. So what I'm about to show you is just data from our online surveys. So it's not the finished article, it's just a glimpse into kind of one stream of our research, just to give you an indication of where things are in the market, we believe. So these are not finalized, okay? So what we now know is that there are more than 70% of mobile operators have a firewall around the world. We now know that there are more than 145 exclusive agreements between aggregators and mobile operators. As an industry, We believe, this is your views, not ours, and this is obviously just, I need to keep reiterating the point, this is only a third of our research, that 18% of revenues are potentially lost on SMS to fraud. When we ran our survey about 14 months ago, the biggest threat for the industry in 2022, as you can see, was grey routes, followed by AIT and phishing. This year, AIT is number 1, grey routes 2, as you can see, phishing followed by spam. And then, if I just spin around here, 20% of traffic was attributed to AIT in 2022, according to the research. And in the same research, that's expected to grow by 40% in 2023. Grey routes in some markets still account for about 35% of traffic. Obviously, it also depends whether there's a firewall there or not. What is an acceptable level of fraud? So when we last ran this survey, that figure was 5%. It's now down to 4%, and flash calling could be anywhere between 3 and 7% of traffic is being lost to flash calling. So that's just kind of a snapshot, an overview of what kind of where things are showing. So I'm just going to quickly go through the developments. So this is use case. At the top is our existing view of use case for 2022, which basically shows that OTP traffic counted for about 31, 32%. That's what we're expecting. This is global traffic. What we're actually seeing, again, based on our research, is that OTP is probably about 40% of total traffic. And in fact, in international traffic, OTP accounts for about 90% of total traffic. So now pricing. So we get pricing from lots of companies. We obviously aggregate to anonymize, and we take the median from that. So what this shows is, in actual fact, 587, I should also say, we track 648 operators among the 200 markets that we cover. So of those, 587 operators have increased the price to terminate an international message since January 2021. 51% of those have increased their price by between 0 and 100%. As you can see here, 236 mobile operators have increased their price by over 100%. 25 have increased their rate by more than 500%. 11 operators have increased their rate by over 1,000%. So on average, the termination rate has increased by 132%. So the average price 2 years ago was about $0.033. It's now at 0.6495. Big increase. And this is by market. So that one was by, the last one was by mobile operators, this is by market. I told you I'm going to struggle, I'm doing too many things. So this is by market. So what we've seen is actually the average cost per message by market has increased in 87 markets. And you can see there, the average cost per message increased by more than 100% in 22 markets. 12 markets, 150%. So prices going up. But what does that mean? And again, from the research, does an international price increase potentially generate and lead to more fraud? Well, as you can see from here, according to our survey, 100% of people say it does. And then we kind of ask them, well, if there is this increase, what increase in fraudulent traffic has this generated in the markets where you operate? Well, this is 4 to 6%, and over there on the orange goes up to over 21%. So if you take an average, we're looking at about 20% in theory. So again, numbers we keep coming back to around 20%. So one thing we also looked at is, okay, we'll start playing around with things. So if I'm a brand and I want to send 1 million messages in 2021, I'm going to pay, let's say, $3. So I will now spend $30,000 to send 1 million SMS. So what we've done here is we've applied an increase. So 1% increase on the cost of the SMS, all the way up to 250%. So this basically shows what it could mean from a brand's perspective in terms of now sending messages in this new world. So for example here, if they still are insistent on sending 1 million messages, so at 10%, you can see the majority of messages they're sending is still white root messages, and there'll be about 10-12% that would be grey. By the time you get to about 60%, it's about 50-50 in terms of white messages versus grey. But if they insist and they say, actually, no, we're only going to spend $30,000 and that's it. So depending on the rate, so for example, if we only go up to a 10% increase, the black basically denotes the amount of messages that wouldn't be delivered, and you can see the higher up you go, the more messages that won't be delivered as part of that million. So again, it could be very damaging from an OTP perspective. Or the brand itself might say, we don't care, we'll keep spending money with you, just charge us whatever. And then you can see what was a £30,000 campaign, for example, could cost upwards of about $110,000, $115,000 now to send the same message that it did 2 years ago. So this is what we're asking, and this is what we're kind of getting brands to do right now. Now, I'm going to describe this slide very, very, very carefully. So on the left, again, are our existing forecasts. What we've done here is overlay the data from our research with our existing numbers and our existing traffic. So we haven't changed the traffic with all the data that we've got yet. This is just to give you an example of what this means, what's happening in the industry, and what it means from a brand's perspective. So our forecast at the moment, believe that the market is worth, or was worth in 2022, $25.7 billion. Of that, $3.2 billion was from international traffic. Okay? So that's our actual market view. What we're seeing at the moment is that with the price hike, so all we've done in this middle graph here, I've kept all traffic the same, and all I've done is drop the new prices into our model. And what you've seen is that's grown 16%. It's now around about $30 billion. And in actual fact, the same international traffic that was $3.2 billion is now generating $7.7 billion. So that's the first thing. Then on top of that, you then kind of think, well, actually, what's happening with AIT? And again, AIT, we keep being told, is generating, for example, 20% on additional international traffic. So, okay, with this new number, we've now added 20% to international. So in terms of international, that's now going up. So that now international traffic is now at $9.4 billion, just international traffic alone. The market could be worth about 31.5, told you if there's not data, $31.5 billion. And that is now an increase, an upwards from our original projection of about 23%. If it's 30%, if AIT on international traffic is 30%, we're going up to about $2.3 billion in addition to our already inflated new price for 2022. That's 26% higher than what we originally believed. I think the key thing here to point out is going from 2021 to 2022, we're expecting a market growth of spend of about 9%. With this, year-on-year growth is about 26%. If we believe this, it's 33%, and if we believe this, it's 37%. So this is what we're doing. This is what we're basically asking brands to pay. Now, you know, this is really just kind of a back of a napkin kind of numbers to give you an idea of what's actually happening. And when we do release our actual forecast next month, we'll have a very accurate view of what's going on. But this is to give you a flavour by it. But looking at this, it's suggesting that the indication that AIT is inflating the overall market by about 5%. So if you do the numbers, if it's about 25 billion, you can do the maths. Got to remember where I'm from. Over 5%, I don't believe that. And I know from all the other research that we get, the 5% is not true. In actual fact, you know, as you can say there, the AIT figure is less than 1 billion in terms of, I kind of know what the figure is, but I'm not going to tell you. But it's less than 1 billion, and it's more than $500 million. So there you go. That's your ballpark. But again, this is the best I could come up with, okay, in terms of for a new definition for OTP. But it's just basically to show if we lose the OTP traffic, this is what the market will look like. You know, we're losing 30–40% of spend, potentially, because what we're looking to do is this kind of short-term inflation. It's crazy. So, I'm almost done, you're pleased to know. So this is the so what section. So what can be done? So the MEF, God love them. They're doing wonderful stuff. So again, from our research, we've asked the industry what can be done, and the joint top 3 things, all the same: aggregated code of conduct, a joint code of conduct, and a registry, all of which are happening, all of which are obviously very active, and by the MEF and the Trusted Enterprise Messaging little brand from the MEF. So, well done, MEF, keep going, but a lot more work is needed from everyone to keep making sure that the momentum is still there so we can go for the organic growth, not this forced growth. What can we do? We've got millions and millions of data points. So, we believe that the way that we refer to the market needs updating. We are talking about white route traffic, we talk about grey route traffic. But what we're now talking about is fraudulent white route traffic because of AIT, and we've always had these different types of grey route traffic. Now, I'm going to put my head on the block here, but when we talk about grey route traffic, don't touch the screen, you get an electric shock, by the way. When you talk about grey route traffic, it's a function of the industry. We need it. We actually need grey route traffic. So there's also kind of friendly grey route traffic because it helps get the price down. But then you've got nasty grey route traffic, which is sinister and damaging and dangerous to consumers. So when we do our update next year, next month, we are going to refer to the traffic in a different way. We think greater clarity is required. And we also think that through the power of colours, it kind of denotes what the actual traffic is. So, as of next month, when we release our new forecasts, our traffic is going to go a bit Pantone. And this is what it's going to mean. So white will remain white, our beloved legitimate traffic. Now we're going to have different shades of blue to represent AIT. So we've got different types of AIT. We've got the undelivered, the kind of ghost, kind of phantom traffic that just disappears magically. Then we've got some that does actually get through to consumer. Not much, but again, potentially it's not a good brand experience. It's not good for the consumer, so it's impacting the consumer. So we've got to think about that. Then we've got grey, harmless, our happy, friendly grey, the grey traffic we all love deep down. No one will admit it, but we love it. Then we've got the other stuff, orange, red. SIM farms. Obviously, SIM farms typically can help bring the price down. They can, kind of be a friend to the brand, but obviously the behind scenes is where kind of a lot of sinister action and follow-ups in terms of how data can be used can obviously pose a very big threat to the consumer. So you kind of think, well, actually, you've got to be kind of amber on alert with here, and then red, the bad stuff. So this is our colour. This is how we're going to be referring to traffic moving forward, to kind of just make things a bit clearer, provide a bit more clarity. So that's what we're doing. So the next thing that we're doing is we're going to be launching an A2P SMS market monitoring service. What is the A2P SMS marketing monitoring service other than something that's terribly named? It's going to be a quarterly service, and basically we're going to look at what impact is pricing having on the marketplace. So we've got all the data for operators that terminate traffic. We obviously can amalgamate that to get a market view as well. And what we're going to do is each quarter we'll look at the average rate. So the average rate right now, as I said, is about 6.5 cents. Then we're going to look at what operators and what markets are above what percentage over that average rate. So if it's between 0 and 25% above, we'll label that as no risk, because ultimately nothing's really going to change. It's not putting that much pressure on the brand to spend more money. And also the majority of traffic, as we've shown in that model earlier, is going to be white route, trusted. And we think that'll be very clear. So it'll be nice and green. So when you start to go up, so above 25%, up to about 75%, obviously the potential for grey route, and within grey route, you've then obviously got potential to have more fraud. So the risk increases. There's now potential greater risk to the consumer, and it's putting more of a burden on the brand themselves. So that's our mid-risk, and then anything above 75%, we're going to classify that as a high-risk market, high-risk operator. And that will be how we're going to view. So we'll update that on a quarterly basis. We'll get prices in from industry. Thank you very much. We can't do this without you. And we will then create. So we've got the model. We also, just so I'm clear, we also look at whether the operator's got firewalls. We look at if there's an exclusive deal in place. And obviously, we look at the amount of grey traffic already going into that market. So we've got a really clear, deep understanding of where that market is. Now, again, this is based on about a third of our research. So there's still more to add. So this is going to change. But this is basically what the world looked like with our new traffic-like A2P SMS market monitoring system. So as you can see, if we do it by market, there are 29 markets that we would label high risk. There are 39 mid-risk, 132 that are no risk. If we do it by operator, there's about 111 high-risk operators. And hopefully, by doing this, kind of show what markets are kind of just thinking short-term, in our opinion. And we hope that this will help the industry kind of to move forward and just realise that actually there's more to it than just trying to drive a price up. There's a market here that is still, we believe, kind of at the tip of the iceberg in terms of its potential. So just one last thing to leave you on. So I've mentioned we've got millions and millions of data points. I've mentioned that we're updating our A2P SMS forecast. They'll be available next month. But one thing that we have done a kind of soft launch with is we're now doing a pay-as-you-go data service. We realise where the world is at the moment. We realise that not everyone has several $1 million to spend with us on data, which is a shame. So it's pay-as-you-go. So basically, if you want data, you can just come to us. You can either do it automatically via our website. The automatic version is basically you buy one channel, one market. So if you're interested in RCS in South Africa or SMS in Indonesia, we will then send you our data, our forecasts for that market. You'll get them, if we're in the office, you'll get them within minutes. If not, you'll get them, everything will be delivered within 24 hours. And I've got to admit, I've got such a dry throat, I'm really struggling to speak now. Excuse me. So that's our new service. So it's Ask Them. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, that's better. Yes, that's our new service, Ask Them SMS. We've got a little booth downstairs, myself and Hugh, our CEO. Love to talk to you. We can talk about what we do, how we can potentially help you, how our insight can help your business move forward. So come and say hello, come and ask the message verse, and that's me done. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. Nick, you've forgotten something. You haven't plugged your survey.
Oh.
Back on.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Nick Lane. I work for Mobile Squared. Our survey is still live for our research. So if you haven't done it yet, a lot of you have, a lot of you haven't, it's still live. We can share it or come and ask. We can send you the link. There's one on fraud, which doesn't take too long. There's one on the overall SMS marketplace, which takes a little bit longer, but we'll obviously share the top line results with everyone who take part, but I'm sure we'll do a webinar on that soon anyway. Thank you, James, for that reminder.
Yep.
And we'll also be at the FIRA tomorrow afternoon as well. Yes.
Done. Cool. We need to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nick. Right. That was Mr. Nick Lane from Mobile Squared. Fantastic information as always. Now, our next business messaging event after the one here today is, you could say it's actually coming tomorrow, the Future of Mobile Summit, where we're going to be talking about the wonderful world of messaging as well. And that messaging part is sponsored by Rakuten Viber, so I'll be moderating that session, all about the rise of the super app. And coming up next, after MWC in Barcelona, Susan and the MEF events machine roll on, this time to Miami on March the 20th and 21st. And after that, I'm going to be in India on April the 11th and 12th, and the week after, we have business messaging in Dublin. So as you can see, business messaging is a big topic for us all here at MEF. Now, moving along to our next topic of communications platform as a service. When we get the slide up, that would be great and fantastic. And if you could, yep, if you could get the slide up, thank you very much. And this is the topic now, CPaaS acceleration for mobile network operators. If you were with us yesterday, we talked about the trusted position, certainly in consumers' minds, that mobile network operators have. So, for example, MTN is the most trusted brand, full stop, period, in Africa. We also have just been hearing about the issue of trust, though, with mobile network operators if something goes wrong. So it's all about keeping that trust, building great products, and of course, at the end of the day, mobile network operators too need to make money, and not just revenues, but margin. And we have CPaaS here to help them with that. So I'd like to introduce my speakers today. We'll start off with Mr. Reza Rasool. Reza, come on up. The CTO of Real Networks. Thank you for joining us. Hi, Reza. Good seeing you. And we next have Carlos Jimenez, who is the Chief Commercial Officer of Enriches. Thank you, Carlos. And we next have Kim Buller. Kim, bring your drink up if you need it as well, and your mic, because I know. What's your horse? Kim is the co-founder and president of, there we go, Alchemy Telco from Gambia. And last but by no means not least, we have Divya Gaiwakankar from Bix. Divya, thank you. Right, I think I need a little bit of a break, so I'm going to get, Divya, do you want to set the scene? What are we here to talk about today?
Great, so good morning, everyone. And I take the pleasure to introduce this session. And we had a brief chat there while waiting in the doctor's appointment to talk about how can MNOs participate in the CPaaS economy, or if I may say, the API economy, right? Is it the right time? Have they missed the train? What should they do? Is it too late? Is there some chance for them still remaining? So we have a great panel here, and I leave it to James to start the discussion.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thanks, Divya. It's all helpful, very much. So, Kim. Yeah, you weren't expecting that, were you? Especially when you go from the end. We need to mix it up, freshen it up here at MEF. So, Kim, would you like to introduce yourself and just go, why not, 60 seconds about your journey into the world of messaging, because you're definitely not from the world of messaging, what your company does and what you're seeing in your market. Go for it.
Good morning, everyone. I come from the world of agriculture and ended up starting a CPaaS company in West Africa. One of the main issues we have is participation of the MNOs in enabling us to provide an interconnected service to professional institutions in the country. We also have quite a difficult issue in selling international messages within the pricing market.
Sorry, I was just thinking. So I'm speaking very loudly at the back, and I was thinking I was a bit displeased with that, but there we go. Anyway, shame on me. You've been very, very shy there with your background. So you were in, is it the ground nut market?
Yes. I started trading groundnut and cashew nut, which was a terrible disaster, mainly because in Africa there's very little communication. We only have 15% internet penetration, and most of the rural population just have a smartphone. Very few can read, especially not English. So it just occurred to me that the only real form of communication that was in real time and didn't cost any money to receive was an SMS. And it's proved to be very successful. We provide services like SMS to the fishermen to let them know whether the sea is going to be too rough for them our main industry is transactional SMS for financial institutions, because people in Africa don't get a bank statement. So the only way they can really keep up with their finance is through a reliable SMS, and that must be timely, because if it comes a day late, but their previous transaction comes after the other one, they get very confused. And very often their bank is too far away for them to give up the time to go to. There's only 30% of the population realistically have a bank account. So SMS, as everybody has a telephone, more likely 3 telephones, is really, really a powerful tool.
Thanks, Kim. I think it's very, very important to set the scene, and we need to be very grounded in this industry, because it's so easy for us to be led by discussions talking all the time about the likes of RBM or WhatsApp, and everyone's got a smartphone, everyone's talking about what Amazon might do or any other large brand. But the reality is there are literally hundreds of millions of smaller businesses out there all over the world, and SMS and, of course, other channels provide a really important role. Now, Reza, you've been with Real Networks for a little bit, and Real Networks has been working with mobile network operators for a very, very long time. Can you tell us, why should mobile network operators get into this world of CPaaS? What's in it for them? Why should they be doing it in the first place? Surely their businesses should be just about servicing us, the P2P market.
Very good question. And are we on? I'm going to shout loudly. No?
Is your mic just?
Is my mic on? No? I'm going to swap. There we go. Hello, everybody. My name's Reza Rasool, CTO of Real Networks. You might not know that Real Networks is a technology provider to mobile operators. We are right in the network. We're in the call path as well as in the message path. So we have 28 MSAs with operators around the world, and from the days of ringback tones, you might remember them, there's still equipment in telco racks that answer the call before it rings on your handset. And so that's an important footprint to have. As well as in the message path, we operate an AI service. Well, first of all, we operate an inter-carrier routing service, an inter-carrier routing that routes SMS messages between carriers. And on top of that, we've built an AI classification service, initially just to detect spam and not. And so your question, why should operators get into the message service? It's not just a message service, it's a marketplace. I think what Kim mentioned illustrates the fact that it is a business marketplace of connecting buyers to sellers. It's not just a person-to-person message place. And if we understand it as a marketplace, then we'll put the right emphasis on ensuring that there's trust in the marketplace, and that there's transparency, there's efficiency, and all of those things will improve business all around, and we'd love to talk further about that.
Thank you. Now, Carlos, so mobile operators been around for decades, but when it comes to the world of business-to-consumer messaging, A2P, CPaaS, call it what you want, it's only really now that a good few of them are starting to come up with their own CPaaS proposition. When I say their own, of course, they're partnering with a number of organizations who are sitting right in this room, and indeed on this stage, right here, right now. How hard do you find it in your business to actually get, pun intended, the message across to mobile network operators that it's worth their while to get involved in CPaaS?
I think most of the MNOs that I've been working with on my previous companies as a CPaaS partner, CPaaS provider, the main issue with them is to make them understand that the channel, so the SMS, voice, or the OTT channel, is not the only thing important. It's the service that you can provide with a CPaaS platform onto them. So for most of them, they just see the revenue on the network. But as I seen before on the data provided, their network revenue is going down. So the only way to recover this revenue is to build in the applications layer from your side or with a partner side. So the message to make them understand, guys, you have to be into the software, not only the network, was the biggest challenge with them.
Okay, so let's unpack this a little bit, Divya. So on the one hand, we've got the revenue side of things. We know what happened the past couple of years. I think it's safe to say the GSMA are saying there are going to be 80,000 people here in the city of Barcelona this week for MWC. That's far more than there were last year, and definitely far more than a couple of years before that. So things are changing, people are moving around. We know roaming revenues were hit massively with mobile operators, so it's a logical extension of that. Then they move into recoup some of that in terms of messaging. But what other reasons are there for a mobile network operator other than just the pure base revenue? Because let's face it, that percentage of revenue they're generating from A to P, for some mobile network operator groups, it's 0.25% of all their revenue. And the group that's doing it the best in terms of percentage is 2.5%. So it's really small, even the ones that appear to be doing it right. What other reasons are there for doing it?
Great question, James. So until now, the mobile network operators have been following the classical growth strategy. I'm taking a bit of a helicopter view, right? So let's look at it in spite of just thinking about, the artificial inflated traffic and the revenues and the cost structures, right? We discussed quite a lot in the messaging forums on that. So when you look at the helicopter view, you will see that they were following the classical strategy, which is about, you go along with the technical and the technology upgrades, you come through the generation of mobile phones and the technology, and now you're at 4G, right? And in that space, you know your competition, which are other operators in the same geography. You have less unpredictability, you know where you are going. But what has happened in the recent past, you are having disruptive players in the game, right? Who have been the software providers like Twilio, who have been the SMS aggregators who have gone into the software side, and they are coming and doing the business in the geography of the mobile network operators, right? They are serving the use cases of digital natives. It was okay, you can still keep your SMS pricing, and you can make sure that you are, as an operator, you are getting your revenue stream there. But now, as the digital transformation wave has come in, the brick and mortar side of the business, which are within the geography of the operators, are also willing to take another step, a step ahead in the customer engagement, making sure they are reaching out to the end users. And then it becomes a question of survival now for the mobile network operators to make sure that they are going to have the revenue retention, because it's going to go after a while. So in order to take care of that, it has become kind of mandatory for them to go for the CPaaS platform, because until now you have been monetizing your SMS channel, right, as such, but you have to take the step ahead, and there you have to become adaptive. The strategy has to change. You have to make sure you understand the unpredictability that is happening in the market. And in order to take care of that, you have to go in the API economy. And that's not only for SMS. After all, they are building the fiber to home. They are the ones who are working on 5G. It's a lot of money that they are putting in, right? So in order to make sure that they can monetize these assets going forward, they have to come up with the API marketplace. SMS is a great ground, and that's why we see Ericsson going in the direction of having the acquisition of Vonage. So we will see that you once have the API marketplace, you can go ahead with having the 5G APIs there. The IoT is playing a role these days quite a lot. And talking about that, mobile private network is another arena where the operators can play a very big role. And I think they are.
That's 5G. That's the real importance of 5G.
Exactly. So all this comes together. And if you look at the vision, you need to have this API marketplace. You need operators are also considered to being the secure channel, right? And they have this brand which is related to security. So they can really monetize on their own channels, making sure that they keep the security aspect, the consumer data security aspect there, and keeping the relationship with the developers within the geography. That's, I think, the must-have. And they are in the process of doing it. We are late in that aspect, but still there is time to recover and to make sure that we are paving the path for 5G and other services going forward.
Okay, thank you. So not everyone can participate in this API economy and everything, because you're assuming everyone has the internet. So let's move it back to the Gambia, everywhere where internet connectivity isn't like that. So on the face of it, absolutely fantastic. Reality is a different story in so much of the world. That is just absolutely blown out of the water by the simple fact that you don't have that access to the internet, or a reliable internet, shall we say, as well. So, Kim, we talk about trust. We know MTN in Africa as a whole is very, very trusted. From your seeing, from your experiences with the mobile network operators, do they have that reputation of being trusted partners from your perspective, from your dealings and what you're seeing with your partners as well? Is that true?
We have a very good relationship with the MNOs in the Gambia. We've now registered in several other local countries to provide local services as well as international services. However, it has taken, I would say, 6 years for them to even entertain us. And we have had to do that through hard graft and by showing them that we can buy and sell the volume.
Was it simply the commercial side of things, or they just really didn't understand there was
they
good
had no
money
understanding
of the A2P messaging business?
No understanding at all. They thought we were there to take their business. And one mobile operator still is quite difficult. We've waited 6 months now for 8 local sender IDs. And they won't do any international one-time passwords.
So it's clearly it's about education,
yeah,
about the real opportunities, and then partnerships, because clearly that operator is trying to do everything themselves and not partnering with the right organisations or anybody.
James. No collaboration at all. And no, I suppose you call it playing as a team. So if a big institution wants to provide an A2P service across the 4 networks, they will very often have to stick with this one particular network outside of our service, and that makes it difficult for the business. They don't get any CDRs, they don't get any failed messages, they can't clean their data. They just get told, you've run out of messages, buy some more.
Wow, okay. So that's one side. Now, Reza, you're coming in from a brand which has been known and trusted for many, many years with mobile network operators around the world. And it's fair to say that I'm sure, or let us know, have you found it difficult when moving away from P2P into the world of A2P and CPaaS and thinking about that type of enterprise communication and messaging? Have you found you've had to have some real discussions with mobile operators to tell them about the real opportunities? If they play it right, if they use an appropriate commercial model, it can be a long-term sustainable revenue stream. Is that education, and you and your team have got to do that constantly?
Actually, James, the transformation that Real Networks has undergone is a lesson for MNOs as well. So as you know, Real Networks was the founder, I guess, arguably the inventor of streaming media. It's not our core business at the moment. That was our origin story. We, over the last 6 or 7 years, have pivoted towards AI, artificial intelligence. We run services inside the network to enhance the trust of the network. But the lessons we actually learned from the streaming media business, if you dial back maybe 20 years, what was the internet what did the internet look like for video and audio, it was a potential disaster for movie companies and for music companies. They saw the network as just a place where their content was being stolen. They didn't understand the internet as a marketplace for getting product, which is movies and music, to consumers. Now it's a thriving business. So what are the lessons we've learned? One is there was really strong regulation that had teeth. That was the DMCA Act in the US, and that was one ingredient. The other ingredient was digital rights management. The company that...
So the DMC, is that, I'm just thinking, is it Direct Marketing to Consumers Act? Or what's the DMC? Something
Digital
like
Millennium Copyright Act.
Oh, wow, okay.
So that if you are a bad actor on the network, there are real punitive damages that can be sought after. In the previous session, I think the talker that was sitting is that there are hardly any examples of bad actors on mobile networks being penalized, and the aggregators that actually provide them access to the network, there's no repercussions for them to filter out those bad actors. So yes, and there was a speaker that was sort of bemoaning the drop in revenue and the loss in value of messaging across the network. Absolutely right, but the lessons from the streaming media market is that you can make it a valuable market. If you treat it like a marketplace, you can make it a valuable network on which lots of commerce takes place, and that's super important. And that's what, you know, we're in the business of enhancing trust to the network in terms of in the message path, classifying messages so that operators know whether this is spam or not, but also classified in many dozen categories so that operators can know, okay, this is a two-factor authentication message. It's mission critical, needs to be sent instantly. Oh, this is a Groupon, or this is a you know, an offer for Ray-Ban spectacles. Okay, that can be sent a few hours later. So now you've got the opportunity to administer quality of service for different priority traffic, and maybe have a different rate that you charge for more valuable mission-critical traffic. And I think that's a
So it's all about that data that you've been able to collect, and you've seen
Right.
the experience and how it's used, be able to optimize that and move to the operator with that, and you educate them with that and say, this is how you can do it, and we can help you do that.
And so our systems are running in real time in the network, processing billions of messages.
Yes.
And yeah, so
Fantastic. Of course. So yourself, we're almost at the close of this panel. 30 minutes goes so fast. It really, really does. We need 45 minutes or an hour to really do this topic justice. But what would you say to mobile operators who go, if I was to tell them, look, CPaaS is wonderful, and they go, but James, it's basically no revenue for us. Our focus is on mobile data. Our focus is on everything else. We're not interested. How would you counter that, and how would you, what strategy would you tell them to adopt to get into CPaaS as fast as possible?
I think first they need to understand how a business works. If you take a company, they are not only work with the channel, the voice, or whatever. So there is so many items and softwares that they come along together, from CRMs to BI, to bots, to automation. CPaaS is the way to orchestrate all these different items from the business into the real world and make them have sense.
But then I go, oh, that sounds really complicated. It sounds a lot of work. I don't have the personnel for it.
So that's why the best thing for them is to partner with a CPaaS provider. So in my experience, the one that I've seen successful with a huge success in managing public institutions, banks, critical communications, e-commerce, retailers, everything. So these MNOs were the one that they were smart enough to partner with a CPaaS player and help them to help their customers. So I think that's the key.
Divya, just to round it up, so that's one strategy, the partnership. What about the operator that says, do you know what, we're going to try it ourselves. We're going to bring in great expertise. There are many industry consultants who know what they're doing, who know all the steps, and who can guide mobile network operators. But what's the perhaps downside to that, rather than just going with a partner, with one of you folks here on the stage, all four of you here on the stage?
Yeah. So when you are looking into a new technology, there are a couple of ways, right, to go for it. Either you build it, or you buy it, or you partner with it, right? There are only 3 options there. And you can select based on how much time you have, right? So time is a factor that plays a role there. And your personnel or your organization and the culture in the organization. So there, if the momentum is now, then it's a smarter decision to either go for an acquisition or go for a partnership, right? So that's the way to go forward. But I would say it is not about reselling a service in itself, right? Because then you are not taking advantage of building a plan for the future. You have to enter into the API economy. You have to make sure you take the partner APIs, you maybe white label them, make sure that they are part of your API orchestration layer, and then you offer it together with other services, right? We talked about Internet of Things, 5G, MPN, and others. So it's not about reselling. I don't believe that that's a smarter move that the operators can take forward to. It could yield short-term benefits, but if you want to play a long-term game, you have to make sure that you are taking care of the API side, you are targeting the right kind of customers, educating them. That's very, very important, I think, in this ecosystem. And acquisition also is not a bad idea, right? So look into the marketplace and check out and build your own strategy. I would say that.
Thank you. Well, that's it from
We have time
this
for
panel.
questions from the audience.
Yep, exactly. I was going to say that's it from this panel. We're going to come to the questions, but I had one more remark, Susan, as well, before I closed. And that is the real practical example. One of the best ways in life to show that actually something is really good to do is to show a real concrete example with a real brand. So this is the mobile network operator, this is the partner, this is the brand, this is the result. Happy customer, more sales of whatever. That's the real best example. I'm pleased to say that here in the MEF community, we've started to do that with our repository of great rich business messaging use cases. I'm personally wanting to do that and move forward with that in the world of SMS, and indeed, why not for WhatsApp and Rakuten Viber, who's a MEF member as well, other great examples with concrete brand names in there. That's the important bit, because then people go, oh, wow, they've done that, here we go. So, questions from the audience. Any questions before we move to the coffee break, or is everyone super keen to grab a coffee? Because some of us have got another thing to go to immediately right now, myself included. Any questions? Anybody? No, that's it. Done. Sold. Divya, thank you. Kim, Carlos, and Reza, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we are live. It is very bright up here. Right, well, welcome back to the mid-morning session. My name is Michael Power. I'm working with MEF as an advisor for future messaging and all those cool and interesting things. Today we've got a couple of sessions for you on RCS. First of all, the status of RCS. We've got some great guests coming up, some panelists to come and talk to you about how RCS is rolling out globally and some of the great initiatives that we're seeing there. After that, we've got a few presentations, few demonstrations of how RCS campaigns are working. So again, being able to see the true value of that channel, how capable it is, all the different features, but more importantly, the results that are starting to come in and the success that we're seeing from having such a strong channel. So let's get started with the first panel. I'll sit myself over here, and if the panelists would like to come up to the stage, and we'll do an introduction. Thank you. Make sure I've got the right seat. Have we got enough? We are good. Perfect. There we go. Right, well, let's start with some introductions, first of all. I think start down at the end there. So, Marcus, if you could give us an intro. So, name, company, role. And what I'm interested in as well, I'd like to throw in a little curveball. Which was the first messaging or telephony company that you worked for?
Hello, everybody. This is Marcos from Telefónica Global Solutions. I'm part of the international team of Telefónica in charge of RCS and SMS business.
Great, thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tim Atkinson, a business development manager at Google in Europe. The first mobile company I worked for was Orange PCS in the UK in the 90s-ish.
Very good. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Claudine from Virgin Media O2. The first company that I worked for in this space was a company called Telescope in 2000.
Oh, you don't have to get, I was going to say, I didn't ask for years. It's okay. We're okay just to do the first company is fine. But yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Hi, this is Maite from Orange, Spain, and I'm head of RCS. My first company was Justel, so just before Orange. That's it.
Hi, my name is Catherine Maguire and I work for BTE, and I think the first company in telecoms I worked for was GSMA, so if that counts.
I think it definitely does. I think we all know you from the GSMA years, so great to have you all on the stage with us. So just a kind of a brief intro before we get into this, and I think what's really important about RCS and messaging as a landscape at the moment is we're seeing consumers are starting to adopt this technology and actually really push it. And what we're seeing is parts of the world where conversational commerce is being made available, consumers are actually starting to use it. And I think what's really important today is, as we talk about RCS, is it's fair to say it's had a bit of a troubled background, but the reality is it does still have one of the best feature sets, arguably the best feature set of all of the messaging channels. So if we're able to get the reach, do the, as we'll talk about today, and we see where we are with that, and get some strategies in place for launching this technology, it feels like we've got the right one to go out and really create some fantastic consumer experiences. So to that end, I think I'd like to hand over to Tim. If you could give us a bit of a background on how Google see this and your strategy, if that's okay.
Yeah, well, I've got some slides as well. I'm pushing the next button here.
We'll see.
Can we ask the controller?
Oh, there we go. We've got one behind us. It's just it's not on our monitor screen. I don't know if
okay, I can see a reflection in the glass on the other end.
Yes.
Okay, so well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to be here. It's great, amazing venue to hold this session. It's good to be back in Barcelona. I think I was here 2019 for the last Mobile Congress. I missed a few, but it's great to be back. So we've been on this journey for quite a long time at Google, around 2016 I think we started. When we did start it, the solution space was quite fragmented, so we had different platforms. Obviously Vodafone had a platform, Orange had been working on things, Deutsche Telekom and then various other guises of RCS around the world. As you said, had a little bit of a troubled few years, I suppose, and we got to the point where there was standardization. So we had further standardization with the GSMA. So we had the universal profile. Today, we've got the wholesale adoption of the Jibe Cloud service and Google's messaging application. So we've managed, working with the wider ecosystem, to reduce a lot of the fragmentation, build up the capabilities in the platform and the application for our end users, which is quite a big deal because, as you say, we need to have those feature sets. We need to be able to compete against alternative channels. And also we need to make sure that the user experience for businesses, developers, aggregators, etc., is as good as it can be. And we're very much laser focused on making sure that that happens. Later this year, we'll cross 1 billion connected RCS users. It's a big number. It's a big thing happening. And this is really helping us to work towards this mission statement you can see here. It's really sort of important for us, Google, working in the carrier ecosystem to make sure that we're supporting things as best we can for all of our partners. Obviously, it's an open ecosystem. We look to work with everybody. But I'm very pleased to say that where we've got today, I think we're in a very good place. I think 2023 is going to be a great start. And it's great to see that we've got the ladies here from various carriers who are very much leading the charge in countries that they're working in. A lot of effort's been going into this, so it's good to see. One of the key things I wanted to talk about is the... Oh, where are we? Yes, here we are. Sorry, I can't see the slides, so I'm looking at a reflection. Is the 3 messaging models that we have, and these are really important. So as well as having a platform and a network, global network, and an application for end users, which is rolling out, has been rolling out for many years now, but is now the default application on Android phones. From a platform perspective, and from what is offered to businesses and aggregators, we now have 3 models, basically. These are really, really important. Thank you, Sue. These are really important because, as well as fragmentation in terms of developers using a platform and end users using an application, we need to make sure that when it comes to selling the service, we have a uniform set of models. So we've got 3 model types. I think most of you will be familiar, but for those of you who aren't, I wanted to just call them out today. So the first one is what we call basic or verified message. This is a fairly new concept. We worked on it a lot last year with our partners. The whole idea here is that we're sending a text message over the RCS channel, and you get the benefit of verification and branding, and as a business you get delivery and read receipts, which is something you generally just don't get with SMS. So this is a big thing. The second is a single message. A single message has full RCS payload. So if you want to send a promotion to somebody, or you want to send a boarding card, whatever that might be, you can send that as a single message. And importantly here, it's what I would call as a one-time shot. So when you send it, if the user replies, it doesn't start a conversation. So from a pricing perspective, the carriers can price this up. And there'll be a premium on this over the verified message, but the carriers can offer this as a single message without a business thinking, if I get reply to this, it's going to cost me more. And then we have the conversation type. And this is set the same as a single message, but if the user does reply, then it starts a conversation, usually for a 24-hour period of unlimited to and fro between the business and the recipient. And the important thing is here you get the conversational commerce going. So you might want to offer someone a promotion, and you might want to allow them to ask questions and get the best service and experience that they want, and you can do that through a conversation. Just going back to the basic message point of view, or the verified message, and I think, Mighty, you're calling it branded RCS, aren't you? So it's in markets, we are calling it slightly different things, but all in all, it's the same thing. What we've done is we've built a very slick kind of service here, where as a business sending text messages, and I'm calling out text messages over SMS. The reason I'm saying that is it's a 160 character or less text message. It may have a link in it, it may not. But rather than sending it over the SMSC, sending it over the RCS channel, and those can be just submitted to your the organisation you work with, and they will send those over RCS where the end user is RCS capable. Obviously, if you're on an Android phone, we've got a growing volume of those, and obviously if you're on another platform, such as Apple's iOS, you can't reach them with RCS yet. so you'd send it as a text message. And this is being kicked off in a few countries. Catherine and her team, Maite and her team, Claudine and her team, and others are all offering this now. And they're pricing it aggressively, I would say. Obviously, there's a lot of activity happening in this channel. We've talked about other OTTs. And getting this right is very, very important for the carrier ecosystem. And then building on top of that, so we talked about the basic verified message. On top of that, the single message in the conversations, where you get the real rich conversational commerce experience. We're seeing some really great examples of this. A few of them are up on the screen. I know there's going to be some demonstrations after our panel. And I just want to call this out, that this is really a growing thing now. Obviously, it takes a little bit of effort in some cases to develop the experience you want for your customers. But after that initial piece of creativity, we see excellent results. I mean, really, really good. Obviously, engagement from RCS as a channel is much, much higher than SMS and email, sort of 18 to 20% higher in most cases, and more. And then you get this opportunity to build out a really rich experience. So you can be doing anything from sales and service and transactions and completing payments, and all these great things can actually happen in the channel without the need for any leaving the channel or going into a web space or something else. It can all be done there. So that feature set that you called out, Mike, is very much an important key part to this. I think I had one more slide. No, I didn't. I'll leave it at that. So that's kind of like a bit of an update of where we are with RCS. Obviously, the numbers are growing significantly. We've got the Jive Cloud is rolled out. We've got adoption by all of the carriers and the OEMs. And 2023, I think, is going to be a big year for us all.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for that, and a great overview of how the technology is rolling out and some of the great things and great initiatives we're seeing with bringing that adoption and driving that adoption. Next, Claudine, I would like, just following on from that, and Tim mentioned, you know, these strategies are things you're dealing with today, and I was interested, how is Virgin Media O2 dealing with this? How are you guys, how are you kind of rolling this out to your customer base, and are you seeing it starting to resonate with your customers?
Oh, excuse me, from a wholesale perspective or from a consumer side?
Well, I think, I mean, I'm interested to see from wholesale, you know, how are you driving this? What is it you see?
We work very closely with the partners, with the aggregators. I
do have a slide. Yeah.
There we go. This came up on Tim's slide. This is the Asda one, which Infobip ran. We spend a lot of time talking to our partners, understanding what they need, and also, you know, the great thing about branded message, verified message, is it's quite a simple sell to the brand. They don't require an awful lot of work. And I think, certainly from my perspective, at the beginning, there was a little bit of reluctance because I think the brands very much felt like they were going to have to do a lot of work, you know, branding, images, videos, et cetera, et cetera. So as a wholesale area, we are very much focused on working with those partners to deliver something to their brands as opposed to with the brands directly. We also work closely with Tim and Catherine to talk into the ecosystem itself. So this is the Asda campaign, which I think I'm safe in saying in the UK is the highest volume so far on branded message.
Yeah.
And can I go to the next slide?
Yes.
Right, there we go. And this also by Infobip. This is a new one, so I don't know if anyone actually from the UK on the panel knows about this one. So Superdrug, which for those of you who are not based in the UK, Superdrug is a very large UK high street health and beauty retailer. They have quite a young demographic, and they will be launching, the forms have gone in to launch this now. So that's really two key brands that Infobip have bought. This really plays to Superdrug's innovation to deliver a great experience to their consumers. And it's, you know, again, quite quick and simple. I'm not in any way denouncing the effort it takes to sell these things, but it's not onerous. So the branded message is offering a really, really good solution for people to start moving traffic over from SMS.
So these brands are taking up the
absolutely.
message and
yeah, because you get that verification, that blue tick that everybody knows from various social platforms, and those read receipts as well, and that's quite powerful.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see some, you know, these are big brand names.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. Okay, so, I mean, leading on from there, I think Mighty, if that's okay, I'll hand it over, unless I don't think you've got any more slides.
No, that's it. I've just got a few.
No, that's lovely. So Mighty, I mean, you know, we hear they're doing well in the UK, seeing some big brand names. I mean, 60% of Spain, I think it is, on RBM now. So big, you know, these are big numbers compared to, what, a few years ago when we were talking relatively low numbers. It was a really hard sell. How are you finding this is affecting the Spanish market and what you guys are doing, seeing?
I think it is too important, first of all, to be united with the other operators. We know we are competent. Marcos and I are competent. Telefonica, Orange, you know, but we have to be united. We have to have an agreement. We have to work together. Otherwise, we have nothing to compete for. So we need to boost the service. Sometimes when I speak with other operators, they told me we cannot do simple RCS because we don't have an agreement for prices. I have the vision, the other ones have another vision. Guys, you have to work together, otherwise you're not gonna make it. So first of all, I see here also BT and O2 working together, and this is the way. You have to share experience, you have to have common and united front. So taking from that, what we do is just to tell the brands, okay, I'm the operator and I'm going to upgrade your service from SMS into RCS. I'm going to do it because this is better, this is my product, and this is totally transparent for you. So our platform is ready to transform these messages. So they will continue sending SMS to us, and we will transform it via API for my Alaris platform here, which is fantastic. So we're going to transform it. Just I will send RCS when it's capable, or SMS when it's not. So we are communicating them. Just need to register your brand, and your traffic is gonna be upgraded. And they say, they listen, upgrade, verified message, and all that, same price, which is so important. And all of them say, yes, when I can start. So I think that's the way.
Fantastic. So you're, I mean, that's I'm assuming that would be a significant number of brands, like quite a big hit straight away.
Yeah.
And are you finding there's any pushback? Do any of the brands turn around and say, no, we don't, you know, we don't want it? Have you found that, or?
No, I'm gonna do it. So.
It's not come up.
I mean, actually, from the experience we've seen, brands say, well, can I have more of this? Can I get bigger reach?
Yep.
You know, we want to do this. We'd like this to become normal, or the norm, should I say. And we're working very, very hard as Google to make sure we've got as much reach as possible so that you can reach as many of those customers as you can. And then, as Marty was saying, have that fallback to SMS if necessary.
Yeah, we communicate this in an event that we made with Google. They help us a lot. And we told the brands, and everyone says yes. And in case you don't want it, it would be like an opt-out service.
Okay.
If you don't want it, please tell me now. If you are agree, or if you said nothing, I will upgrade your service. So.
Well, that's really interesting. Just briefly, has anyone else on the panel taken a similar approach of just rolling out to all brands, or considering that?
Yeah, I think at BT we are considering doing this. It's really good to do the knowledge share with Orange and find out that the results are surrounding this. And on the smart side of the business, which is our function where we sell directly within BT, we will be exploring, looking at all of the brands that we have and upgrading them to branded message, because we just think it's a better experience. And we've got a very, very big focus on spam and fraud prevention. And obviously SMS has the problems that we're all aware of, and we can mitigate a lot of those issues by moving these brands to branded message. And the brands are responding really well to that message because they're very aware of their reputation is paramount for keeping customers on board and loyalty. So we think it's going to be a very big part of the messaging story for 2023 in BT.
I think it's really interesting because I mean, as someone who helps brands improve their messaging, I'm just hearing giant lead list here. That's
what Kathleen says is so important. You have to present it as anti-fraud.
Yeah.
So this is key.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant.
Just to add to that, from a user experience perspective, you wouldn't go into a shop these days and buy an analog TV. You'd go into a shop and you'd buy a HD digital capable television, which has all of the bells and whistles that go with it. From a basic perspective, your picture and sound quality is a lot better, and that is the normal thing now. And so if you think about it from a messaging perspective, when you send a message, you get branding, you get verification, you get read and delivery seats, all just standard table stakes which just should be there. And so we don't find brands kind of pushing back saying, oh, I don't want it. There's a slight, sometimes hesitation of what is this? So there's maybe some more education to take place, but generally that's a very good way of looking at it. And of course you go into sort of full interactive TV, which is your equivalent to a full RBM message with all of the feature set that we've got that goes with that.
Yeah, well, brilliant stuff. I think, I mean, let's bring it up to a global stage. And Marcos, if you could kind of give us a bit of a view, what is it you guys are seeing? I'm really interested as well in LATAM, I think, if you've got...
Sure. At the Telefonica group level, we have RCS activated in our 5 main geographies, Spain, Germany, UK, Mexico, and Brazil, and we are working with the rest of our Hispan MNOs in order to activate the service before the end of this year, okay? What we are seeing, as Maite said, we are working in a very good harmony with the rest of our MNOs in implement new models, charging models like basic RCS, in order to try to improve the penetration of the technology. But at the same time, we are seeing, as Catherine said, that we need to combine this kind of improvements with the fraud prevention. Let me highlight one of our experience in Brazil. We launched a very big campaign for a Brazilian company, for a fintech company, and we got a very good result in terms of conversion, 2 times more than the SMS. They were using not only SMS, but also WhatsApp. But when we planned the business case with this company, okay, we could advance in RCS, they told us, no, but we have a problem. You are offering me the same price of SMS, but we are not sending SMS at this price. Why? Because aggregators have great routes in this region. So it's very important to have a successful strategy in terms of basic RCS to block first your great routes and then to put the RCS at the same price of SMS. This is one thing. And the other thing that we are saying is very important for us is to implement a good fallback strategies. For example, here in Spain, we're implementing only SMS fallback. But for example, in Brazil, again, we are using MMS. And in some cases, we are combining RCS with WhatsApp. And this is a very good, we are getting a very good results in terms of feedback from the customers. Why? Because RCS is better than WhatsApp in terms of capabilities, offer more user experience. So if you can implement capability check before send this campaign, you can select, okay, this user is a RCS user, so you can impact using this technology. And if this user is not using RCS, you can perform a fallback to MMS or SMS or WhatsApp included. So this is more or less what we are seeing at global level.
Fantastic. And with those brands that are having fallback, are you still seeing, what sort of percentage go through as RCS? Are you seeing big results, really? Are you seeing lots of people using RCS in the parts of the world where you've got these campaigns running? Or are you seeing more of the messages go to fallback?
Depending on the region. No? For example, in Brazil, we have, only in our operator, in Telefónica Brazil, in Vivo Brazil, we are talking about 70 million of mobile users, no? And the penetration of Android is close to 80%. So in this case, we have a very good result in RCS, and we can combine. But in other regions, like, I don't know, Spain, for example, we are close to the 50% maybe of the penetration of this technology, and the companies prefer to use SMS, no fallbacks. No.
Got you. Okay, so that fallback mechanism is really critical still to make sure that we're still maximizing the reach, even if we can't give.
And depending on the type of the campaign, no. Some campaigns now, today, for example, the OTP campaigns are different for the promotion, notification, in terms of what channel is the best, no, to send the campaigns. But in any case, we need to be sure that we are fighting with these competitors, because we are seeing that the WhatsApp and other OTTs are progressing very well in some markets, especially in Latin and Hispanic markets.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, that actually leads us on to, and Catherine, if it's okay, I'd like to give you quite a difficult question, if that's all right. Sorry. So in the UK, it's fair to say we've quite a high, well, it's just an even split between iPhone and Android. How are you finding that affects the way you speak to brands, brands for selling RCS? Does it have an impact, or?
And I think it would be remiss of me to say that it doesn't, and obviously, especially it comes up in new conversations, but as Marcos said, I think having a really effective fallback solution that covers that is the most important thing. We have obviously got SMS fallback, but we have been working with some of our partners to look at implementing APIs that do things like WhatsApp as a fallback, because as you said at the very beginning of the conversation, we do have the best feature set, and we want to use RBM first, and I think that'll be the strategy, but we also want to meet customers where they are. So if they are on an Apple device, we're working with our partners to look at solutions for both Apple Business Chat and WhatsApp so that they get that richer experience if they don't have RBM, and just use RBM first. But we are seeing quite high penetration on campaigns in terms of RBM. When we think about before the pandemic in 2019, I think in the UK it was about 10% penetration, and now it's coming up to 35%. So there's a massive leap in the amount of RCS addressable devices in the UK. Even on the consumer side, we have been using RCS and to push sort of Android upgrade products. And we did quite a lot of campaigns over Christmas, and the results on RCS compared to MMS and SMS just completely outperformed it on at every turn. And I think on one of the campaigns, which was for a Samsung watch, those that clicked on the first carousel of a conversation accounted for 81% of the sales for the watches, and I think it was about 62% penetration of the campaign. So again, it serves to highlight that we need to be focusing on the feature set of RCS and using branded message as sort of a gateway to show brands what they can do with this, and then build out more sophisticated campaigns with them. But I mean, just to sum up in the question, there is obviously an issue with the reach in the UK, and we're not as blessed as Spain in Android penetration, but we are finding ways around it, and we find that brands are responding to it. And I think this auto upgrade of a lot of the messages will go a long way to familiarizing consumers with the channel.
And is it fair to say as well, the results that you're seeing, even with a 35% penetration rate, actually the return on investment for the brand is higher, arguably, or?
Yeah, it seems to, well, I mean, I need to sort of really go into the EE campaigns, but they're commercial people. The reason they keep using this technology is that they're getting a return of investment on it. And I think that'll be key this year, is getting these case studies out from the likes of Asda and Superdrug, and maybe internal campaigns in our MNOs to show the power of these campaigns and what they're actually driving for brands. So I think that's something we've talked about producing in the UK, and we'll look at once we see some of the brands come to market and the results come back.
Brilliant stuff. I think
I'd just say, Mike, the return on investment's the key thing there. Because if you're spending £1 or €1 on the RCS channel, and you're spending €1 on email or SMS, if your pound spent in the RCS channel is giving you a better return on investment, you'll still keep doing that. So if you've got 35% reach, as we have in the UK, 35% of your traffic, therefore, can give you a much better return on investment than the remainder. So we've seen marketing directors, sales directors, those senior folks in big brands. I remember the AA a couple of years or last year talking to us about this. We'll still keep using this channel, because where we do use the channel, we get a great return on investment. And please, can we grow the channel and make it bigger, is what we hear all the time.
Brilliant. Well, we are right near the end of our panel. I've got one last question, which I'm interested for you all, and I have a personal interest in the P2A driving of messaging. What are you seeing? Is it still, I mean, obviously we're talking about branded messages, verified messages here, the sort of the easier end of the spectrum. Are you seeing brands doing more around A2P? Are they driving the campaigns themselves? Are we seeing consumers start to message in yet? So some of the kind of on-store examples or customer service. Are you seeing that at all, or are we still very much driving the A2P campaign side of things? I'll open that to Catherine first.
Yeah, well, it's very much on, not even the roadmap it's going to happen. We need to we need to be able to provide P2A. It's becoming more and ubiquitous in terms of how customers communicate with brands, and it is a piece that we're missing in the fight to retain this this traffic as MNOs. You know, we don't want to just move all of this traffic over to WhatsApp if we can't provide P2A. In the UK, we have launched the chatbot directory with our partner Direct. BT are going to be launching that in the coming weeks, and that will be a function for P2A. But we want to go further than that, and it's something that we are exploring with Google to ensure. But I think it would be completely remiss of us to ignore that part of the channel, because you can see that as generations change and customer habits change, this is something we need to provide to keep this channel relevant.
Anyone got any advance on that? If not, we'll do our sort of closing comments, because I am conscious we're at time now. So, well, let's go to closing comments. So, what's your prediction? If we're going to be sat here in a year's time, each of you just one short line. What do you think is going to happen this year? What do you think we'll be talking about next year?
I believe that we will see how the brands will adopt RCS, especially the part of the basic RCS, because this technology will allow them in order to have more security and allows to the MNOs protect our revenue. So next year we will see how the brands migrate their SMS traffic to RCS.
Yeah, I'll just repeat what Mark was saying, exactly that. I think we're going to see more of the channel partners, especially having the capability in place to do this, as we term it, auto-upgrade. It's going to be really, really important. And I also think we're going to see some really, really great, rich RBM use cases, which really showcase exactly what's possible there. We've had some great ones over the last year or two. I know you're going to see some in a minute, but we're going to see some really good stuff coming through 2023.
Claudine?
I don't really feel I've got much to add to what Marcus and Tim said. Yeah, definitely the branded message is going to help drive things. The message for us is going to be around security and supporting the partners that connect into us to deliver those services to the brands.
Great stuff, thank you. Mighty.
I think this is the year. RCS is going to explode. Next year, there's going to be a queue of people there trying to show the hero cases, because this is going to be amazing, guys. Yeah.
I like that. That sounds like a great...
And quickly, I think that a lot of the ecosystem that may have ignored RBM will wake up to its potential to keep this revenue within the messaging ecosystem, rather than move into other players coming into the system, and ensure that we keep as a relevant player within messaging and consumer comms.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Do we? Oh, in that case, if there are any questions... I can't really see any of you from here too well.
I can see. There's no one.
There's no hands up, is there? Anyone? There we go. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. Right, while we do a quick change around on the seats here, we've got a few presentations next. So we've been hearing about how good RBM is and about how the strategy of perhaps taking a slightly more basic approach to allow brands to adopt the technology so that we can then take them further. Today, we've got a couple of presentations. We'll call everyone up in a moment. I just need to move a few chairs around. You have to excuse me doing this. I think we were...
How do you want this arrangement?
Well, we were saying I think we'd have everyone up on... I think, seeing as where we are, I'll just call you up one at a time if that's okay. I think that probably works just as well. Let's do that. We'll take the chairs off. I'll call people up as we're doing the presentation. Oh, they can stay there. I'll take them off. It's okay. We have. Not to worry. Okay. Right. Let's start with the first presentation. Kirsten. Would you like to come up here? We've got a presentation from Out There Media, and I would like you to, if that's okay, introduce yourself, and then
Thank you so much, Matt.
Hand it straight over to you. And we move some of these chairs out of your way.
I want to start with that Maite quote. This is the year of RCS. This is the year of rich messaging. Indeed, ever since we last spoke, which was in December in London at the RCS World, we've been running more stuff and more stuff and more stuff, and the growth rate of big brands coming and wanting RCS across the globe has increased significantly over the last 2 months. That's what I'm going to show you today. Real quick, who we are. We are the leader in telco-centric digital advertising with our technology Mobux that is sitting with telcos, with the leading telcos in the world, and bringing brands and agencies and hero use cases to the ecosystem. We are now very much focused on rich messaging and creating connections that matter. We work with all the big agencies in the world and the brands. We're agency agnostic, and we are a firm believer that, and Nick is gonna probably tell me in the break that I shouldn't have said it, but I will say it again. We are a firm believer that 15% of the digital advertising spend will move over to RCS, to rich messaging, by 2028. Digital advertising spend is 350 billion. 15% of that is roughly 70 billion. That is the pie that we are looking at a global scale. Okay, so let's dive right in. Rich messaging is significantly more effective and sticky than any other channel. And this is proven by all the campaigns we've been running so far for the biggest brands in the world. And I'll show the recent ones to you. This slot is also called the new RCS cases. So what happened in the last 2 months? Before we do so, I'd like to draw your attention to a new metric in the industry, in the advertising industry. It's called attention value. It is really how many seconds we spend with an ad. It is the time that you spend with an ad that matters. Time is money. Click-through rates, response rates, all very important. But what really matters is how long do I spend with an ad. And with RCS, the average attention-based value is 26 seconds. This is what came out over the last months. Now let's have a little bit of comparison. A banner, with people spend 0.1 seconds with a banner. Facebook 1.6 seconds, TV 13.8, YouTube 4.9, and rich messaging RCS 26 seconds. If you put that in front of a big brand, that is when they start saying, like, hold on a minute, what is this rich messaging? Let's get this. That's, for example, what happened here with Budweiser. Budweiser was one of the sponsors of the FIFA World Cup, and Budweiser came to us in the very last few weeks of the year. Tim and the team of Google know that very, very well, that we wanted to get a sponsor, a FIFA sponsor, onto the mix here. And Budweiser said, I want to be the one that reminds people around the semifinal, the quarterfinals, the semifinals. I want to be the one that helps people put a reminder in their calendar when to watch a match, also to download wallpapers for their favorite, for the teams that they are supporting. And so you would receive this message: the world is yours to take. Welcome to the world of Budweiser, where the world is yours to take. Are you older than 18? That's really important for alcohol brands. It always starts with that question. Yes. Get closer to all the action from the FIFA World Cup with an exclusive experience brought to you by Budweiser. This is the video that would start automatically. I don't know why there is no sound. Is there any way we can get sound of the video here? Ah, perfect. And when Budweiser saw that, they said, oh wow, that's actually having an interactive TV in the palm of your hand. Choose an option below and taste greatness with Budweiser. Our carousel here, where people could get a custom flag, they could set the reminder for the games, or get more updates from Budweiser. So let's have a look at the overall results. Read rate of almost 50%, thereafter response rates 27%. Look at this, 37 seconds. So 26 was the average of RCS. Again, 0.1 seconds is the time we spend with a banner, 37 seconds here. And then those bot completion rates here of 33%, 34%, and then 6% of people set the reminder. This is an example of a very, very rich user journey, a hero use case. And Budweiser has already briefed us for the entire year. They've already set aside significant budgets for 2023. Maite, again, this is the year. So, incredible campaign, an incredibly happy client. Next, Netflix. I think last time we spoke about it in London, I said, oh, we might have a Netflix campaign. So it came in. Approximately, I'm not exactly allowed to say the exact numbers, but a significant budget. And the campaign was targeted at new users, new Netflix subscribers, people that they wanted to bring on, but also people who have already unsubscribed, so they wanted to win back, and then existing subscribers. So it was, in essence, 3 campaigns. Unlimited movies, TV shows, and so on, new releases, then a video starts again, there's always something for you. And this is the example of, are you a Netflix subscriber? Yes, so you would receive different visuals than if you are a new one or somebody who has unsubscribed. The objectives of the campaign, thank you so much, Daphne. The campaign objectives here were, as I said, flow for existing, flow for new and unsubscribed, and the target group, 18 to 45-year-old Nigerians. I have all the 3 campaigns with me, but I think in the essence of time, since we're showing 5 cases, we will just click through that. Maybe the video again, sorry, the sound again. This is a very famous series here in Nigeria. And engagement rates of 51%, average, as we saw before, 36 seconds, and incredible results. Anybody in digital can only dream of those results. Netflix as well has earmarked a significant portion of their digital budgets for rich messaging. Okay, then last summer, Dublin, I showed the first Unilever cases, Pepsodent, Knorr, Dove. Some of you might remember. Unilever has also become a loyal client. This is the second close-up. Close-up is a toothpaste. And the objective was to promote awareness for oral care, promote the new packaging format in a target group 18 to 45-year-olds, medium and high income level. So, same logic, get a free, this is promotional actually. Then a carousel starts, video plays, and we're sending people to e-commerce. Unilever is making 20% of their revenues by now globally via e-commerce. Jumia is the local version of Amazon. So Unilever also by now a loyal customer. It's not even a year ago that we ran all of those campaigns. And I want to thank the MEF for the frequency of those events, that we really stay in, a close group. People follow each other. There's a rapport. I can refer to what we said in Dublin, what we said in London, and everything we said, we actually did, and more. Then we went to Mexico late last year. Oh my God, Telcel with Buffalo Wild Wings, which is the biggest sports bar chain in Mexico. Se te antojo, son mis favoritas, and so on and so forth. Here we're basically promoting something that they call tajin, and asking people whether they prefer crispy tenders or boneless, and so on and so forth, in local language. Also the first of its kind for a restaurant chain like that one. And Buffalo Wild Wings is very big in the US as well. So now we're gonna go and do the same in the US with Verizon, hopefully. You will hear more on the next conference. And then Burger King as well in Mexico, Stacker Salvaje. Here basically asking people how many layers of meat they can put on top of each other. So to promote that burger of theirs. Target groups females and males 18 to 45-year-olds in one state which is called Chihuahua. They wanted to test it in Chihuahua, and the test was extremely successful, so now we're taking that nationwide into Mexico and also into the US. So all in all, a very, very busy last 2 months. Again, we believe that's exactly what's going to happen, Maite. We are more bullish than ever, extremely motivated, and thank you very much.
Fantastic. Did you say the last couple of months?
That's only the last 2 months. That's since we last spoke in London. All of that was December and January.
Wow.
All of that.
Wow. Fantastic. Well done. Well done.
Mike, thank you.
Awesome. Well,
No.
God, way to set a bar. Who's next? Indipal. I think Indipal from .go, if you'd like to come up and take us through what you guys have been doing with RCS. So I'll pass the stage to you. The flicker is, let me find you the clicker. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. There we go.
Okay. Is it better? Yes. Yeah. So we provide RCS platforms for delivery of RCS around the globe. We work with content providers, aggregators, help them deliver phenomenal experiences like you saw from Out There Media. Today I'm going to talk about a very interesting RCS-based agent or an application that we are building called the Football Club. Sports, and especially football, attracts billions around the world. You saw that also in the example from Budweiser, all experiences built around FIFA. .go and Google got together and said, let us showcase how RCS can really engage consumers over RCS, over football, over the people's passion for football. What all does RCS provide as capabilities, as engagement, as enrichment, as interactivity that can really get people involved in the experiences in experiencing football. So in this whole agent that we built, the Football Club, we are trying to showcase several innovative elements of RCS. In fact, building new kind of experiences that have never been done before, new capabilities of RCS that have never been done before. This Football Club allows people to track matches in real time across the globe. 105 leagues, 47 countries you can track matches. And this whole project of a Football Club was started by Orange a few years ago, and we have taken that forward and built it further. Let's kind of see a very quick demo here. So you start with a carousel that lets you select a team and a club that you want to watch. So say you want to select Premier League here, or in the case Champions League. Then you can look at its standing table, its fixtures, and you look at very interesting. It pulls out tables in real time and showcases them. These are all dynamically generated content and dynamically generated tables that are pulled together. You can watch specific games, and you can set alerts for any game that you are interested in, so you get in real time updates of what's happening in that game. So here maybe we select an alert for the Paris Saint-Germain. So once the alerts are set, then you will get notifications as the game progresses. Another very, very interesting element is the replay. where you can actually, for any game that's happened in the past, you can see every single, you can replay the entire game. And here are how it shows, for example. Okay, I'm going to kind of skip kind of in the interest of time. So what are some of the new innovative things that's been built up? There's a very interactive user interface with a conversational experience. You actually can see the lineups dynamically generated for any game that you are interested in. You can track any fixture. The tables that are shown, the images that are shown are generated dynamically. They change minute to minute because there are new standings coming out, new results coming out, and all of those are incorporated as we generate these tables. You can play, so it's a very chatty app. Once users start engaging with it, they get alerts on every goal scored, every red card given, yellow card given, player replacement, start of game, halftime, and it really engages the people as if you're watching them on TV, but within RCS. You can replay an entire game. So maybe you missed a game, maybe a game happened a week ago or a day ago or an hour ago, and you want to watch all these significant events in that game. It plays out minute by minute what happened in that game. Okay. So these are some of the innovations we have done. Another very interesting thing we kind of worked on with Google was how to enable QR codes and P2A services. So it's possible in this service we're kind of experimenting with that you can click on a Chat Now button and start chatting with this football agent as a P2A experience. And you can try it over yourself. You can go to the bot store at .go.com. That's one of the services we provide. Search for football club, and there'll be a button there called Chat Now. And you can click on the Chat Now button and start chatting with the football agent. Or you can download, or you can interact with the bot store agent on your Messages app. And in the bot store agent, you can say hi. It will show you a football club if it is launched in your operator, and you can interact with it. And this is available, service is available across 23 countries today. So this is a new service we are putting together. Our objective is to partner with football clubs, sponsors, leagues, or telecom operators who actually want to create immersive experiences for football for their customers. And while we've showcased several interesting features, a lot more is possible. Videos are possible, merchandise. In fact, we have a similar experience being built over cricket, because another major development is that RCS has finally reopened in India, and we're taking this and putting this for cricket for India as well, which will include some gamification and points and winning points based upon games you are following. Thank you.
Thank you, Indipal. Right, that one's good. Thank you. Right, so we're seeing, well, that's a number of use cases across multiple industries, including sports experiences. I think, again, it shows the versatility of the channel and the feature set that we've got there. Let's move on then. So, Romy Rave from, I was going to say IMI Mobile, but it's WebEx Cisco. So please come on up and take us through what your company is doing with RCS.
Thanks, Michael.
I'll switch it on.
So thank you, everybody. And I think just a quick introduction on who we are and what we do. So we're Cisco WebEx. Formerly, we were IMI Mobile. We got acquired by Cisco over a year ago. We've been in the CPaaS space for quite some time, launched a lot of the RCS campaigns that we've talked about in MEF and some of the previous events. Today I want to talk about 3 specific use cases. First one is the Southwark Council in the UK. It was an extremely uninteresting use case to start because it was focused around debt collection. And when you talk about debt collection, not a lot of people get interested. So we launched with them, and they actually won an award with Juniper for the RCS campaign that they launched. And it was very simple. This was their original message they got. And you had to go through a web form to complete your registration and verify who you are. And then it takes you to the web page to complete the process. So we did an upgrade to RCS with them. And we moved it to basic form saying, this is a message from your counsel. You're due to make a payment. And presented them with a very simple carousel to start interacting with the constituents in that area to say, there's a payment that's due, how would you like to proceed from here? The results are actually pretty interesting for that. 90% of the people felt that this was a better experience than SMS, and they felt more reassured to engage, and that is very big in terms of debt collection, because you actually want the people to engage with you. That's a very positive sign in the process. 60% increase in the people choosing to engage to support for help, whether they're delinquent on their payment, they couldn't do it, they needed a payment plan, whatever that method was. And they saw a 55% increase in the people choosing to make a payment. That translates to real money being collected and moved out of debt collection into actual revenue. So this was very positive. Since we've launched it in the UK, 7 other councils have decided to launch with us. So that's really gaining a lot of traction in terms of public sector, in terms of debt collection. So we're going to see more of these come along in the UK. And I'm going to go fast because I know we have more.
We're okay. We're actually okay for time today.
Next on is Walgreens. We all heard about them launch in the US, and they've been one of the very first early adopters of RCS. Walgreens for us was, I'd say, a little bit scary at the beginning. They had a very successful SMS program. And for all the aggregators and CPaaS companies here, touching a very highly successful SMS program is always dangerous because you don't know what you're going to break. So we decided to say, okay, Walgreens RCS is up and coming. We think there's a huge potential, and we would like to launch and try this out. So we took their very unattractive message on the right hand or on the left hand side and say, this is what it's going to look like in RCS. And the experience just to opt in, and this is just requesting your refill and asking them for opt-in. And opt-in, by the way, this is a request from the customer at the pharmacy saying, would you like to opt in to receive updates about that? So the customer is actually asking for this. We put them all in one video so it's easier to see, so you can get your opt-in, then you get a reminder saying your prescription is ready for pickup. And then you'd also get, say, well, you're due for another prescription. Would you like to refill it now? And Walgreens has, and all pharmacies have a huge issue with pickup abandonment. So yeah, customers say, I have a refill, they forget about it. Now they're getting notifications saying it's ready for pickup. And then we would link it to the local pharmacy in case they had any questions, so they dial in straight into the pharmacy. And then, of course, there's a delay. They're letting you know, now it's ready again for pickup. The results are actually pretty interesting. So, Nick, thank you for setting the stage. Not 100% of SMSs are being read. So now with RCS, we actually have 76% read rate, which indicates that not 100% of the messages were being read. The opt-in conversion, just switching from SMS to RCS, added an additional 3%, which is huge in terms of volumes that we're talking about with Walgreens. We've recently launched this with Verizon in the US as well, along with Google for the rest of the subscribers in the US, and the numbers are still holding. We're seeing continuing engagement. What was more interesting was the refill conversion rate. So that went from 28% to 38%, so almost a 10% increase. And that's real revenue for prescription refills. Last one is Smarty. So Smarty, I think, is a prepaid provider in the UK. And they decided to use RCS to raise their reviews and their trust score. So they've launched an RCS campaign and saying, would you like to rate us? What's your rating? Would you like to give us a review for their Trustpilot review? And they now have a 5-star rating. RCS contributed to, they saw 70% of the reviews are now 5-star ratings. And they've launched it on RCS saying they proactively sent it out saying, would you like to rate us and give us your rating? So users started engaging, and they've launched that from email. They've sent a proactive message to the consumers asking them to engage and review their service. So that was, those were the use cases that we had today.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Thank you, Romy. Awesome. Well, I think it's great also, you know, another use case there, something that, I mean, debt collection, like I say, it doesn't necessarily sound like the most appealing use case, but the reality is it makes a massive difference for the individuals that receive that. Rather than having to talk to someone on the phone about something that might be quite difficult, you know, they're able to deal with it subtly through text messaging. It makes a real difference to the end consumer on this stuff. So next up, Wojciech, Cinch, product manager. Talk us through what you guys are doing with RCS.
Hi.
Welcome to the stage.
I don't know how close this one. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. It's an honor to speak here, have a short presentation, especially after or before. Great speakers and presenters. I start with, is it an undead zombie or maybe it's a golden opportunity? And this idea came to us with, we've been discussing before the event with Stuart, who is RCS amazing product manager, and he brought this thought of Dean that, okay, it's undead zombie that's waiting for the final touch. And I don't know if you all agree, but we had a lot of use cases maybe proving not. I'm not really sure. We see that in like SMS, CPaaS dominated market, RCS is what, only 0.2% of traffic. It's a lot, like $40 million. Yet, as CPaaS providers, we are all prepared for RCS. We have tools, solutions in place. We widely waiting and are prepared to for the growth. I don't know if we have the right solutions and products in place because the consumers, they're not really experience RCS. Only 4% receive RCS campaigns, and 3% of businesses are reaching their target audiences through RCS channel. But we see it as an opportunity. We think early adopters, and we see it from previous use cases, will have significant results being the first one, and they will do it with great or lower the cost that will come. But are we the last of us or in this place? Is it going to happen or not? You know, we know that SMS is more or less like a Zeppelin among the 5th generation fighter jets. And this is how we perceive conversational messaging. We see this big transformation from one-way, simple, transactional, huge volume into more conversational, super engaging, rich conversational channels. And we believe that RCS, I'm missing a lot of nice graphics, by the way. We believe it seems that RCS, together with WhatsApp, will drive this adoption, will drive the change, and will be the major channels that will bring the new opportunities. Yeah, because RCS definitely has all the capabilities that consumers and businesses need. And we've been seeing this in the previous presentations. And most important, it's all messed up. And most important, it has global reach. So we have over 80 countries around the globe. And what's most important, that these countries are especially interested for the marketers. This is where they want to target the audience, and this is where business is. And recently, Google data was 800. It's going to be 1 billion. It's almost 1 billion users in the key markets that are that are reachable. And of course, it's not 2.7 of WhatsApp users, but it's not about absolute numbers. It's about the specific target audience that brands, marketers can reach with all the RCS capabilities. And then, of course, the engagement rates, all the all the KPIs that we are following are really much better with comparing to SMS and even to other channels. What was really important, you can achieve 9% growth in your revenues using the RCS or your campaign tool, in the marketing tool, and imagine to sell more, 9% of your products. So it's huge. And this is what we do at Cinch. We try to deliver these results for our customers. This is the single KPI to make their business results better and higher, and RCS is definitely one of the channels. And we're doing this by providing great technology, easy to use, useful solutions. Well, it's a super pleasure to work with all these brands, and we're privileged to help them and get their trust. And one of those is Pronton, that's the use case. We did the Black Friday case, when they actually, with simple A/B testing between Rich Card and RCS, they achieved 6% more sales during the Black Friday with this campaign. And the same with Picard, which is one of the loving brands in France, with huge increase in engagement rates. And I'm not mentioning experience that you have for your end users. So we are here to, at Cinch, we are ready to help to get started, which is not easy, with easy-to-use platform, which is Cinch Engage. You can design your campaign, you can execute your campaign, you can monitor that, you can plug and play with our APIs. But most important, what we do, we help our customers to monetize, to find new revenue streams, to grow their business, and RCS is one of those. So thank you very much. It's not Stuart, it's not here, but it was a real pleasure. Yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you, Wojciech. Awesome. Well, and also apologies for your slide deck there. I know there was a lot more information than we saw. So again, for anyone, if you wanted to see those slides, we will make them available.
Yes, I can share. They're so beautiful with all the nice colors and things, not black.
No, but hey, very good again. Thank you very much, and well done making do with the lack of slides there. So finally, then, so Sylvia Renusa, where are you? Over there from Infobip. Do you want to take us through what Infobip are doing? We've seen a couple of yours already today. So here we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here in Barcelona again. It has been way too long. So let me just start the slides. Should I start the slide deck or?
Yes. Well, if you hit the next, I'm assuming it should just start.
Oh,
there we go.
Good. Okay. So yeah, I have been with Infobip for over 6 years now. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. But ever since I started, I worked on rich messaging. So definitely, we are super proud to be an omni-channel platform with a truly global reach. So I'm gonna just share a few words about Infobip for those in the audience who don't know us yet. So we are an omni-channel communication platform, and yeah, like I said, super proud of the fact that we have over 700 of direct carrier connections, which kind of enables us to have direct presence in over 200 countries. And also our omni-channel portfolio is going super strong. So RCS, WhatsApp, Viber, I can go on, but we are pressed with time, so I'm going to leave it with that. But yeah, omni-channel platform definitely powering all of our solutions for customer engagement, contact center in a cloud, bot building platform, and also customer data platform, kind of leaning on the sides of the whole thing and enabling our brands to really utilize all that data that they have about their customers. Because we all know, and you have seen with the campaigns shown before, that rich, conversational, interactive, personalized campaign perform better. So I did prepare a few for you. And I focus mostly on Europe just because, yeah, it's a European-based conference. So I will show you some cases from the UK, from Germany, and from France. I'm here stating the obvious, but yeah, I'll do it anyway. We learned that consumers want to engage and want to be engaged with the brands on their channel of choice, which is mobile. We all look at our phones every day. We cannot live without them anymore. And brands are responding. So RBM really fits well in this rich interactive picture, offering richer communication options. And I will be really concise now on how we work with the brands and what are the different strategies that we implement to help them use this great new channel. You have seen this one before, and I'm really happy to show it again, because it shows that it is working. So I'm starting with something more simpler, which is known under different names. Some of us call it branded messaging, some of us call it basic message, some of us call it SMS upgrade, but whatever it is, it's basically enabling the brands to dip their toes into the RBM pool and take advantage of some of the basic functionalities that RCS has to offer. And that's primarily having the verified branded experience. As you can see here on the screen, you have the check mark, you have the logo, you have the name, and deliver and read reports with URL preview. That is a really cool feature, are also available for the brands without any, let's say, extra effort. So the way we do it is we enable the brand sending SMS through their existing endpoints like SMPP, the portal, the API, whatever, to upgrade their existing SMS campaigns with really zero effort, because they don't have to change anything on their site. No integration changes are necessary. We do the heavy lifting. We do the heavy lifting on our platform. So the way it works, they keep on sending their SMS. If the device is capable, we will upgrade with all the bells and whistles of RCS. If not, an SMS message will be sent, so yeah, business as usual. So it's a really nice and cool way, and I do expect a lot of these campaigns to happen in the future. So I don't have the exact numbers yet to share. So this is a bit of a teaser because this is fresh out of the oven. So we just launched it. So we are currently working with Asda, a big online retail store in the UK, to produce the usual case studies. So I will have some news to share with you, hopefully, by the time we meet in Miami. And building on top of that, like starting small, starting with an upgrade, but also kind of setting the scene for more conversational, more complex use cases, which is definitely the second group I will show you 2 use cases from. So this is something that is called conversational marketing, and I really like the term, because it goes to show how you can use RCS to increase something that is super important to the marketers, which is conversion rates. This was done in France by Covéa insurance department. And for them, it was super important to increase these conversions. These campaigns that you see here on the screen, my French is a bit rusty, but basically it was a way for Covéa to engage with their customers, and by asking them a set of questions to really narrow down what are the products and services that they would like to use. So they were sitting on a ton of data. So our customer data platform was helping them to segment the audience. So that worked quite well. And they wanted to increase the conversion rates because traditionally they send this type of campaigns over email and SMS. And the conversion rate there, I mean, it was less than 1%. So that was their main priority. And after launching a campaign using an RCS channel, that went up to 11%. Part of the reason for that, I really believe, is that by using RCS, they were able to keep the user inside of the messaging experience. Because before, when you did an SMS or an email campaign, you were redirected to the web page, and then you had to kind of cross to a different channel and asked to be engaged with Covéa Group subsequently. So it was kind of a broken experience, so RCS, as you can see here, really helped with that. And last but not least, one of my favorite ones that we did with Telekom Deutschland and their Spotify Premium campaign launch. So they wanted to kind of even though Spotify is such a well-known service in Europe, especially in Germany, they wanted to increase the awareness of that service among the users and invite them to subscribe to their premium Spotify service. So for them, they wanted to do two things other than promote the service, of course. They, since it is a carrier channel, they also wanted to use one of their big brands, Spotify, to kind of raise the awareness of what RCS can do and increase adoption of the channel. That's why I put the little champagne glasses to illustrate Thomas' words, you know, drink our own champagne. And that campaign also performed super, super well when we compare it to previous one that they had on SMS, 2 times better. So definitely something to drink champagne about. And I'm hoping to see more of those coming from the carrier worlds as well, as I see and hear a lot of those are already happening. So definitely that makes our job in promoting the channel among our brands a lot easier. So that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Sylvia. And great to see the use cases from, actually, I think we're finished with that for now, thank you. Right, well, we've come to the end of the presentations, and I'm interested if anyone in the audience has any questions for anyone, and we can call people back up if you've got any questions. I suppose the big question for me would be, do you agree with what you've seen this morning? Is there anyone in the audience that feels that maybe we're wrong or actually feels that we should be taking a slightly different tack? So maybe rather than giving you an open stage, let's see if anyone...
Nick?
Nick, yes. Go on, Nick. No? Okay. Well, I mean, if there are no questions, if anyone has anything that they would like to, perhaps some details or some of the stats that you've seen today, you'd like to dig into a bit more, please do either reach out to us at MEF or obviously any of our fantastic presentations and the organisations that have been represented here today. But otherwise, I think we're ready to break to lunch. One last thing before we do that, we have got some closed-door sessions this afternoon, so I have been asked to make sure if anyone would like to talk through the details, and if you're a MEF member, and would like to talk through how we're going to roll out the branded message, the basic or verified message. Perhaps one of the first questions is, what should we call it? But certainly feel free to join us for that session. It's at 1:30 this afternoon, and they are one of our RCS working groups that we have at the MEF to dig into that in detail and actually see how do we roll this out as an industry together. So again, you've got to be a MEF member, but please do come and join us at 1:30 for that. Thank you.
joining us just after lunch, as I suspected. Have you all been caffeinated? If not, we have some at the back. Yeah, perfect. Well, thanks. We are opening now our very important sessions for us on managing the threat of fraud in the industry. Now, it's a real pleasure to invite 3 people, which we will do a little guess whether you know their name or not. But please come here, mystery guests, all of you. No, they're not mystery anymore. That's not the wrong one. Oh, no, you're mystery. Okay, come inside, come inside. Do you know this guy? Do you know this guy?
Come
Never
on.
seen before?
Hello.
Do you know this guy? Okay, oh, what's the name of this guy? Shout for the name of this guy, because I don't know him. Oh, you? Oh, I don't know
What's my
you.
name?
Oh,
Nilay, I can always rely on you. Thank you
well
very
done.
much.
Bonus points over
Bonus
there.
points for Filter It. Thank you.
And do you know this guy? He's got his name out. Do you know this guy? Oh, Jason, it did work. Well done. This is Jason Land from Cisco IMI. And do you know this is a new addition?
I'm new, yeah.
Well, that's Nicholas Rossman. Just joined about 2 weeks ago. Oh, yeah, somebody new.
Yes.
Well done.
There we go.
Already popular. Oh, my. Well, we gave you a cheat sheet and you couldn't shout. Oh, well, anyway, let's sit down now that you all know the people. But there are 3 or maybe 4 familiar faces for us to talk about one of the most important things that we have at MEF in the last few years. We've managed, as a community, MEF, the community, to launch a registry for sender ID in UK, and then in Spain, in Ireland, and Singapore as well, which managed to help fighting smishing. So it has been a successful experience, I'm sure a difficult experience at the moment, but one where we as a community can say there is something there working, something that can always be improved, I'm sure. Well, you can tell us about that as well. Few people, we'll start with one of the ones that actually came up with the idea and pushed for it. So I'd like to invite Jason. Here's a person. Yeah. Jason, tell us a bit more about let's start for the people out there that might have not heard about the MEF Sender ID Registry. What it is, why did it came to be?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. So MEF Sender ID Registry, we built it. It took some time for us to firstly understand the problem within the industry, and we managed to do that, getting the operators together, UK Finance, who are the body who look after, or trade body for the financial services in the UK, and NCSC have been very vocal in this process as well. That's the UK's cybercrime team that sit in central government, and in effect, we've come up with a solution that means we're self-governing the messaging industry when it comes to mainly alphanumeric sender IDs. I know alpha isn't used in some countries, but in the UK it's very widely adopted, utilized, and the majority of traffic in the UK traverses that alphanumeric sender ID. And so fraudsters were really looking at ways of injecting into the supply chain fraudulent messages to make themselves look like big organizations like banks, delivery companies, those kind of things. And so with MEF and all the work that we did over, I'm trying to think, nearly 4 or 5 years ago now. I think we're in our 5th year now of being live. It's been great to see the impact that had, especially over COVID when people worked from home and the number of messages was going up. That was brilliant impact. All the feedback from the merchants involved has been just astounding, hasn't it, you know?
Astounding. As a matter of fact, let me ask from another side of what we do, which is the code of conduct. So what's the difference between all that? Because another big success and another big, the expansions, how many people have been signing that. But what's the difference? People might ask, what is a registry versus a code of conduct? Are the two linked or not?
One could argue that they are kind of linked to a degree. So simple language, you have 2 main types of contributor to the SMS Sender ID Registry program in the UK, Ireland, and Spain. You have what we call the merchants, and you have the aggregators. So the merchants are brands. So if you go to the MEF website, you can do that on your phones right now, whether you're in the room or your computers or listening online. You go to the members section, and you have a look at the members, you will see some brands you very well recognize. You will see some banks. You'll actually see the Royal Mail, the postal service in the UK, and you will see Admiral Insurance, a very, very well-known personal home, car insurance, etc. company in the UK, brands such as that. But there are other merchants, contributors as well. So you've got those. You then have the aggregators, and those are the two parts of the registry, and MEF sits as the neutral party in between. This is what MEF is. MEF is a neutral platform for all of you in the industry, and this is what we're offering with the Sender ID registry. Now, within MEF, a very, very important product line is messaging. It's enterprise communications. And in a similar time frame as the registry was set up, there was something called the Trust in Enterprise Messaging program. And a cornerstone is what's called the Business SMS Code of Conduct. Now, Business SMS is known widely out there as application to person SMS, A to P SMS, but it's the same thing, Business SMS. And the Code of Conduct is some form of self-regulation. And what it says, quite simply, is that if you are a company, you are involved somehow in the world of business SMS. So you could be on the verification side of things. You might be an aggregator. You might be a brand using it to communicate with your client base or prospective clients. Then that is aimed at you. And what it says is that whoever you are trying to do the right thing as best as you can. For example, it specifies in there that where regulation specifies if you have to put an opt-out in there, make sure you have an opt-out in the message, all these kinds of things. So it is not something designed to essentially whack organizations over the head and say, look, one organization has seen another organization send 2 spam SMS or something like that. We saw today from Nick Lane's presentation about the status of the messaging industry. There are over 2 trillion transactions in business messaging, and 98% of those today are SMS. So we're talking about trillions of transactions. It's very pragmatic, it's very realistic. Jason was on the initial working group putting it together, and there was a lot of work done to make sure that the code is something, it's not diluted, does have teeth, but it's something that can be adopted by parties in the ecosystem all around the world. That legal process took over a year. I think you mentioned 14 months when I talked to you, something like that.
Yeah, about that. And then about another 14 months or so when we did the next version.
Yeah, and we're going to be starting the next version in May. So yes, the two are linked. The two kind of go hand in hand because it's about people trying to do the right thing. And at the end of the day, MEF is about 2 things. We're here to grow the ecosystem. For you, the MEF members or prospective members out there thinking, what's good about MEF, what's in it for me? It's about helping grow your businesses, providing a platform for your brand. So it's about growth, but running through the center of MEF from the beginning, MEF's beginnings 22, 23 years ago, is consumer protection. So whether it's the SMS Sender ID registry, whether it's the Business SMS Code of Conduct, at the heart of it, it's protecting the mobile subscribers, the consumers.
I think the only thing I'd just add in terms of the teeth really for that is to say, look, it is about doing the right thing. And if someone identifies there's a gap there, you should investigate it and resolve it. If you refuse to investigate and resolve, that's where we then start to get involved.
Yeah, and if there are clear signs of systematic bad play, then that's a different story as well.
Well, so far, just kind of summary of what we've been doing. There is a MEF part, which is you, and us, and it's here, which is the advocacy and talking about this problem, making sure that we understand. There is almost a policy making, which is a code of conduct, where we can all align something. And then in some cases, we also have an execution arm, which wasn't meant to be an execution arm. It just happened to develop an execution arm as an extension. And then, do we need something else? So, Nick, in your role, we've just had a closed-door meeting. So, shh, closed door, can't tell you. But the closed-door meeting was all about trying to find out what is necessary in the industry without revealing the work everybody's involved if you're a MEF member, let us know. But in your role, you're looking at other things, how we can collaborate, harmonize, and so on. What's happening? How do people get involved in defining there's something else, which is not the advocacy policy, or the enforcing? Where do they go? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a big question.
And you do have 15 seconds.
What we're trying to do, I think, so first of all, yes, we had a closed door session. I'll jump straight to the outcome of it. What we've all agreed is that there's a big challenge around identifying what the problem statement is, right? So there's different kinds of fraud out there that we need to combat, different ways of combating that fraud, and different ways for the ecosystem to work together. So we've agreed that we're looking at putting together a working group that could look at really defining what that problem is and what the requirements would be that go into fighting that problem. So we need to break it down into smaller parts. There's a huge fight that we need to battle, and so this closed door session was all about how we organize ourselves as an industry to bring together a team of people that can really break it down into the requirements we need to identify in order to build this solution. I think that's kind of a vague answer, but in terms of the process.
A vague answer to a concrete problem, and still a vague process, because we still are approaching it. You wanted to add?
I was going to say, looking back at when we did the MEF Sender ID registry, that process took, I'm trying to say, year to 18 months to get to a point of being ready to go live. And understanding the problem alone took, 6 months of closed door sessions, and then further evaluation and adjustment of that what a model might look like, and then deliver it. It was never designed to be a silver bullet to fix all the issues. It was a very specifically targeted activity to help one part of the industry. I think that's the thing we have to remember. It's easy to think about all the elements of fraud and try and solve them, and that's a massive problem and very difficult to do. So yeah, well, in my opinion, we still have to say targeted, but we need to pick the things that are going to help all of us grow as an industry.
Yeah. Well, I took out two things out of today's sessions. First is Nick will facilitate more discussions. The industry, as you were saying, it cannot be solved in one day, and will take some time to understand the root causes of. But meanwhile, we did announce that the code of conduct is going to be updated, so we got a big announcement. We did announce that there's going to be looking at it. I will also highlight my side, something that was mentioned there. And this morning, if you missed the regulation side, there was a very big meeting here on SMS, and a lot of people missed out the discussion on DMA, the discussions of the FCC regulations. DMA is a European regulation that affects a lot of messaging, by the way. A bit of negativity around the stir shaking, we've heard that, not surprising, some of them. Nevertheless, the question of regulation is becoming much more active in the field, which is a good thing as an industry. Unfortunately, they seem to have missed the point in some of the previous past. So we really need to look at the opportunity to educate the regulators and be part of the process as well. So I think that's also one of the great things. We know that this is coming. You cannot wait, either because the industry are going away. Oh, well, we talked about Meta, we talk about Facebook and Instagram moving away, or Twitter, from the one-time password and charging something else. All of these things seems to be point out something in the direction of let's do something now. And so if you want to do something within MEF, that's a guy. Yeah. So he's going to be very busy, I suspect, now. But one thing that I don't like is when organizations, trade associations invite the CEO, through two people working for them, one of a board director, and talk about how good they are. So, how are we good? He didn't say anything. They all agree. Well, in that case, let me play a bit of a devil's advocate. Okay, registry. Does it really work, though?
It solves a problem. It's not perfect at solving that problem, but the feedback from the merchants, I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but they are significant in the amount of fraud that it has saved us as customers or consumers in the UK for those brands, which is phenomenal. So has it worked? Yes. Could it do a lot better? Yes. Could it do more? Yes, of course, but you know, it has solved some significant problems.
We'll give a shout to the 4 people that are running the registry. There are 4. Mike, Jude, actually Yolanda, which is here, and Nikki. They've done a great job. But I also mentioned that at one point we as an organization moved away in Singapore from the approach the Singapore government wanted, which was 100% blocking of every. We didn't think it was realistic. So we could not accept the premises. We don't think there is any solution right now that could guarantee that level. And we were going to be in a bit of a goose chase. But we believe that the 60-80% improvement is significant. And it might not be good enough, so let's more out there. Let's go and see what else there is.
I think if there was a call out on anything really that can be improved is making sure that anyone operating those markets are fully involved and part of assisting in that process. That was always the challenge through this implementation of the UK Sender ID registry, and the same into Spain and Ireland and things. Because it is self-regulatory, we have to opt into it and then adhere to it. And I'd always ask for, whether you're here, whether you're watching online, that you get involved. And the same I know for the Code of Conduct. We always want more people to sign up and to show that they're doing the right thing, to help all of us.
And on the Code of Conduct, the same thing, because we asked it, is it working, Code of Conduct? How do you know if is it a good thing, the MEF Code of Conduct?
Yeah, so the Business SMS Code of Conduct has been around for a number of years. If we look at MEF membership, we have 196 members. 2/3 of you members are part of what we call the Enterprise Communications ecosystem, workstream, if you want to call it. And of that, so that's about 120. Of that, round about 50 of you members have signed up to that now. So it's a good start. We're not there. We can't sit back and go, "Oh, wonderful, great job." But it's not about, as well, if you think about it, how many sign up to it as well. It's the spirit in which the people sign up to it. Are you actively doing something? Anyone can actually just sign the document, end of story, and go, "Thank you very much. I've subscribed to it. I get my nice Trust in Enterprise messaging badge. I can put on my website, looks really good for PR purposes, send a LinkedIn post, we're subscribed, trust us. But it's about your behavior in the marketplace and consistency. What we see time and again, whether it's business messaging or whether it's the world of mobile payments and direct carrier billing, we had a session on that yesterday. It's very easy to be a one-hit wonder. It's very easy to do the right thing at the beginning, to go through the verification. So yes, I'm one of the good guys. Yes, I'm doing the right thing. But then as soon as I've got through the door, I'm allowed through the door, then I start, let's say, becoming one of the bad actors and changing my mode of behavior. So this is about solid, long-term engagement. And we want members to be comfortable signing up to it. This is not something that's held over the head and say, look, if you don't, this won't happen or anything. I have to admit, there are in some quarters, some members saying, look, we've got a very active fraud and revenue assurance working group within the messaging work stream. Some members feel that surely it's only those companies that sign up to the Business SMS Code of Conduct that should be allowed to take part in that working group. But if you take one step back, on the face of it, you think, actually, that's a really good idea. But if you take one step back, there's some very big market players who have not signed up to it. And it's not because any person in this room who may be working for them doesn't believe in what we're doing and what the code is about. It's the practicality from a legal perspective as well. So you've got to be very pragmatic about this. You've got to be very realistic. But sure, would I, as director of the Future Messaging Program, love to see more people sign up to the Code of Conduct? Absolutely. Should they? Absolutely. And certainly, if you're a brand new member, or if you're out there watching and thinking, hey, I'd like to become a member of MEF and the Future of Messaging Program, we'd love to have you sign up to the Code of Conduct as you come through the door. So it's, as with all things MEF, we are open to anyone becoming a member. We want to be, we are absolutely inclusive, but we're not stopping anyone either making the Code of Conduct mandatory. There have been talks, and I've been hearing from a couple of mobile operators who are considering saying, look, if you want to send traffic into us, to our subscribers, you have to have signed up to MEF's Business SMS Code of Conduct. So imagine what that would do.
And
It'd be amazing.
And the UK government has made that mandatory. So to serve any of the agency in the government, you need to sign to the Code of Conduct. Do you have any comments on what we could do better? I mean, you're 3 weeks into the job, and you already want to tell us what to do? Yeah.
Well, I think, before answering that question, I think if we, a theme I'm hearing across the four of us here is around trust and how we build trust. And, to the point around the Code of Conduct, it will only create trust in the industry and amongst consumers and end users if it's not just something that someone signs, but something that we actually believe in, right? That we implement. And I think that's where there's an overlap between the Code of Conduct and the registry. This is all around reducing fraud so that we can build trust, so that people trust using the service, right? And I think that's really core and fundamental. And in the few weeks I've been at MEF and speaking to all the stakeholders around, this is one of the key messages I'm getting from everyone, is we need to bring a strong level of trust into the industry. And one of the ways to do in doing that or achieving that is by making sure we have the tools in place to bring fraud down, right? And that's kind of the sense I'm getting.
Before we say anything else, I know our dream would to go away with not hearing any negative comments, right? But do they have any negative comments? We already have one. I was already ready. So was it so fast? I know it was Susan testing the microphone. Or it doesn't have to be a negative comment, please. But we're transparent. We're between friends.
Hi, Matt Lear from iConnective. Question for you guys. What's actually required data for the sender ID registry? Like what kind of data gets put into the system, and how do the operators actually use that to prevent the delivery of fraud?
So if I had a whiteboard, I'd draw you a little schematic. But in effect, the way the process works, you imagine you've got merchants, so these are the brands, whether it be Barclays or Lloyds, the kind of like big brands, or Royal Mail Group, that kind of thing. We call those merchants. They input the sender IDs they'd like to protect into the MEF sender ID registry. And so Barclays, for example, would say, I allow tier one aggregators, the third parties the tier one aggregators initially, let's say ourselves, Cisco, they would say Cisco are allowed to carry the sender ID Barclays. That is approved by the Secretariat, who sits in the middle, which is MEF, and then that information passes to us to say, Cisco, you are allowed to carry Barclays traffic and the Barclays sender ID. If there's a illegal variant, let's say Barclays where the L is a exclamation or a #1, those kind of variants that are quite difficult to observe when you pick your handset out and look at it, but it might appear as a different conversation thread. As a consumer, you would see that and you just accept it. And you may press the call to action on the message. Hopefully you don't, but fraudsters have been using that technique for a long time. So what the sender ID registry says is that we put into the sender ID registry those variants which are fraudulent, and they are blocked for all parties. And so me as a tier one, I would say, you're allowed to send Barclays. I might not be allowed to send Barclays card, for example, but all the illegal variants would be denied for every tier one aggregator in the ecosystem. That's where we started, and then from there it got into we need to make sure we map the supply chain. So now we have say, Barclays send to a marketing agency or a service provider that goes to a tier 2 that comes down to a tier 1, and it is the tier 1's obligation to apply these constraints. So any tier 1 in the UK has to apply that. And I can't remember for all operators, but a majority of them have put some obligations on us as a tier 1 aggregator to ensure that we enforce it.
Yeah, they all have. And there's also the additional tools to look at the quantities of volumes going in, so merchants can see. Everybody will only see the information there, appropriate for themselves, not for somebody else.
Yeah, I think that's really important.
Which is why MEF is there, because in the end, it's just to make sure that only commercial sensitive information is not shared. when it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I think it is important for the merchants actually that, or for all the tier ones, they report what they've observed back into the registry, and the registry then aggregates that data and sends that back to the merchant. So the registry is really critical on pulling this together and understands the sensitivity of the information flowing both ways, so that you only see what you need.
Yeah. So merchants might have multiple aggregators, and aggregators, et cetera, et cetera. So you make sure that everything is kept in confidence. More questions? We do. And we are running out of time, so.
Hi, Randy from Provenance.
Although the operators are cracking down massively on that at the moment, one of them particularly is very, very passionate in that area and doing a great job of reducing that fraud. I know to myself and my family, we've seen very little sort of...
They think they're doing the right thing by putting that absolutely widely into the public domain, but that just makes it even easier for bad actors at the end of the day as well. So this is why something like the SMS Sender ID Registry program is really, really helpful at stemming the tide.
Okay, because just a quick follow-up is that, so my understanding is that in voice, Stir Shaken is designed to solve a spoofing problem, and if that spoofing problem doesn't exist in SMS, then Stir Shaken isn't at all the right solution, perhaps, to implement for SMS. But my question, in fact, is that if you have Barclays as a legitimate sender ID, how do you know if it's actually Barclays who's using that sender ID? Because you have it as a legitimate sender ID, but is it the legitimate user of that sender ID?
And actually, we're running out of time, but that's a very good question. So apart from Stir Shaken, which we approve, which we agree, Stir Shaken is a voice solution, so it doesn't apply. And then FCC might have said something that confused the water, but it's not. Back to the questions, what we end up doing as a secretariat most of the time is more of a work of supply chain education. Because internally, the banks are not necessarily, or somebody else, not necessarily have got the best system in place to manage internally how to assess the security threats and so on. And so that's actually, it's a small little caveat, which is true. It starts with the brand. Now, we're very lucky because we have direct relationship with brand. Is a brand asking to protect their brand, so we don't have to do too many of additional checks or to identify that.
I was going to say, yeah, the registry does that delivery route, so you can see who's using it and who does have approval or not. But you know, for us as a business, we would look and say, who is the originator of that traffic? If the originator is Barclays, it is very trusted. We know it's coming directly from that business, and there's no other intermediary. And so we put it on a trusted platform. If it comes from another intermediary, it goes through multiple other checks to make sure that it is valid and reasonable and proportionate for us. So we wouldn't apply the same checks directly to indirectly.
And I think we're running out of time. So, but Susan always manages to.
Does anyone else have a question?
So,
well, fine.
Do the MNOs actually use the registry to know which aggregator is carrying the traffic for Barclays?
Yeah,
I think that might be where Randy might have been going with his question.
So I'll jump in on that. There are multiple views. As I said, there's a merchant view, there's an aggregate view, there's an operator view as well. So they have direct, and they use the data themselves.
I think the only thing I'd add on to that is, you know, if the consumers do spot something they believe as fraud, they forward that into the 7726 service in the UK. That goes back into the operators' fraud and security teams. They investigate and say, why are we seeing all this high fraud on Barclays, for example? Why is this aggregator sending this traffic? They're not approved for this. And they then take the relevant actions that they've got contractually with that partner of theirs.
So the producer of the event told me that I can go on forever. So here we go. Other questions? We have a team.
No.
Yeah, quick.
And we're talking about the next event. So Tim, sorry.
Oh yeah, quick question. I'm Tim from, I do work for MEF. James, you talked about the code of conduct, companies signing up for it, and then you kind of implied you have to trust them to keep abiding by it. So is there any system of policing to make sure that they are doing what they've signed up for?
Yeah, so I think in the absolute ideal world, it would be lovely to have a standards organization along the likes of ISO who comes in and does does, let's say, an annual update, but also twice through the year will just turn up at your door and say, right, we're doing an audit, are you doing the right thing? That would be the perfection, that would be the dream, making all that happen. The reality of it is, it's self-managed. Now, if you sign up to that code of conduct, you then automatically have, say, 47, 48 other pairs of eyes from some very well-known messaging players. And if you tot up the amount of business SMS traffic they carry, it is the majority of SMS traffic. Way over 50% of the SMS traffic in the world will be carried by the signatories to the code. So if you're stepping out of line, and remember the word I use, systematic, if you are having a systematic program of usage of grey routes or something like that, these guys will pick you up in an absolute jiffy and heartbeat from all their market intelligence. We have the likes of Telq Telecom, who are SMS route testing experts as members. Many members use Telq for their own businesses, etc., etc. So that is the real check and balance and control factor. Your peers. Because if you were to step out of line, if someone reported you, you would be the first company to be thrown out of this scheme. So I was at great pains to mention that some companies have legal issues signing up to it because of heavy-duty legal issues, particularly those, from personal experience since I joined MEF 2 years ago, US-based entities, huge organizations have issues signing up to it. Please do not think, therefore, that if a company has not signed up to the code, that they're automatically bad guys. They're not. But clearly, if you were an organization, you joined MEF and you had bad intentions, it would not be a good idea to sign up to the code.
Well, more questions, or maybe not, but I think we're also running out, and we're already showing that this is an anti-fraud session. We've got two great speakers, which might add to the debate, and to make sure that it's not just a MEF view of the world, but so nice to have some time to talk about what we do as an organization. So thanks for joining me today here to talk about two of the pillars of our anti-fraud approach in messaging. And now I hand over to James. I believe you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Nick.
guys. Thank you, guys.
Well, here at MEF, MEF is not an island. We are very much part of a global ecosystem. We partner with many organizations around the world. And many of the issues we talk about, whether it's anti-fraud like this or increasing direct carrier billing usage around the world, increasing usage of SMS, not just the bad things, the good things, whatever it might be, all roads, or many roads, lead back to mobile network operators. At the end of the day, mobile network operators ultimately, in one way, shape, or form, own that last mile to us, mobile subscribers. There are various local country industry associations, and one that has struck me since I joined MEF as being very, very strong and a really, really good example of how you can work together, how operators who are really, really competing very hard on a daily basis with each other, but can collaborate to improve the ecosystem to help secure subscribers and their customers, is the RF2M, the AF2M in France. Now, this is a special little extra guest to the show today. I'd like to introduce you to Renan.
Hi.
Renan is the chair of the AF2M. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but does the chair rotate every year? Is it every 1 year or 2 years it rotates?
So, every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yeah.
So Renan is just going to take you through a little bit about what the AF2M gets up to for about 15 minutes. So take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hi everybody. I'm going to introduce to you the AF2M, just basically explain to you what we're trying to achieve in France with the telco industry. Then, as James told you, I'm the president right now. Okay, let's go. I just gathered a few slides this morning, and the presentation has been organized yesterday. Then, okay, let's go. Okay, then the AF2M has basically two different purposes. We are there to regulate existing markets, like carrier billing, messaging. Then there is a work about framing, regulation of existing market, but there is also another part which is more dedicated to innovation. Then I will take like 10 to 15 minutes to explain to you what we're trying to achieve, what we're doing, what we achieved also. Then as part of this organization, of this association, we got the different MNOs, French MNOs, and various MNO who are more dealing with the premium calls. We got the regulators, the GCCRF and the RCEP, and we got also many partners and associations who are members of the AF2M. We want the AF2M not be only driven by the operators, but being able to represent the telco industry as a whole in global. Then that's basically how we are organized. And okay, I tried to summarize in the airplane basically what we're doing. In blue, you got this historical market that we are mainly supervising, like the car billing, premium calls. There are businesses that are running and there is no really innovation on those businesses, but there is a strong role in terms of ethic and driving daily business within the F2M. There is the messaging that we were mentioning just before, and on this part, one part of the group is dedicating to supervising existing business because of all those scam and fraud and spoofing issue that we have to deal with all together. And also innovation, because we are working on RCS, we're doing a lot of communication, and we're also working on enabling new use cases like conversational use cases through SMS with new, let's say, resources that have been put on the market, that are going to be put on the market this year. We've been working for 4 years on identity with a set of APIs that we standardized at the AF2M. And then 4 years ago, there was this move. We started to talk at the AF2M with the media industry, and they were asking for the operator if we could work with them on enabling a major innovation based on the fact that French people, they're watching TV through the set-top box of their operator. Then we built a standard with the media industry and the telco operator, which is called addressable TV. That's basically the first markup solution that has been standardized, and the addressable TV business market is now running on for the second year. I mean, it's really started last year. And this is quite a big jump for the F2M into a new market. And cookieless. Cookieless is also something that is more on the innovation side for the moment. We're aiming to work on the MVP this year. Okay, to provide you with more information about basically, but that's mainly a summary of what we're doing. For the car billing and premium calls, as I said, there is nothing new arriving. We're basically supervising and producing market observatory. The role of the F2M is to ensure a common user experience, from the payment to every question that the person can have when going to the operator website. A lot of those payment flow and let's say question flow, Q&A flow has been standardized at the AF2M to ensure the same experience from one operator to the other one. We're sharing user satisfaction. We decided 1 year ago that the role of the AF2M was to gather the call frequency in order to be able to drive this market and to see if there is suddenly an increase of call frequency would represent a fraud issue. Then we have this data that we are sharing between operators and editors at the AF2M. We're producing the yearly business observatory. And in terms of innovation, basically we're working on new car billing markets like donation, transportation. But that's basically what we're doing on car billing. For messaging, most of the job which is currently driving the resources at the AF2M is to fight against fraud. We're doing text, we are, let's say, driving this application which is called 33700. That's a number that you are using when you receive a message to declare the fraud onto the market and to help operator cut those numbers, those SIM cards. We're also making common tests on the market to identify fraud and to cut SIM cards. We are sharing market data, and we're doing a lot of communications on new offers like the RCS. It's very important to communicate that onto the market when you get this kind of new user experiences arriving onto market. Then we are communicating on the number of handsets which are compatible with RCS every 3 months. We're doing a lot of communication that you can actually check if you go to the AF2M website. And we co-develop with the market new use cases. Then there are going to be new numbers arriving on the market. They start with 09, and the market will be able to use it to do conversation between brands and end user. There are separate numbers from historical push numbers. That's what we're doing in messaging, but mainly the main work that we are doing today is to work against fraud, and we're doing quite fast improvement right now. That's for messaging. Mobile ID. Mobile ID is a set of APIs that we standardized 4 years ago. Which one is to check the SIM card, the other one is called Home Verified, other one is Form ID, and the last one, which is the most successful, is called Match ID. Then, as a merchant, you can send the data of your consumer to the aggregator, which is doing a check with the information that is into the CRM of the operator, and give back a note of compatibility. Basically, that's an anti-fraud solution which is currently being tested by several banks in France. That's mobile ID. And as I said, another innovation that is now live is called addressable TV. Then the TV channel wanted to replicate the model of the digital to the linear TV. And now, in France, for, let's say, 2 years, but it really increased in 2022. As an end user, when you start your setup box, you get an opt-in. You can accept if you want to receive, let's say, a segmented TV based on your CRM data. And as a result, you won't see the same advertising if you're living in the south of France or in the north of France. And there are a lot of segmentations that have been standardized at the AF2M for the market. Then in France, there is now more. End of last year, there were 6.6 million of setup boxes that are compliant with the solution, and with, let's say, setup box that have been able to collect an opt-in. Then 6.6 million families that are receiving addressable TV in a daily basis. And and on the left, you can see the number of advertising campaigns, more than 1,300 in 1 year, and 700 different brands have started to test the solution. That's quite successful. It's the first time around the world that we achieve to, let's say, define a standard between operators, media, TV channels, in order to produce such a solutions that is replicating the digital advertising into a TV world. Now that's the addressable TV. The last innovation that we set up onto the market. And the last one, it's more, let's say, prospective, something that we are going to test later this year, that 3 operators in France are going to test. It's a solution to, let's say, answer to the end of the cookie in France, and operators have been working on the ability to produce an ID, an advertising ID for the market and the role of the AF2M is to check the user experience and to do a lot of tests with the end user to ensure that this new solution is going to bring enough value to the end user, and that this has not to be only a solution for the advertising market, but we are working on the AF2M to define the value proposition for the end user. Yeah, it was quite fast, sorry. Anyway, here we are.
Thank you. Renan, thank you very much. Have you got any questions for the AF2M? Well, Renan is obviously from Bouygues, so he's wearing two hats, but here is the AF2M today. And as I said, it's one of the few countries I've been to where I really, really see mobile operators playing very well together for the benefit of all. Any questions?
Yes, Jason.
Hi, looks really good. Thank you for that presentation. I guess, you know, when you look at MEF and how MEF's funded by its members, how is A2F funded? Is it all funding coming from the operators in France, is it? Or is there a different funding model there?
What, the ideas or what is it?
The association.
It's only from France.
No, to finance.
The finance, okay. Part of the finance are paid by the operators. It's more like 40% or between 40 and 50%. Then for each, let's say, activity which is done by the AF2M to the market, like for example, if you are opening a new number, you have to declare it to the AF2M. There is a certain cost, and it's going to help to finance the AF2M. Then there is various different of finance that are helping the AF2M. Within the AF2M, I do work for an operator. I'm just the president of the AF2M, but we got a CEO, we got two, and we got 4 permanents, 4 people who are working full-time at the AF2M. You need that if you want to make all those operators collaborating together, and regarding all the activity that we have to lead, you need a minimum 4 to 5 people full-time.
Thank you, Renan. Anyone else? No? You're done. Back to the Fira for you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Renan. Thank you, everybody. So we're continuing now on the fraud, or should I say anti-fraud theme, and like to now introduce, warmly welcome, please, a round of applause for Eric Prieskrantz, the CEO, the Chief Executive of the Risk and Assurance Group. Come on, folks. Go for it. I'm going to push you off the stage. Come on, Eric.
I wasn't trying to sneak on. Most people can spot me a mile off. That's why I wear these trousers.
I know, look at that. How boring these are in comparison. There's no dispute. There's no dispute.
Are we going to sit or are we going to stand?
What do you want to do?
I feel quite energetic. I feel like standing.
Okay, go for it. I'll have
you feel
drink.
like standing with me?
Yeah, I'll have a drink, but carry on.
Yeah, you have a drink. Am I just starting now? You're not going to ask me an easy question to get me going.
So first of all, Eric, what's your background? Who are you and what do you do?
I am a well-known eccentric in the telecoms industry with no real power or responsibility other than occasionally writing stuff on a $10 WordPress website which annoys people into action.
But surely, does that pay your bill for all your trousers?
I actually do real work from time to time.
Oh,
but I
okay,
don't
come
like to talk
on.
about
What
that.
do you do? Yeah.
I'm the chief executive of the Risk and Assurance Group. We run meetings all around the world and we do lots of good things and people come together. And you know that word collaboration, that's a good word, isn't it? People collaborate on things, make the world a better place. But mostly I'm just a sour, bitter guy. So I like to focus on that today rather than the good stuff. Because it's anti-fraud, isn't it? Here we go. Right down here in the bottom corner.
Go on.
Anti-fraud. Okay.
Yep.
Isn't that an exciting topic, isn't it? Anti-fraud.
It is.
Do you know why it's an exciting topic? Because we're no good at stopping fraud. We suck as an industry, don't we? We absolutely suck. I've been in telecoms for 25 years now, and we are getting worse every year at stopping fraud. So we need more of that anti-stuff.
But isn't that just because telecoms is getting bigger and bigger and bigger? When you say we're getting worse, what do you mean by that?
You can unpack it in lots of ways. So as I was walking here today, I had a chief executive, Cable and Wireless. He used to do little speeches about he was walking and he was thinking, walking and he was thinking. I was walking, I was thinking on my way here today. And you see the big signs as you're walking along. What were the signs saying? Accelerate to the future. And tomorrow's technology today. Yeah, we do a lot of accelerating, I suppose, in this industry. We do a lot of tomorrow stuff today. We just build it on yesterday's foundations, don't we? We never go back and reshore the basis of what we're doing. So yeah, we're going to be doing even more exciting, fantastic transactions. We're going to pour it on, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. And it's all built on the same old insecure foundations we've been relying upon for a very long time, and nobody wants to spend money on that because that's boring. That's like utility type stuff, isn't it? That's what the government's there for, except there is no government getting involved in dealing with stuff. Anti-fraud. Why are we discussing anti-fraud? So in the UK, in October of last year, there was a parliamentary report written, and fraud in the UK represents about 40% of all crime, and it consumes 2% of police resources. And that's probably a fair measure for all major economies in the world. The level of fraud just keeps on growing, and, you know, if you're a criminal, you're more and more likely to do it digitally these days. But our police, our institutions, we rely upon privatizing the solution to fraud. But if you privatize solution to problem fraud, you're only going to solve the problem when there's a profit involved.
But isn't it the case that much of this fraud you're talking about is perceived as being victimless because it's perpetrated on enterprises and corporations? But I know, so we're talking the UK here, and what I've seen more and more of recently, you might think that, wow, you should never use SMS. No business should ever use SMS to communicate with an organization from the basis of some articles. But what has changed, and I've noticed it in the past 2 or 3 years, is instances of smishing, SMS phishing, have hit the mainstream press. So they're front page news in the Daily Mail and things like that. No, that has changed. So there's more realization coming in. I'm definitely seeing that. So do you think that could turn the tide a little bit? Now that people, there's great publicity about individuals on the street being hit.
We're turning the tide after our house has already been flooded. I think that's the scenario. So you have so to come back to the UK example, but I think it's a fair example, 20,000 police are going to be recruited because the government wants to put more money into policing and law enforcement. 380 of those officers will be involved in fighting fraud. Big step up. That's our idea of a big improvement. That is turning the tide. That's how far we have fallen behind. That's an improvement. And when you've fallen that low, when things have gotten that bad, you can't quickly expand. You can't quickly turn things around because you don't have capability in order to expand and to quickly change things and put things in place. So I really admire the work that you guys have been doing with things like, say, the SMS registry, because we need simple ideas that work today. We don't need hyperbole about some fantastic schema that's going to deliver blah, 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 some point in the future.
So why do you think there is clearly such low investment in fighting that 2% of resources you said to fight something which is 40%? Why do you think that is? Is it because that type of crime is more difficult? It's harder to, in simple language, it's actually harder to catch the perpetrators?
There's a bunch of reasons. Partly, what are you going to do about it? You know, nobody ever gets prosecuted. Nobody ever goes in prison, you know. So if there's no deterrence, then you're always going to have the wolves at the door. They're always just going to circle and wait for a weak spot.
Can you give some examples of other places in the world where there are deterrents, where it's different from what you've seen?
What, China? Sorry, anybody from China in the room? It's so hard to see because it's so bright, the lights. Anyone from China in the room today? I mean, one of the advantages of having the Chinese Communist Party is they can just put people in prison, you know? And they don't even just put people in prison who are in China. They'll go to other countries and put them in prison. I mean, but I don't want to get stuck on deterrence. That was just one of the factors. It's cultural, too. It's to do with business leadership as well. I mean, I'm loving Elon Musk at the moment. I'm loving him. What a fantastic disruptor. 98% of the tech industry hates his guts. But he's the one saying, I'm not going to take $60 million of fraud. To hell. To hell with SMS. Wake up call. Is he going to be the only one who's going to do that? Even if it isn't really $60 million he was losing, even if he's exaggerating, he's given the public a great excuse. He's seen that you can use that excuse to do something you might want to do anyway. Somebody else is going to jump on that bandwagon. And so if we don't clean up the reputation within the industry, if we're perceived to be a rotten industry, then people like him will take advantage of it and take away some of our revenue streams.
But if we look at messaging, we talk about fraud, the statistics from the CFCA.
Oh, come on, you can't do that to me. Statistics from the CFCA. The CFCA is a guy who's been in the same job for as long as I've been doing telecoms, running an association from his basement, asking the questions that he understands to people he knows and hearing the answers he wants to hear. And you're going to do this is why we suck at defeating fraud.
You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish, sir.
Sorry.
Because what I was actually saying is whoever you look at the statistics from with regards to messaging fraud pales into absolute insignificance and nothing compared to digital ad fraud.
Great point.
So that is a fact.
I should let you finish. Sorry.
So we all talk about fraud, we all talk about SMS, but guess what? These frauds started off in the voice world. Voice has been around since 1876. So why do we keep talking about SMS? It all started off in voice. None of this is new. It's all old hat. It's just reskinned, repurposed, and with a new label slapped on it.
And do you think it's the same criminals?
But
do you think it's the same people? And I think that's the point. If you never take them out, if there's never a deterrence, we are breeding more and more criminals every single year to plague ourselves.
Still haven't finished my sentence, though.
Sorry.
So you get to in the world of digital advertising, which is, was it 300-400 billion a year? Now, you look at the actual outcomes. So many businesses around the world use digital advertising. I'm sure many of your own businesses as well use digital advertising from Meta or whoever it might be. So how can a business get a message across, get some content across to someone or attract new business? Many ways. Traditionally, the past few years, it's been with digital advertising. But this is where, of course, the likes of RCS, RBM, richer messaging channels, conversational commerce, WhatsApp, Rakuten Viber, Telegram, skin it whichever which way, but anything richer like that, it's trying to do to show, actually, look, from a messaging perspective, we can do, to a great extent, what digital advertising is doing, and we can do it with a much higher conversion rate, because I think the average conversion ratio for a digital ad is about 1.4, 1.5%. You move to SMS, we saw the statistics from Nick Lane earlier, the quantifiable outcome for an SMS, an average from his research was 9%, I noticed. So actually someone going ahead and doing something, not just clicking, but the conversion ratio is 9. So therefore, that's 6-7 times better. Automatically, you move to a rich message, that doubles and can increase yet further. So why are we being so fixated? I know messaging is a key part of what MEF does, but we also do content and advertising. Why are we so fixated on messaging and SMS and voice? What about the digital ad fraud, which is a much, much bigger issue? And what are we doing to tackle that globally?
I don't want to be fixated. Sorry if I came across as fixated.
But no, not fixated.
I was just thinking about stuff that had happened recently.
Yeah, no,
really.
no, that's fine. But I'm just saying there's something much, much bigger lurking above all of this as well. That's rarely talked about, actually.
Well, nobody's got any skill. No one's got a skill and anything to share. This is why I mock the idea of collaboration. Collaboration is easy if you have low expectations and everybody can feel as though they have something to contribute. So the problems that are ages old, eventually you can start to have a conversation about working together. Anything new becomes very difficult to have a conversation about what you're going to do about it. This is where leadership needs to come to the fore, but our organizations, I shouldn't say our organizations, communications providers can often be very poor at giving leadership, and that's why I want to mock, to some extent, Mobile World Congress, because it's all about people being up on stage, and here I am offering leadership. How often are they really offering leadership in this area?
I think we've got to be pragmatic and we've got to be real. And if those of you were here earlier today and joined me on the panel talking about CPaaS, you look at different parts of the world. So we had Divya Gaiwakankar from BIX talking about APIs and all this type of things and what can be done with CPaaS. And then we've got Kim Buller, who is the co-founder and president of Alchemy Telco from Gambia, where internet penetration is barely, 25%. So it's all about horses for courses. You cannot generalize. One size does not fit all in any way, shape, or form in terms of anything like that. And it's the same, I suppose, when it comes to fighting fraud as well.
I think we've got a yin and yang thing going on here. I'm liking it. We've got a yin and yang thing going on here. I'm really liking the kind of balance.
I've never talked to you for more than 2 or 3 minutes before, but I'm enjoying this. Yeah.
Because what I want to say to you is that, you mentioned, previously it's mentioned about regulators getting more involved. Regulators only get more involved because things are in a bad state. They don't get involved because they lead consumer protection.
But it's the education aspect. So believe it or not, but I had a life before MEF, and I worked for myself. And I give consultancy to mobile operators and messaging players and many others in the industry, many of whom are now MEF members as well, which is great to see so many people coming on board. And I've dealt with a couple of regulators. I've educated a couple of regulators, and one in an Eastern European country had no idea that there was actually a difference between person-to-person SMS and application-to-person SMS, because they were being told that by, let's say, a bad actor in the industry whose best interest it was essentially to keep being able to use the P2P routes at zero or practically zero cost to drop in A2P traffic. So it took me a couple of attempts to educate in very simple language as a regulator that there is a real difference. One is person to person, the other one is commercial traffic. And yes, there is a different commercial model in play. And yes, this company who was actively, with Mobile Operator Group, actively fighting for this regulator to understand that in a dispute was actually correct. So education is important and it takes time, but it is worth doing and it can have real outcomes. So that was a real outcome that resulted in, let's say, a change in that country. And the regulator recognized, it's A2P, it's something different. So many organizations do not understand that difference because we keep talking about business messaging. And the example I keep using is, and I've used it for years when I've done training on business messaging, is if I am the revenue of a mobile network operator, this, on the bottom of my feet here, is the typical revenue in terms of A2P SMS. That's it. So it ranges between 0.25% to 2.5% for a mobile operator group on a good day. So no wonder they're not paying attention to this. Their attention lies elsewhere. Whereas for us, for many of you in the room, it's what you do. It's where you get 100% of your revenue. So of course you have a vested interest in it. But we've got to realize, though, that for everyone, it isn't the same. So trying to make someone realize that actually you've got to really watch out for that, the sole on the bottom of your shoes, that thickness of revenue. It's the reputation and the reputational damage part. So it's not just, I think, the money Many of the discussions today in fraud have been all about the money side of things and trust. It's the reputational damage. And we all have practical examples how that has destroyed company. Those of you from the UK, Gerald Ratner, remember Ratner's, the jewellers? There was a jewellery chain, some of you do. Danny Prescott at the back does, from the UK. You all remember Gerald Ratner, Ratner's Jewellers. So he set up shop in very inspired move, designed to deliver cheap jewellery, so low-priced, value-based driven jewellery. And as a joke, he was just joking. He was asked, he was literally asked by somebody at the, I think it was the annual shareholders meeting, saying, how come you can sell earrings for the same price? I think it was a prawn sandwich from Marks and Spencer's at the same price. And he went, because they're, and it was a four-letter word beginning with S, ending in T, and it has high in the middle. And that was a joke. It's a joke. Come on, guys, it's a joke. But guess what happened to his business? Bye-bye, down the tubes. It was picked up on the 6 o'clock news. I remember it, that day watching it. And that destroyed his business. So life can be very fickle. So you can mean something as the smallest of jokes, and on one day, or 364 days of the year, it's a joke, but for that one day, in that 5 minutes, it's picked up, and it gets into people's psyches, and it can destroy a business. So your reputation is critical. And the problem is, with so much fighting in anti-fraud, I know from personal experience within MEF, we have the sender at UK, as you know, the SMS Sender ID Registry. We're working with the merchants. And those of you members who attend the Future of Messaging monthly meeting will have this update from Mike Round, who runs the Sender ID program for us, and have an update. And a constant suboptimal area, shall we say, has been getting the buy-in from particularly parcel delivery companies in the UK. Because for them, they receive their money from the people sending the parcels. So the well-known e-commerce brand beginning with A and ending in N, or whoever it might be, they are paying their bills. So if for some reason someone spoofs their sender ID, actually, Dave, several of them for quite a long time have gone, do you know what, we're not interested. It's not hurting us financially. It's not hurting us in any way, shape, or form. We're still getting paid by A ending in N or whomever for the parcels. It's not hitting their back pocket. But that reputational damage, and it's only thanks to, I would say, the mainstream press in the UK, I'm just using the UK as an example, have picked it up now and put this whole smishing thing on people's front pages. It's changed, and there's that realization.
I'm not sure it's the press, though. Surely it's a reaction to the public. Surely it's a reaction to people having it on their phone, being bombarded with the messages, and then the press picks up upon it and says, this is a big story because many thousands of people can relate to this story.
But Eric, these things have been happening forever. It's just because some person who's 85 was conned out of their life savings of £12,000 or whatever, that's front page news. Whereas some company was hit, like we had Uku from Macente on this morning talking about AGT, artificial traffic generation, or inflated traffic, which has hit some of his enterprise clients. And literally, that bill they've received is a whole year's turnover and revenue, and it could destroy their business. So it's different. And we wind back the clock. Before we had the internet, before we had smartphones and the world of instant communication, and I'm sure there was just the same amount of crime going on. It's just now everything is front page news. We weren't aware of what was going on as a whole, so communication, mobile has changed perception and how often we see it and hear about it. Whereas before we were hidden from it, surely.
I think
do you have any stats on that? I don't know if you know anything.
That's a good question. I don't have stats on it, but I think I've got some insight that might be useful here. So one of the businesses I work with, Symmetry Solutions, what they do is they effectively are going onto the web to behave like criminals behave in order to gather intelligence in the way that criminals gather intelligence. And I would say, if you look at the people who are being prosecuted these days for all sorts of scams and activities, you're seeing a lot of young men maybe in their late teens, going up to perhaps 30 years old. And you've got a generation there, and it is particularly men rather than women. You've got a generation there where there has been an acceleration.
Is this the UK, or are you talking?
No, the world.
The
worldwide. Worldwide. I mean, totally global. I mean, you know, Brazil, the USA, all over the planet. I mean, and so much so that they will work on a global level because they're educating themselves through the communication tools that we have created as an industry. They're using services like Telegram in order to communicate efficiently with each other. They're using the dark web in order to sell the methods that they've got, the data that they've collected. So actually, I suspect that when you try to measure that communication that's taking place, that's indicating an acceleration in crime, because now you can be educated, you can be inducted into the criminal world far more efficiently, far more quickly than ever before. You don't, you know, historically, criminals, they start out with like running the streets, whatever. Maybe they get sent to prison, they learn even more when they're in prison. Now you don't need to be sent to prison to learn about how to do these crimes. You just need to have curiosity and time in your own bedroom with your parents not supervising you, and you can very quickly gain access. And so that's what Symmetry Solutions is seeing as they try to work out from the criminals themselves and be in lockstep with them rather than waiting for the crime to take place. So that's why I don't just think, I mean, the crime's always existed, but now you can recruit criminals, online criminals, in a way never before. And that's why the SIM swapping becomes
But
very
surely
big in news
the
headlines.
counter to that is you can also recruit crime fighters, if you want to call them that,
Who's
as
paying
well.
for them? Who's doing that? Is somebody doing that? I don't mean to be cynical, but they're not being recruited at the same rate. I mean, there's a...
What about white hat hackers? Hackers who are with the skills, who could be using for bad, who are doing everything for good, for the right thing?
Love them, and that is a great example. That's a good counter-example to what I'm saying. Probably a lot of what we're talking about there in the telecoms world, it's not the sexiest stuff. It's not necessarily attracting the white hat hackers. If you look at where the white hat hackers go, there isn't such an obvious profit model for dealing with something like, I don't know, this is voice-related, international revenue share, Fred. So to come back to SMS, just briefly, Symmetry Solutions, they have for many, many years been delivering to their customers the numbers used for international revenue share fraud, typically seen as being a voice fraud, okay? I'm saying it like that because even the people who were doing it perhaps weren't thinking about the other uses that these numbers might be put to. Really, in the last year or two, a lot more evidence that the same sources of data being advertised to criminals, now much more advertising numbers specifically for use for SMS-related crimes, not voice crimes. So even with an established intelligence gathering technique, you have to have the awareness and imagination to be sensitive to changes in the criminal marketplace too. And so now they have a database. They've been sharing their database with some very big communications providers on a trial basis, a free trial basis, just simply saying, well, we've collected this data. We don't know if it's valuable or not. It may or it may not be, because they haven't got the accumulated experience and wisdom to know it's being advertised, but could this data be used as an early warning system in order to prevent it? So there's an example of a very, very old fraud, and yet still, even today, we're in a situation where we're trying to catch up with, has this fraud been adapted? Have the methods been adapted? And who in the world will actually be able to tell us how many times these numbers have been used, they've seen in the wild in practice? So this is what I mean about racing ahead and not necessarily keeping up to pace in terms of the foundations of what we're doing. But a simple, quick thing to do, 1.4 million numbers in that database, grab a hold of that database in your company if you're interested in that kind of thing, compare it to what you've seen on your network. Is it useful, is it not? Decide for yourself.
Good point. Now, I mentioned the white hat hackers side of things. I don't know much about that community. I don't know about much of its origin. Can you just explain to the audience where that whole concept first started coming from? Where did that pop up?
Well, I mean, Yeah, I don't know. We should be in Germany, the Chaos Computer Club or something like that. And I suspect that the white hat hackers, not a lot of them weren't exactly white to begin with as well. So what happens if you're a hacker and you don't want to be just making your money by crime? You sell yourself as some form of consultancy. You sell yourself as some kind of expert. And so one of the shows we're going to be putting on, the Communications Risk Show, we'll have Carsten Knoll, perhaps the best known, white hat telecoms hacker, did lots of great work with 2G, very recently did some fantastic work with the cloud. Well, this is a guy who started out proving a point as to what can be found wrong with things.
Now, this is a good question. How long do you prove a point for?
Well, he's still proving the point, but now he's the kind of guy who gets employed as a CISO in big telcos. So there's a career path.
A CISO?
Chief Information
Security Officer. Thank you. Yeah.
So, yeah. So, you know, there's a guy who's had a career path of starting out as an outsider, proving a point about what's wrong in the telecoms industry, ends up getting the big job in some very big telcos in India and Indonesia. So you create a business model about selling your expertise and advice. And of course, then you have businesses who have clued into this, who have tapped into this through things like bounties being paid. So you receive a commercial reward for saying, I found this thing.
Like Meta paid that reward for the chap who found that actually there was no limit to the amount of 2FA retries they could make, yeah.
Yeah, so this is something that perhaps, whereas software firms, tech firms have done this, perhaps traditionally telcos have not been that forward thinking in terms of going out and incentivizing people who could go either way in the marketplace towards reporting the things that they find from idle curiosity. So I don't know if you go back to the kind of the freakers who started off, if you like, hacking in the telecoms industry. Perhaps the telecoms industry could have been smarter at co-opting some of them and bringing, and I'm not saying it didn't at all, but bringing more of them into this this white hat model by giving them a reward. That's really the difference, isn't it? There has to be a reward to make it a white hat hacker.
But isn't there also, though, there are many, many companies around who don't want to admit they've got a problem. So therefore, if there is something around like the SMS Sender ID registry that MEF has or any other program, even if they say that they are taking part in it, they don't want anyone to know because there's possibly a public perception. Oh my gosh, here's this bank, we're having fraud perpetrated against us. But it comes across as being negative. But surely all organizations should be going, look, it's a growing problem because guess what? There's more money at play, so therefore it's a natural reaction. There are more bad guys in play following in, so therefore we are doing our part, and you'd want to be vocal and make that public. Why are they hiding it?
Yeah, this comes back to your point about reputation, okay? So what I would say to you about reputation is, especially in terms of PR professionals, communications professionals who work for telcos, there has always been that very negative mentality of if you say nothing, then the public doesn't get a bad perception, so therefore say nothing. And maybe even building on kind of like the Gerald Ratner type examples of, well, we've got to control speech, because if we control it, we limit it. For myself as a telecoms professional, sometimes I was ashamed at seeing some of the things that telcos would put out that I know as an insider is not true, but nevertheless, obviously, I understand the logic of how a professional decided, let's put out some flim-flam rather than talk about dealing with the problem. The last couple of years, though, I would say there is a noticeable change in the way some of the better telcos are dealing with the public, and they are getting ahead of the narrative by saying, this is what we've done to block bad calls. This is how many SMSs we've stopped as a result. So they're turning the narrative around. And I think partly that is a reaction to a bad situation. You can't just pretend it doesn't exist anymore. So rather than pretending it doesn't exist anymore, they're getting on the front foot and saying, you can have confidence in my business. And these are the things that we're doing to reassure you that we are doing everything we can. So I think they left it late. I think that mentality was slow. But they are picking up on things like the tech industry, which has traditionally been better at that, because there hasn't been perhaps quite so much perception in the tech industry that if you just say nothing it will all blow over. I mean, and particularly things like the data breaches that we've seen in Australia with Optus, when we've seen people go up there, executives, and try to flim-flam millions of people, it's led to a tremendous backlash. And I think those backlashes against those executives has been key to educating this industry. Get ahead of the narrative by actually showing what you're doing, and that means you actually have you need to do something in order to tell that story about what you're doing to protect customers.
So we're coming up to the close. I mention it regularly that mobile network operators are often voted for by the public as the most trusted brands in the country, in the continent, or something like that. Is that, from your perspective, justifiable?
I never understood those results. To be honest with you, I never fully understood them. And I suspect that's just because if you do opinion polling and people generally don't know what to say, they'll just say something which they think is the answer you expect to give them. And as I say, I think now that...
But why would they say a mobile network operator when you've got banks and financial services? Because surely, historically, it would be the banks. You trust your money to the bank. You trust the bank isn't going to steal your money. Using that argument, why wouldn't they say banks then?
It's difficult for me to put myself in the shoes of the person in the street in this case, to be honest with you, because yes, I know that banks make a lot less errors with my statements than my telcos have done with my bills. So it's not obvious to me, but I think it is to do with the kind of accessibility of a brand in your pocket that seemed to be positive. Remember, the mobile revolution was greatly freeing, and the internet revolution has been greatly freeing for a lot of people. It has been hugely empowering in lots of positive ways, and I think we've been riding off the back of that for a long time without, as I say, cleaning up some of the dark side, the mess that we've left behind as we've raced ahead in delivering greater, superior network coverage, faster times for...
Well, I know that's what you are trying to rectify with your association and your members. It's definitely what MEF is trying to do, providing that neutral platform for MEF members to work together. And you're right, collaboration is important, but it's not just about talk, it's about real action.
I would say I like the word collaboration, but I like leadership even more.
Yeah.
And the
Taking
leaders
ownership.
make collaboration happen.
So first of all, admit there is an issue. Admit there is an issue, collaborate, but then ultimately, at the end of the day, someone has got to take the lead, and this is where associations like ours come into play. Yeah. And that's it. So it's 3 o'clock. I'd like to thank you all for attending this session. I'd like to... Sorry, any questions? I do apologize. I'm going straight to that. We've got Ira from MMD Smart, and Reza will come to you then.
Hi, this is really fascinating and actually very entertaining. When you say that we got worse at dealing with fraud, maybe it's that the fraudsters have gotten smarter and better at it?
I think that's a factor, yeah. But then also, it's still a lot the same old frauds too.
It's also gotten easier too, because it's digital, and they don't have to go break into a bank. They can just sit in their basement. So.
And fraud has just become more attractive because so many more things are built upon the same vulnerabilities. So when people, when SMS was first adopted in the 1990s, it was a byproduct of how signaling worked, and it was a revelation that kids liked using it. Probably nobody anticipated that we'd be congratulating ourselves only a few years ago that European banks would therefore be turning to using SMS as sending one-time passwords. So we're now dealing with a very different environment from how the technologies were originally used to how they're now being used now. And I think that's a big factor in what's driving the fraud.
Reza.
Thanks, Eric. That's a really powerful perspective. I was speaking in this morning session and comparing the mobile network on the dysfunction of the mobile network to what the internet was turn of the millennium, and how that act got cleaned up, that network got cleaned up so that we now watch television over the internet. You remember the Variety magazine headlines, the Napsterization of Hollywood. And I don't believe, well, in those days, it wasn't the ISPs that cleaned up the the network. It was not in their interest. They were, if you were sharing on peer-to-peer networks, they were still getting their monthly rate. And so that width of the sole of your heel is still coming in, whether it's fraud coming on my mobile phone or whether it's legitimate traffic. So I don't believe it's going to be the mobile operators and that are going to clean up the network. Ultimately, the cleanup came from two things. One, it came from legislation with teeth, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, that had real teeth, and it came from technology like DRM, digital rights management, encryption, and good old security. And we don't have either of those in the mobile network, and my phone's become useless. Yeah. I don't pick up the phone, and it's just inundated with spam messages, and it's turned my iPhone into an iPod. So what can we do about that?
I mean, I think the point there is that rights holders were very effective in lobbying. They knew why they were lobbying, they knew what they wanted, and therefore they spoke to the right people. So that even today, when I think about that parliamentary report that I was talking about, plenty of input comes from people who are interested in protecting intellectual property. A lot less has been coming from people like who represent carriers. And so there is a problem here where we've got a lobbying gap. And there isn't an easy answer for who's going to fill that gap, because, as you say, where's the incentive to fill it? You know, when I was joking earlier on, you remember I was talking about the CEO who would walk into work and make that joke. I remember him being on stage and telling everybody to use LimeWire, because LimeWire is great. Now, I don't know if everyone remembers LimeWire, but that's how obvious it was, you know, that telcos benefited from illegal activity. And we should not be shy about the fact that there is sometimes a gap here in terms of aligning our goals for what we want in the long term for the society we live in, compared to maybe sometimes we just do what's good for our quarterly returns to keep our investors happy.
But ultimately, once the network was cleaned up, the volume of traffic now being legitimately being used is fantastic. It's orders of magnitude greater.
But Reza, I've helped. Another one. They're reading the microphones. So I've helped some mobile operators monetize their traffic, and I've seen you actually get a lot of resistance internally, because you've got this certain volume amount of A to P SMS, as you mentioned. You've got this amount of traffic. They don't really care. It's coming in from where from, whatever, but they've got this amount. It looks good, the stats. And what you're telling them is essentially, when you're monetizing it, you go through the process of the traffic's going to go down, it's going to stabilize at where it should be, and then from that point, you can have healthy growth and go back up. No one wants to be told that their traffic is basically going to go down. But even though you're telling them we're going to eliminate the spam, the fraud, the bad stuff, because so much in this business, and indeed business in the day, is perception. And they're lies, damned lies, and statistics at the end of the day. So, yeah, so that just the sheer number of messages they're scared about, and there wasn't actually the understanding that a good percentage of them weren't healthy messages. So, yeah, well, that's resistance from within when you're trying to do the right thing.
They're in danger of going.
Is it Ornish from GTS?
Hi. This is Dheeraj from Inflated.
Oh, sorry, Neela, sorry. Yeah.
James, I actually, not a question, but actually a point. And James, I actually agree with you. I think we're talking about SMS and messaging fraud, which I think is a fraction of the digital ad fraud which is out there. And not even a relevant fraction, to be really honest. Digital ad fraud is anywhere in the level of about $300 billion globally.
Well, that's not the fraud. I think that's digital ads as a whole is 300 billion.
No.
The fraud.
I'm talking about the fraud part.
It's 300 billion.
HP Enterprise did a very interesting survey way back in 2016, where they ranked different types of fraud, including gun running and drugs and gambling and murder for hire. And they found digital ad fraud to be the least riskiest, because you can never go to jail, and the highest ROI, because you can earn millions of dollars, without getting caught. And that was way back in 2016 by a company in HP Enterprises, which has nothing to do with media, by the way. So all fraud is important, and I don't think we should discount that messaging fraud is an important topic, because fraud is fraud.
Well, definitely, I think we shouldn't, because hey, I'm from the messaging world, but it just brings some perspective that there are other well-known frauds around.
And much larger in size. And in fact, just in the telecom, maybe we need to look at some thoughts towards carrier billing. Direct carrier billing, especially in Africa, in other countries, there's 90% fraud in many cases, 90%. And that's not even when you need to.
This is why we're within MEF, we're going to be restarting at some point. And I've been saying it for a few months, but we will restart. But if I need the buy-in from the operators there, the Banking Fraud South Africa working group. And I run the Direct Carrier Billing for Growth working group as well. And we've seen there how only through collaboration with industry organizations such as the Wireless Application Service Providers Association, WASPA, in South Africa as well, and they came out and they mandated usage of an anti-fraud solution. I think basically came out and said, from this point on, you've got to have, here's a list. Well, they came out with a list of defined solution providers, and basically said to all the players in the industry, you've got to have one of these, and I think can implement it within 6 months or something, otherwise you're out. So it hasn't solved the issue, but it's improved it.
The only problem with that issue is that all telcos took an easy route and said, hey, aggregators, you deploy it, and I'm hoping that you deployed it, and I'm hoping or assuming that something did happen in that space, and everyone just was okay with the certification without actually any implementation, which goes to, Eric, your point that everyone is maybe trying to just continue with the dirt and the mud and just trying to build more things on top of it. I like that cinnamon from your side.
Yeah, and apologies for overrunning, but one thing I would say is occasionally you do get actual real fraudsters coming along and admitting they're fraudsters at events like this, but you don't generally hear too much the fraudster's point of view, the criminal's point of view. And I think there's a temptation to understand the world only from our point of view and not from their point of view. And what I'm saying here is, when we put frauds into categories, does a criminal care about the categories that we use? If they generate seed capital for a new crime with one crime and then spend it somewhere else, it's all crime. They don't care. They don't care if the victim is the business. They don't care if the victim is an enterprise that's your customer. They don't care if it's your grandmother. They don't care if it's somebody in another country or in this country. So they don't have the same category stipulations that we apply when we're trying to solve the world. We split the world into these categories. Oh, we'll solve that problem. I'll solve that problem. They don't care. They'll take the money that they can from any route, get the most money they can from that route, and then, being good businessmen, reinvest it in finding new, better ways. So they've always going to generate new capital to find new schemes, and then we use phrases like whack-a-mole to go, oh, we're behind again. How did we fall behind? We fell behind again because they've got a ready source of capital, which is the existing crime that occurs.
Next.
Yes.
Matt.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very, very enlightening conversation, to say the least. I just want to pile on some of the questions, and also what you said. That the business of fraud is huge. I mean, SMS, messaging, digital, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, you mentioned about the fact that I like to see more leadership than collaboration. So what's the path forward? I mean, do you expect Barclays to lead the way, or the government regulation? I mean, it sounds like collaboration breeds more discussion, but may not be the solution. So how do you see, where do we go from here? And where would you like to see the progress to minimize or reduce or eliminate fraud altogether?
Okay, fantastic question. I don't know if I'll be able to answer it because it's such a hard one to answer. And if there was an easy answer, somebody would have done it by now. I think in terms of leadership, going back to the public relations, the communications piece, it's about that change in mentality. And I would like to see, and this may sound like hyperbole, I'd like more recognition for heroes in our industry who are good at fighting crime. I'd like to see more recognition from law enforcement, saying, thank you, we know you did a good job. Because these people are not being paid well. they're not being highly regarded within their own company. So anything that the government can do or authorities can do to shine a light on what they consider to be good examples of behavior by the private sector would be great, and for those individuals too. I'd like to see the communications people let some of those heroes off the shackles, so that when they do great work in the company, they can tell other companies, this is the great work I do.
But Eric, isn't there a massive problem? The massive problem is so much of the massive fraud is done by people within who've built themselves into trusted positions, managing client databases or whatever it might be, and then the fraud is perpetrated, so businesses aren't exactly going to be screaming from the high heavens about what a great job they've done of stopping it if it's from within.
Internal fraud is a huge issue too, yeah, and that's why I'm saying it's not an easy one to do. And yet at the same time, I think we need to start somewhere. We need to start somewhere, because I think you're absolutely right. But then if we all say we're all the same, we're all as good as each other, a kind of almost like a Cosa Nostra-like silence about the topic, well, that's a breeding ground for internal criminals too, because they're not differentiated from anybody else. You know, to come back, I think, you know, the panel before, there's, you know, there was a great point made about those who are inside the industry know what's going on. So we need to have a way of talking to each other without breaking the law, without getting into any anti-competition type areas where we'll get into trouble, a way of talking to each other so reputation within the industry starts being a lever and being
This is MEF's Future of Messaging, Fraud and Anti-Revenue, Fraud and Anti-Revenue. Anti-cuts, game over, transmission gone, anti-fraud and revenue assurance working group. We have that, Eric, we have that here. That's it. Look, we've overrun, we've way overrun. This was something totally unplanned that we would absolutely do this, but I've really enjoyed this. I've never done anything like this before. Thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure. It's been very, very insightful. Hopefully you, the audience, have enjoyed it. And Eric, have a good rest of Mobile World Congress 23. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. An absolute pleasure.
Thank you. So, Susan, what is it now? Is it break time? Until 3:30? Well, yes, I'm moderating 2 sessions for Lank Telecom, who have sponsored everything at the Global Forum and are sponsoring the MEF, so we appreciate their support for them. They've done an amazing job. Thank you very much. See you in 15 minutes. No? Yes. Now it's hello, everyone. A very warm welcome back. We are here back with MEF's Global Forum as part of our Mobile World Congress 2023 activities. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce the next session, which is from our Global Forum sponsors, and indeed sponsors of the upcoming MEFI Awards, LANC Telecom. We've got plenty in store for you for the rest of this afternoon. We have a 45-minute session coming up looking at messaging and changes in the business environment, followed by which we'll have another LANC-sponsored session looking at the world of voice, because we cannot forget voice. After all, voice provides so much revenue to mobile network operators globally, and it is practically the oldest messaging channel there is out there, almost 150 years old. Later on this afternoon, you'll be finding, or early evening, depending on which way you want to look at it, there'll be announcements also of the board elections. You've got to be in it to win it. There are six open positions on the board. We've had a record 18 candidates for those elections. So please stay on for that as well. It's going to be really interesting to see who will become our next board directors for the next 2 years, because they serve a 2-year period. And then after that, of course, we have the MEFI party. So I'm sure many of you will be joining us for that. I've received quite a few questions from people as well saying, do we have to be in a black tie, James, i.e. a dinner jacket suit? The answer is no, come as you are, and we've looked very much forward to seeing you. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mr. Vladimir Smaltiev. Vladimir, come on up. Vladimir is the head of sales and procurement for global messaging with LANC Telecom. LANC Telecom have a very, very long history in the world of voice and have moved into very strongly into SMS and messaging. And I know I've said this before with you, but I don't know anyone else practically who has the role of managing both the sales and procurement of messaging, both sides. So it's a very, very unique position. So a very warm welcome and thank you very much. His hands are full. So that's Vladimir. Next up, I'd like to introduce Mr. Igor Skutsenia. So we do a very good job of following each other around the world in the various countries we go to. I made a joke of it on a post, but it's very, very true. Igor, very warm welcome. You are very much an anti-fraud expert on the business development management side of the anti-fraud solutions. So very warm welcome. And finally, I'd like to introduce Natalia Kosiakova, head of the analytical department for voice and SMS. So Natalia, a very warm welcome. Now, the format of today's session is very simply, we've got Vladimir, presentation from Vladimir, Igor, presentation from Natalia, and we'll have a chat. So Vladimir, take it away. Thank you.
Does it work? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to our session. So we would like to talk a little bit more about messaging. I think it's one of the favorite topics here within MEF. And we would like to discuss and share our vision on the current situation, on the messaging landscape, on what is currently happening, and what is the future. So for more than a decade, SMS has been the primary channel for when it comes for businesses to communicate with their customers. It is still there, it is still a dominant channel, but we see that there is more and more channels being available in the market, and we assume that those channels will be more and more used. So I'm gonna use some of myself and Natalia and Igor will be sharing some of the data statistics from our own company, from LANC, and also we'll be using some of the data from Mobile Squared, and thank you to Nick personally for letting us sharing some of this data. So let's start from the first slide. As per a recent report by Mobile Squared, 87% of CPaaS providers are offering SMS. So the majority of CPaaS platforms are actually offering SMS, and it's available for the majority of businesses. The next ones would be WhatsApp, voice, RCS, and email. So actually, besides SMS, more than half of CPaaS providers are offering 4 more channels. And it is projected that by 2025, in just 2 years, well, practically almost every CPaaS provider will have SMS available on their platform, while RCS and WhatsApp will be available on more than 3/4 of all the CPaaS platform. And no surprise that the most available channels in the market right now will have the smallest growth in the next couple of years, while the ones that are least available will have the biggest growth among CPaaS providers. So if you look at this, sorry, it's not that much clearly visible, but if you look at these graphs, this is social media, OTT, and rich messaging that will experience the biggest growth in the next couple of years. Now, let's look at the consumers. So consumers, as per the survey, prefer to communicate with brands over email as the first channel, followed by SMS, WhatsApp, voice, and social media. However, if we look at how brands currently are communicating with them, we'll see that email is by far the most used channel, so it's accounting for 77%, while SMS is being used only in 39% of cases, and then voice and WhatsApp even less. So it shows us that there is actually a good, let's say, opportunity for SMS to grow, but it is questionable if actually SMS will be able to make it within the current situation on the market. So now turning to the spend by CPaaS providers, SMS accounts for the biggest part of the spend, but in the same time, if we look at the percentage within all the channels that CPaaS providers are offering, the share of SMS is actually reducing year to year, and it used to be 75% in 2020, while by 2026 it will go down to only 50%. In the meantime, the actual revenue that has been generated by SMS is still dominating a lot across other channels, and it is projected to reach $26 billion by 2026. So it will actually increase twice. Mobile Squared is showing that there's four major channels in terms of the spend, which are voice, email, WhatsApp, and SMS, and they have this nice abbreviation of Use. I personally like it very much. And these four channels will cover more than 90%, around 90% of the total CPaaS spend. Right? Then there's secondary channels by spend, which are in-app notification, OTT messaging, social media, video, and the tertiary channels, which are ABC, Facebook, MMS, RCS, and Viber. But if you look at the secondary and tertiary channel, that we can see that potentially there are some channels that are just comparatively new or not well available in the market, and actually they have there's a good possibility that they will go up and become a secondary or even primary channel within the next years. So this is actually showing it in colors, and Nick has already showed this graph in the morning. But again, it is showing on what is the share of SMS in terms of revenue, and how other channels are actually growing within the next several years. So again, coming to what from what I started, SMS as a primary channel is actually losing to other channels in everything but revenues. We can see that the revenues is growing, but we cannot say 100% that this growth is actually a natural growth. There is, from our perspective, different reasons behind this growth, which have been discussed a lot during the session here and yesterday. Firstly, there's a continuous increase of A2P SMS rates. Secondly, the growth of our artificial traffic, or OTP SMS fraud, as we call it, AGT, AAT, call it whatever you like. Knowing the recent news from Twitter and Facebook, it is even more questionable whether those figures, I mean, the share that SMS will have in the coming years will be to what Mobile Squared projects, like 50% in 2026. Now, to support what I just said, I would like to show the data from our own statistics. Nick has mentioned that the average rate for A2P SMS is 6.5%. Well, apparently we are working with a bit higher priced markets mostly. This is probably the reason why we have the higher rates at an average, but it is still showing the trend and how bad is actually the growth is happening. So like last year, it's almost doubled, right, the average price per SMS. We also analyzed the AGT part of the traffic, and we have tried to see which rate range is actually bringing most of the generated traffic cases. So if you can see this table over here, there is rare cases of AGT fraud within the range below 5 cents. But when it comes to rates with a higher than 8 cents, or in between 8 and 15 cents, more than 60% of AGT cases are actually attributed to those rates, both in volume and revenue. I think that that is a good indication of what is happening and where the fraud is actually happening. So basically, this is it from my side to set the scene on what we are seeing, and I'm passing to Igor to show some of his findings.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. You kind of painted the picture in terms of statistics and actual numbers, and I would like to address the functionality of those alternative channels, not only to concentrate on SMS, but also what is so different about the other channels like flash calls, like passkey, like OTT, like RCS. We'll be going along the way and just describing what they're really all about and what are the pros and cons about those. So the SMS is obviously the primary channel of being the way of mobile communicates with the users. It's kind of this old familiar friend that has a lot of features and a lot of advantages compared to the others. And first of all, SMS has a wonderful coverage. None other competing channel except for maybe flash call, and we will talk more about why is it a maybe just a little later on, has the coverage of SMS. It also has the familiarity and usability. Users know what to do with SMS. They know how to receive it, they know how to read it, they know how to use it however they please, like whether it's an OTP delivery method or two-way communication or just to see a notification from a business, et cetera, et cetera. It's also a regulated, monitored, and civilized market. As much as we, sometimes disagree with the rules and regulations of SMS market, we gotta agree that there are government agencies that are monitoring it, and they're trying to cater one of the parties that are member of this market, whether it would be enterprises, end users, or the service providers. It's a civilized market, to say the least. And obviously, the pricing issue that Vladimir addressed, it's not only puts a strain on the current users of the channel, not only like they just spend more, it also increases desirability for all those other alternatives, for flash calls, for OTTs, for passkey, et cetera, and I will try to kind of stop by most of them. And I got to warn that I will be using the word however a lot, because with each and every channel, I will be saying, well, I'll be basically just kind of bashing them a little bit just to understand the complete framework. It's not just the SMS is different from all those other channels. I'll be explaining how and in what way they are perhaps inferior to it. So in terms of OTP delivery, the first thing that comes to mind is the flash call. It's in the perfect case scenario, they are cheaper, and they're with Android they provide a superior user experience compared to SMS, because with flash call the apps on Android are able to seamlessly read this code and then put that to authenticate the user, making sure that there's no human factor, there's no error, there's no necessity to deliver the same password once again. However, they get blocked, and the operators are actively working on making sure that they have fewer flash calls on their network. And also they have lower conversion on Apple and those non-Android applications, and in case they're used for web services as well. If you would like to know more about flash calls, just to kind of deep insight into what it is, we can refer to the webcast that we done recently with James here. Also, Marcus Balasas from Deutsche Telekom Global Carrier, and Carlos da Silva from PCCW. I think he could be here somewhere in the audience as well. Once we have an edited version, user-friendly version, we will basically show it to the world, and you will have a complete insight of what flash call is. Another thing that was discussed during the last month was the passkey. It's the common decision made by Google, Microsoft, and Apple to authenticate users without using mobile channels. So essentially, they designed a way not to use mobile connectivity to authenticate the users of their applications and services. We don't know the commercial model yet, and whether it's going to be free or not is a kind of a question that the future will tell. But also, there's a couple of things as for how safe it's going to be, and also we should realize that nothing comes free in this world. You know, there's this conspiracy theory saying that if something is free, then you're the commodity. Not to go full tinfoil hat here, but we're yet to see who's going to pay and who's going to pick the tab for this wonderful thing that's going to cost probably tens of millions of dollars to develop, integrate, and facilitate. So we'll see about that. If it's going to be tech giants, those that actually created that, then, well, I mean, good for everyone, because I guess the enterprises would spend less on authentication. But it's kind of a concept. It's yet to be designed, and it's yet to be addressed. So any OTP channel must be reliable. And if OTP isn't delivered, then not only the enterprises, they lose the money that they spend on authenticating the user, they also lose the money that they spend on selling their service and attracting new users into that. And it's almost in 100%, in 100% cases, it's way larger than they would otherwise pay for authentication and authorization costs, whether it's going to be SMS, flash call, whatever. So the main kind of advantage with the coverage of SMS is actually making sure that the enterprises get what they pay for, authenticated users. And I think that should be underlined. As for the two-way communication, which is also very, very important for the brand, many businesses go for chats, in-app chats, or in website chats and applications, and they are not really using much of SMS in terms of two-way communication, just because they don't see it as a perfect channel for that, because, well, maybe it doesn't serve this purpose the way it could have been or it should have been. But we think that the RCS is going to change that. Some people refer to RCS as SMS 2.0. And we think that with having the coverage of, well, someday with RCS having the coverage of SMS, but also the functionality of the app, it's going to take two-way communication to the next level. And we're very happy to be the part of the RCS world and grow it along with the industry and help the industry grow this channel as well. Another way of communication would be WhatsApp, and we expect growth in this channel as well. However, the security is an issue here, and I haven't encountered many cases that would actually be addressing this issue, but what we know is that with the case of those calling, those criminals that are calling to unsuspecting victims, sometimes senior citizens, and they would be saying that, look, for one reason or another, we need your bank account information, we need your personal information, we need to know something that would provide some value to the villain. The fraudsters now, they're using WhatsApp to that. They are reaching out WhatsApp to WhatsApp, and there's basically nothing that regulators could do or the law enforcement could do, just because this channel is essentially unregulated. You can only deal with it after the damage is done, and even the major brands have difficulty reaching out to Meta and making the case for the safety. So meanwhile, we know for a fact that a single financial institution in North America may lose several tens of millions of dollars every year, and there's nothing they can do. So there's an issue of WhatsApp being used for business communication we think that must be addressed. So in short, we expect the other channels to grow. As the market grows and the alternatives are becoming more and more lucrative, perhaps getting a better offer, et cetera, just being more and more familiar to the users, we expect that some brands and enterprises would become disillusioned in other alternative channels for the reasons that I mentioned before or some others. The reality, as we all know, is not as advertised. It's not as pretty, and the same thing could be said about the alternative channels as well. Flash calls, WhatsApp business messaging, passkey, they are not as pretty as the posters paint it to be, and we'll see how the market would reflect when actually these channels would become a full-fledged part of the market along with SMS. So right now, the SMS is being the primary channel for notification and delivery. The market is growing with the demand, and obviously the number of SMS is growing as well. With this comes the risk that the larger market is more desirable for fraudsters. And Natalia here will tell more about how to detect and counter SMS fraud. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's mine. I would like to take this opportunity to show how we at Lang Telecom see the SMS fraud from the routing perspective. Mind you that we have one of the best AI anti-fraud solutions in the world. I believe many of you have received OTP SMS they haven't requested, thinking that someone is trying to hack your account, but it's not the only case. Most likely it's related to the fraud. In this case, the fraud chain is disrupted and MNO starts receiving their artificially generated traffic and sends it to its subscribers. So the topic I want to cover is that brands are paying for fake traffic and some of MNOs don't even know the real volumes to their network. My colleagues have already mentioned the main challenges of current business messaging environment. It's market prices increase and artificially traffic increase. So marketing traffic slowly disappears from the international traffic, and OTP traffic occupies most of it. Brands are urging customers to use phone numbers for authentication and to keep personal information safe and secure and to make onboarding process easier. So they are locked into it. And all these challenges drive brands to look into alternative solutions to communicate with the consumers. This is data from Mobile Square's recent CPaaS report, and we see that barely 30% of brands are using more than 2 channels to communicate with consumers. And SMS is still one of the popular channels. And as it's already have been noted that the expensive market becomes a hunting target for the fraudsters. And it's easy to get into a vicious circle when MNO wants to get more revenue and increase the rates, and more fraudsters enter the chain, and less additional revenue the MNO actually gets, and then they increase rates more and more. We would like to emphasize the importance of different channels for communications with consumers. It helps to reduce the total budgets due to the lower price of other channels. It helps to reduce the total budgets due to mitigation of AGT, and it helps to learn more about your user base and eliminate botnets. One real-life business case from Lang, we have received an offer for the one network at half price. And since there is always a demand from brands for any possible cost reduction, we have found a brand, a partner, who wanted to try this route. We took this opportunity to learn more of how these routes are performing and what's the fraud within it. The total daily traffic from a single brand was about 30K SMS, with a very high delivery rate, conversion rate, no complaints. Then we reached out the MNO, this network, asking what's the volume they see from this brand. And the answer was 3K a day. So all the rest traffic didn't even reach the MNO. We then tried to create an account with this brand. We requested 8 OTP and then tried to locate it in our system. We found 2 SMS were received from the partner with the routing set up directly to MNO. And we have received the pins to our phone number. And 6 SMS were received from the partner with the routing set up to that suspicious route, and we didn't receive any PIN codes to our phone. So as a result, the traffic increased because consumers were not getting PIN codes, 2 out of 8 SMS delivered, and brand paid for all the traffic in full. So our recommendation is to have a powerful anti-fraud solution and use different channels to be able to compare and analyze the conversion and delivery and the number of unique users. SMS fraudsters, in most cases, do not have a control over other channels like voice and RCS and email and etc. AGT impact on traffic and conversion. Some would say that conversion drop would mean fraud, AGT. But actually, stream of AGT may have any conversion rate the owner of fraud wants. The portion of AGT traffic in most cases is much higher than the portion of real traffic. Fraudsters may randomly use the phone numbers as they don't need actually to have a control over phone. They only need to be in the chain and complete SMS at the soft switch without even sending it further. So when we move the traffic from the brand to a trusted SMS vendor, we disrupt the fraud chain and users started getting the SMS they are not requesting. And of course, if consumers didn't request the SMS, they will not input the code, and in this case, conversion would immediately drop until the fraudsters stop asking for the OTP and fraud attack dissolves. Again, conversion drop doesn't mean AGT. Fraudsters may have any conversion rate they need. And I would say if conversion rate is much higher than the usual benchmark and the price is low comparing to the others, this is a good reason to look into it. this is another real case scenario when the traffic is bumped to one specific network. So it was 20K daily, and one day it was 200K daily. That's the difference between AGT, portion of AGT traffic, and portion of real traffic. Someone enters the chain requesting the huge number of OTP, gets the PIN, using the exposures of onboarding process, and then enters the PIN codes on the website or application, and the conversion is only going up. So look into your traffic spent or revenue spent forecast, at least within the countries. I mean, if there was no any marketing campaigns or investments and traffic just pumping, then might be a fraud. Operators and aggregators cannot stop the fraud only by ourselves, because blocking the destination, we risk of preventing the legitimate users from the authentication, from registration, we risk of cutting brands' traffic due to delivery or conversion drop. So even if a customer wants to have a short chain of trusted vendors, there are still some vendors profiting off fraud. So even a short chain in some cases may not help. And in this case, different channel may help to disrupt the chain and remove the faulty vendor. We cannot stop the fraud, but what could we do? This is just the artificial image generation, how we see it, but how can we stop AGT fraud? We at Lang Telecom choose to invest resources into AI anti-fraud solution to inform our partners about the suspicious traffic, to block upon confirmation, to convince our clients to talk to their legitimate partners, to have a closer inspection on context behind the users. And we recommend the brands to mitigate the source of AGT, so fake accounts, and try different authentication channels and CPaaS vendors to ensure maximum value and knowledge about their user base, and increase the defense of the onboarding process. And we recommend the community to strengthen the collaboration between different aggregators and join knowledge sharing sessions and discussions, and rely on anti-fraud tools and work together with brands towards mutual prosperity. Thank you.
Natalia, thank you very much indeed. So, of course, you're referring to organizations like MEF there, absolutely. And as we've been hearing, so this is ultimately, we've got Andre to come on the voice side of things, and then that rounds off really our messaging track here at the Global Forum. But we've been talking since the beginning when it comes to messaging, when it came to payments, when we were talking about payments yesterday with Ross as well, everything comes down to trust, but trust and action. Now, Igor, you mentioned passkey. It's something that came up indeed in our webinar, so 2 o'clock in your first Lang Telecom webinar, so congratulations on bringing that online, and it was a pleasure and honor being your first guest, or one of the first guests on that. Now, passkey came up in that conversation, and Carlos da Silva mentioned that from PCCW Global. It was talked about at our last Fraud and Revenue Assurance Working Group as well. Now, passkey is being developed, ultimately thought of about being used, but it's not thought of about being used by mobile operators. It's the large brands you mentioned. Now, we've talked about trust. Mobile network operators generally seem to have that implicit trust. Probably other industry verticals may not necessarily have. Even if, so the commercial model, let's get down to basics, the commercial model. I can't use the P word, you can, but you know and me. So with the commercial model, let's say an A to P SMS was set at 2x. Like you said, the commercial model for passkey is unknown. At the moment, it's free, but will it really be free if all this money is being sunk into investing into technology? Who knows? Let's just say it comes out at 1x. What's your feeling, your personal feeling, Lang Telecom's feeling, on will people think, okay, I'd rather pay 1x for something rather than 2x, but that actual verification solution may not come from an organization that I may necessarily trust as much as I do my mobile operator. What's your feeling about that?
Kind of to reiterate what I mentioned, and I think this is like the main thing to be talked about, the passkey, is that development of this solution like this, maintaining it, integrating it around the world will not be free. So someone's going to pay for that, and you know, if it's going to be put on the users in some way, this is one thing. If the tech giants are going to pick up the tab, this is another way. And the thing is, this pricing, it gotta be kind of offset by the cost that those big tech giants would otherwise pay for the SMS OTP delivery. And this is like the main reason for that. So I would assume that if we are specifically kind of taking the commercial model framework in terms of passkey versus SMS, obviously if the commercial model of SMS would to be, so to speak, optimized, then it will not make a lot less financial sense for those tech giants to devote those costly resources. I mean, we all know that, you know, people are working with these tech giants, they get paid a lot. So I guess just from the standpoint of labor, it's going to cost them a lot. And perhaps if the SMS would have been not as expensive as it is today, maybe it will not make any sense for the passkey to come into life.
So Vladimir, do you think, so you mentioned essentially since last April, almost just short of a year, a doubling. If we clicked our fingers and we moved back to the commercial model we had a year ago, do you think AGT, AIT would disappear as fast as it arrived? Is it really that closely linked to the commercial model? From the research and the numbers you're showing, your own research, as well as reinforcing what Nick has been showing from Mobile Squared, that to me looks possibly the case. What's your feeling?
Well, obviously, the higher the rate is, the more revenue is there in the market, and there is more intention from fraudsters to get a bigger part of the pie. I would say that if operators would use more, let's say, moderate commercial model, we might not have an AGT to the extent we have it these days. So Nick mentioned it's roughly 20% that AGT is available in the market. It really depends on specific destination, on specific country. We discussed already US as a good practice example where there is practically no AGT. Well, maybe some minor cases maybe, because commercially it is not viable. The rates are really low. That's one scenario. But yeah, what is happening now is that the mobile operators themselves are not helping to eradicate generated traffic, because either they are part of this chain, because this is a great monetization model to get profit out of just monetizing the channel, which they already have, and is almost zero cost to them. Or, as Natalia mentioned, they're just out of this whole scenario, and they don't care that much, because the traffic is not, in most cases, is not reaching them. So from that perspective, the increase of the rates is actually encouraging fraudsters to do more and more generated traffic.
But wouldn't this change? So let's talk about the voice world, and I think the i3 Forum have put something together. And in the voice world, they've looking at the chain involved, and if something suspect is up, the payment is halted, and the ultimate party that would benefit doesn't receive the money. So that's questioned. No, we know in life no process is going to be perfect. They're going to be false positives, or intentionally someone is going to say, hey, there are issues with this, simply to delay payment for another party or whatever it might be. But how about a process like that coming into the world of SMS? Do you think that would work or not?
I would say that we would definitely support this kind of process, because it at least gives an opportunity for aggregators being in between enterprise and mobile operator to not being at the mere risk of not getting payment from the customer, but being liable to pay to the vendor or to mobile operator, which is a really good thing. And it's let's say, a legal procedure on how we can try, to minimize the risk of having a financial loss for aggregators primarily, but also for enterprise, of course. So I think it's a good thing, and of course, as you said, it's not a panacea, but at least, I mean, like if we do it, I think step by step, we might come to the state where voice is nowadays. Probably Igor can mention something on this part as well, on how voice is tackling the fraud cases.
I guess in terms of technology, since the voice is a lot older service, then there's a lot more technology and there's a lot more knowledge, a lot more statistics in the voice. So I guess the simplest way would be to transfer the tools that are being used in voice and somehow manage to have them to work in the business messaging environment.
But you can't use stir shaken, for example, in the US. You couldn't use that on SMS.
That's right, but well, thankfully the stir shaken is the only technology available.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
So I mean, if you're using AI and you have achieved wonderful results in terms of your AI countering the voice fraud, perhaps the technology and the working pattern, how you look for the patterns that are peculiar to fraudsters in voice, you can use the same techniques to look for the patterns that are peculiar for SMS. And I guess it will not be perfect, but at least that would be a huge step forward that perhaps the fraudsters don't really expect. So.
Now, Natalia and all, so it's aimed at all of you, really, anyone who can answer this one. So with some frauds, we all know, let's say I'm wanting to take advantage of somebody, and let's say I offer a very, very advantageous commercial model that attracts the attention of an enterprise or a fellow aggregator in the community and go, oh, that's very interesting. And you do a test. Let's say you use a well-known route testing service, of which we have 1 or 2 members within the MEF membership, and you test it, and rather than coming out with the information you saw, where there was clearly some problems, you actually find that route works, it's legitimate, it's all fine, no problem at all, I'll use that route. But then, unless you carry on that continued program of route testing, you won't necessarily find out that after a day or after a week, they start blending the traffic with grey route SIM boxes, etc. What's the situation with AIT and AGT? Is it something where they lull you into a false sense of security, nice and comfortably, easily, or they just absolutely smash you overnight? What are you seeing happening to your clients impacted? Is it an absolute smash and grab?
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, once the vendor starts getting the traffic, it's pumping next day. So even if operators, I would like to add to Vladimir's words, that even if operators will go down with the rate somehow, but still fraudsters in SMS now know how easily they can get money compared to voice. Because in voice, I'd say the most part of the operators know how much they were losing and they are losing to RSF fraud. But in SMS, many brands don't even know how much they are losing. So it's very easy in SMS to get a lot of money. Even if the rates will go down, it's still very easy to get. So there should be a set of actions. I mean, it should be anti-fraud solution, some different commercial models, because even if there is no AGT fraud, then some brands cannot afford to have so much traffic with this high price. So traffic will be lowering even more. So should be set of actions towards what we have in voice at the moment.
Yeah, well, I would like to add that, yeah, obviously those cases are visible and maybe easier to be detected. But as I mentioned during my previous session at the MEF event in London, there is a number of networks with a small customer base that would actually have almost more than 60% of traffic being generated. And like even I think in the top 10 of networks with the fraud cases that we have discovered, I think 7 out of 10 are actually the smaller ones. So, and the traffic is not bumping over there. So it's actually, it has been growing gradually, and for some cases, it's been on a very stable level for a long time. We had some assumption from our side because, okay, it looks really strange, especially me coming from the voice background, to see on certain networks a volume of traffic, more or less similar volume on the network with several millions of customers, and with a no-name MVNO with maybe 50%, 50K of subscribers. So which actually tells that this generated traffic, which our AI confirmed later on, has been there long ago, and actually nobody really cares about it because it's been there stable, and everybody is okay with this amount of fraud being there, but still it is a fraud case. So it's different.
That is actually good. We're having to close this panel off, but that was actually what I was wanting to. You beat me to it. I was wanting to conclude on, because you mentioned mobile operators. If I'm a mobile network operator and I've just monetized my traffic, I'm going to be thrilled with it if the traffic increases via an aggregator. I'm going, well, that's fantastic, great job. And an aggregator, unless you are, let's say, a very responsible aggregator in the community and are watching your traffic volumes and have an auto setting, say, monitoring at 24-hour periods, and something has gone up over 20%, then you have someone manually investigate to see what's going on. Hopefully it's good news, a nice campaign, something like that. But then unless you're keeping an active eye out, it's very easy, even though an aggregator might not be doing the wrong thing, or a mobile networker might not be doing the wrong thing. If someone gets that billing cycle right, imagine 30 days of that. 30 days
James,
of that.
Jean has got a question here. Is there time? Thank you.
Please go for it.
Yeah, hi. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. Jean Pradas from BTS. Of all the slides, 2 slides stand out in my eyes. One of them, of course, is the percentage of potential fraud depending on the price range. And the other one was this chart that shows pricing for January 2023, which is the highest, okay, over 9 cents if I saw correctly.
Yeah.
Which means that basically, I mean, my interpretation is that the mobile operators or MNOs or whatever don't really care about that part of the fraud because their pricing continues to go up, all right? Which is kind of surprising, a little bit of what James is just talking about now. My question is, well, their business model is, okay, the pricing goes up, they get more revenue, fraud continues to hit 20% or whatever the number may be. At the end, who loses?
Well, it's a good question. I think the whole ecosystem is losing because of that, because we, a lot of companies here have invested a lot in SMS as a channel, and has spent a lot in educating the customers to use SMS as a channel. I think that's the question is that might be a loss for a lot of players and some of the companies in this room. But obviously, there is also an opportunity to start offering more actively the alternative channels, because in the end of the day, we're a service provider. We don't have to stick to SMS if it's something that is not demanded from the customers anymore.
Hello, I'm Debs, and I work for BCCW Global, and I look after revenue assurance.
I know all of you spoke about we need to actually create a process in making sure that the fraudsters don't get benefited. In the A2P industry, where do you think we are in creating a process, a voice-like process, in making sure the payments are stopped?
Well, I mean, from the technology standpoint, it doesn't have to. Well, if we diminish the percentage of the cases that actually get to the point where the payments must be managed, if we intervene earlier, if we intervene with better AI, if we intervene with a proactive anti-fraud system, then obviously the damages and the amount of loss is going to go down. So my take, well, I mean, considering that I'm the AI fraud management system person, that would be like implement a better technology right now or as soon as possible so that you don't have to intervene into those complex payment processes with legal whatever. Just make sure that you're not getting there, or if you're getting there, it's as little as possible.
Well, James has mentioned one important thing about messaging business comparing to voice, the billing terms. So the billing terms on SMS is normally 30 days, and then you have another 30 days after the invoice has been issued to pay the invoice. So it is giving us a gap of, like, you know, if it's the first day of the month, then it might give you 60 days to actually, you know, pay for, receive the payment from the customer. And this is creating a problem because it might be that you already pay to your vendor because the payment terms are shorter than what you have from your customer, especially when it comes to Google or, you know, those guys that prefer to pay 30/45 or even 30/60. Yeah, but then at some point the enterprise might come to you saying, hey, you know, this is artificial traffic, this is a fake user, I'm not going to pay for that. And then you'll be, you know, stuck in between this, the paid invoice from the provider and non-payment from the customer. Yeah, so from that perspective, I think it's, I mean, important to work on the legal aspect of this issue. As we just discussed with James, to work on certain best practices on how we deal with those cases and create a legitimate procedure on how we might delay or, you know, stop the payment if we confirm that this case is an AGT.
What I can say, just to conclude this panel on behalf of MEF, we have our Business SMS Code of Conduct version 2.0. It was agreed today in a closed group session, and we have a strong working party of over a dozen companies coming together to look at that, and there will be a version 3 of that coming out. But what I've got to say, though, is the original Code of Conduct, when it was put together about 5 years ago, it took 14 months to get through the legal process of the members. It took a year to put it together. So this is not going to be something rapid. So it's a fantastic thing to have. What the i3 Forum have done with voice is absolutely amazing. We partner with the i3 Forum as well, and many of you are i3 Forum contributors and members as well. So it's the time element, and it's all about action. And AI, from the technology, certainly from what Igor's been saying, so solutions like that which LANC provide seems to be the fastest solution at the moment to it. So I'd like to thank Vladimir, Igor, Natalia. Thank you very much for the panel. We are not finished with LANC Telecom at all. Next up is voice. So we were talking about voice then. It's LANC's heritage. It's where LANC came from. It's where so many players in the world of business SMS came from and are still active today. And that's voice. So welcome. Andre is head of sales with voice. So you've got a presentation coming up. So I will sit to the side for this one and take it away. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I would like this presentation to be useful for you. We will have a time for questions after main part. Now, quite many slides, please. Firstly, some slides information about our company after my colleagues left. A reminder, we offer voice, closer, okay. Voice, messaging, roaming solutions, and anti-fraud, both for voice and SMS. Yes, and actually we have 350 people now in the company. Let me focus on voice. This is what our company started from. This is what we have still invest much. And this is a topic of our current discussion. We in Lang have a unique combination of big sales group and analytical routing group, which in unit brings the best on the market, I think so, the best full premium A to Z. And by the way, also from this slide, I would say that eSIM reselling is something we see a high demand now at the moment. Key advantage in the major developed voice market is FMS, fraud management solution, anti-fraud invoice, both for inbound and outbound traffic. Now it's completely free if you send traffic through our platform. Alternatively, it can be a standalone solution. We sell different products, sometimes with completely different features. These different products and including the rapidly growing One Enterprise solution, which is not limited, but includes verification, authorization services, also through API. Enough for introduction. Speaking about our amazing hospitable organizers, happy that they are proposing this subject. There are more and more mentions on specific voice topics on MEF. So I'm catching up a trend to discuss OBR. What does it mean, origin-based rating? In simplest form, in the shortest description, the rate to make a call, in this case, depends not only on the destination, but also from where this call is made from, the origin. Some history, if you remember, the old calling rates in Europe were like 15, 17 cents, but we are going down gradually. European Union regulation helped with the guidance of the price levels, price steps decreasing, maybe even too much, because the rates now are about half a cent, 40 euro cents to be precise, is the exact MTR, mobile termination rate. This is from the last December. But the revenue dropped very much for inbound traffic. And many countries globally invoice still have high rates, like 10 cents, 20, 30, 50, 60, or even 1 to USD. So operators introduced OBR to have better balance. It was a big problem for them, and probably it's kind of a message to the global market that government regulation authorities should talk more to carriers, to operators, to understand better their prospects and positions. Now origin-based rating is implemented for almost all European countries. United Kingdom and other regions continue to keep this trend. Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Turkey, South Africa, United Arab Emirates. It's a challenge both for big and for small carriers who work with international traffic. But it's essential to be able to manage this type of traffic to such countries. Firstly, OBR, of course, is a risk. The difference in OBR rates is huge. As example, on the slide, UK, one of mobile networks, the rates ranges from 0.005 to 2.5 euro. And for intermediate partners, it's not only a region-based rating. It becomes a region-based rate management, a region-based routing, trading, a region-based billing, and a region-based invoicing. Price formats changes. Groups change. New rules are introduced very often. It's huge amount of data, loads of work hours, analyzing hundreds of combinations of A and B numbers to understand the final price per minute. We'll get back. Another risk for mobile carriers. Some recent reports from one British carrier and from one global carrier say that about 40 to 60% of revenue is losing and it's happened due to manipulation of A numbers. A number is changed from one country to another, but the price changes dramatically. Some geographical traffic streams, they disappeared from the market completely. Operators should focus much on developing their defense from the manipulation. But all types of defense, numbered database, proactive monitoring, manual testing, MNP, HLR lookup, AI algorithms, they are all not effective in this case, except a validation of each call. There are some potential solutions on the market, though they are in early commercial stage. OBR also is a challenge. Disputes with retroactive rates happen quite often. Some country from original list can change its grouping, and the price per minute changes from, let's say, 2 cents to 25 cents. Or is another good example is like we are facing nowadays working with enterprise units with the local traffic. Well, local traffic, A and B numbers are from the same country. Local traffic always is a challenge because it might be treated as a fraud and sometimes it's blocked completely. But for many OBR countries, traffic with local ANA may be charged, in example, not at 0.0015, but at 0.35, which is 233 times higher. Though OBR is an opportunity. In case if carrier doesn't have resources to work with OBR, he can just block all the risky, cheap traffic and work with high rates only. It's the simplest way to avoid possible problems. But in this case, he loses the opportunities also. Traffic, market share, revenue. What we can do is to call to the market and ask for some kind of standardization to ease the process. Standardization of price lists, of zones, or regions, of the ranges of rates to the networks, a list of rules. Speaking about solutions, we assume traffic blocking is not a solution. Provider needs to take all necessary steps to work with OBR and minimize losses, to monitor traffic in real time, for CLI validation, to cooperate with trusted partners. Speaking about LANC, quite often we do live testing with tools or manually by a NOC team to check the new traffic streams. And the main aspect, we are on the final stage of implementation of a new billing system, which allows us to handle the plenty of price lists, a variety of codes, rates, and make our routing system even more flexible and efficient. Almost all systems for managing traffic are developed internally, made in-house. Speaking about our voice sales division, it's 25 people, including me. But even more people, 36 now, are in R&D department. Our own team, which creates only for us all special purpose software, plus the IT team, the billing, the invoicing teams, and more than 10 years passed now after the implementation of the current rate and routing system in our platform. So this year it's time to have a brand new one. To mention some special features, now we train it to have ability to parse any price list format, since every supplier, every operator sends OBR rate list in his own layout. Or another feature is to distinguish the zones, the countries, which are not covered by any tariff in the price list yet, by some reason, by mistake, to prevent any disputes or any issues in future. Basic slide with a part of our respectable partners. Thank you. Their recent awards in different fields, Important to mention that we conduct the series of webinars, 2 o'clock recently at the beginning of this year, and flash call detection was very successful. We plan to have a new one about OBR, so stay tuned.
Andre, thank you very much. So I think it's very easy for people to think with increasing usage of OTTs that traditional voice, which is really what we're talking about here, is on its way out, it's not of real value. But it's a huge business still to mobile operators, isn't it?
Increasing the rates? Or?
No, in general, it's a big business. Mobile operators still get a lot of revenue from voice around the world.
Of course. Even if we don't mention the any kind of generated voice, of course, if we manage only the natural traffic streams, if we mention also OTP traffic, it's a big business. It's a huge for operators, for mobile carriers as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a big portion of the revenues.
Yeah, we've got a very active content and advertising working group within MEF, and we talk about all the channels in that group, and as well as others. We've got an active wholesale group, which is where voice is a more natural fit and talked about. And there's a feeling, certainly from listening to members and talking to members, that actually voice could be making a bit of a resurgence in terms of enterprise messaging. So it's clear that voice is not dead in any way, shape or form. Now, what struck me, and I'm sure it struck the audience and everyone watching as well, live, remotely, is that figure of the example you used for that well-known UK-based operator. That commercial model variance, 0.0005 to 2.5. So that's hundreds of times difference. Is that a new phenomenon, or were there always instances in the world of voice going back 3 years, 5 years of such big differences, 100, 200 times? So 10,000, 20,000% variance in commercial model. Was it always like that, or is this something very new you're seeing?
No, such a big difference. It's a completely new thing, yes. Because when it started, the OBR started, it was maybe 100% difference. But it was like 5 cents and 10 cents, like 1 cent and 20 cents, but not like half a cent and $2 to euro cents. So it's this is a very specific example, because of this 2.5, this is for call for modified number, for modified CLI, for fake CLI, for hidden CLI, for some. It's like a barrier. Yes, of course, it's like an obstacle to send traffic, to prevent any traffic sending at this rate, because you will be punished. It's like a penalty. It's not a real price per minute, because nobody calls at this price. But still, this price exists, and you can get it if something wrong via routing.
Wow, that's huge. So I'd just like to thank Andre from Lang Telecom. Andre, thank you very much for joining us, talking about voice. It's important, again, we're rounding off. We've still got more sessions to come, actually, in the other room, but it's very, very important. So this rounds off the messaging side of things, that so many of us that have been in messaging for many years, we all get caught up in SMS and RBM and whatever the latest flavor is. But good old voice is still there, and it has so much, and it can fulfill so many use cases still. So again, thank you very much to Lang Telecom for sponsoring our global forum and for sponsoring what will, I'm sure, this evening be an amazing MEF's party. Now, Susan, I'm going to get you up here.
Well, not up, but here.
No, but so stop. No, come here, please. Susan is our Director of Operations, is responsible for all our marketing, all our events and reports and loads of other stuff as well. And I think has done an absolutely amazing job with the team putting this together. So a round of applause for Susan.
Thank you. It takes a team, it takes a village.
And yeah, so a heck of a lot of work has gone into this evening. And could you just tell us, because the reason I've got you, I don't know, what's coming up next?
So 15-minute coffee break just next door, and then back in here for Identity. It's the last sessions. We've got 3 amazing sessions. And then downstairs right now is content and advertising. but I would stay in this room. quite
Fantastic.
frankly.
So what time are the director announcements? Because there's one individual in the room here
Okay,
that
so
could be impacted.
so at 5 o'clock, identity starts here, and it finishes at 6:30 here. But the elections happen at 6 o'clock, and that's in the consulate hall. So at 6 o'clock, we'll know who the new board is.
Okay, thank you very much, Susan. That's it. So enjoy your coffee break and look forward to seeing you back soon. Thank you very much.
I believe we're live. Yes, we are live. I can hear myself. So welcome to this session. My name's Tim Green. I'm the features editor of the MEF, and I'm delighted to be joined by the chair of the MEF and also the founder of iProve. And we're going to be talking about digital identity and covering lots of ground. Beyond digital identity, we're going to be touching on sort of one-time passwords and the future of that area, which obviously is something that we've been talking about all afternoon. So anyway, welcome, Andrew. Thank you very much for this. Thank you. So I'm going to kick off by asking Andrew for a bit of history, because we're in the fortunate position to be talking to somebody who has a history on the mobile messaging side and is now moving into the identity. So he's got a view of both areas, and his kind of origin story, to use a comic superhero analogy, is quite interesting because it addresses the fundamental problems in those two spaces. So, Andrew, tell us how you got kicked off here.
Well, a moment of history. In the 2000s, I was the founder, CEO, and then chairman of a large SMS business called mBlocks. And along the way, the mobile operators asked all the SMS aggregators also to become mobile payments aggregators in order to facilitate the premium SMS business. And because at mBlocks, we kind of like to do things properly, by 2007, we were the world's largest processor of mobile payments, clearing and settling about $500 million worldwide, which was great. But we hadn't really been exposed to those parts of the industry in which frauds and deception took place. And in 2008, the criminals discovered this, and they exploited it. And in the space of a few months, millions of people suddenly had money stolen from them through our network because it had certain weaknesses in it. Well, this turned into a major scandal. It was very high profile. I was quite high profile. I was on the board of the regulator. The press took an interest. And I remember vividly a British journalist putting me on a TV camera and looking me in the eye and saying, "Mr. Budd, the role of you and your company in this scandal, were you complicit or just recklessly incompetent?" Which, that was 15 years ago, and I still remember it to this day. Well, the answer was that we were a bit naive, and we did a review, and we found that 30% of our traffic was criminal, and we fixed it. And it was easy to fix because SMS leaves lots of forensic footprints all over the place. 2 years later, along came mobile web and mobile apps, and the question was, how could we defend ourselves against the same kind of fraud happening all over again, but this time via APIs? And we did some studies, and the answer was there was no obvious way of doing it. Well, the problem was, how could we assure the genuine presence of a remote customer at the time at which they triggered a mobile payments transaction with zero effort? Because those of you who know the mobile content industry knows that it relies upon very little friction, upon zero effort. And how could it be resilient against the kind of social engineering attacks that the sorts of people that we had encountered and had made millions of pounds in weeks through fraudulent activity? How could we be resilient against their sort of ingenuity? And that's how iProve was invented, and it turned out that we hadn't just solved the problem of mobile payments, we'd saved the world. The coda to that story is that it was far too early to save the mobile payments business, and in 2012, mBlocks sold its entire mobile payments business, which was fortunate because in 2013, the people who remained in mobile payments in the United States got fined by the state's attorneys general $1 billion for fraudulent billing. This taught quite a lot of lessons, one of which is that if there are known weaknesses in a system, then sooner or later something dreadful will happen. And closing your eyes to it and hoping it won't happen is really not a very good strategy. And when it does go wrong, it goes wrong extremely fast, faster than you're able to react to it. It was fortunate because iProve turned out to be a means of verifying the identity and authenticating people right across the internet for all remote transactions, not just direct carrier billing.
So could you be specific about what kinds of frauds were being perpetrated that you then thought that iProve would be a good way of solving?
So the challenge was what I think subsequently became known as cramming. In that case, what the fraudsters in SMS billing were forging or inventing apparent purchase consents from users, and were then initiating a debit through the mobile operators to the customer. And the customers would therefore find $5 or $10 of bill on their of cost on their bill, and they wouldn't know where this came from. It was clever because it was a small enough number that most people didn't bother to protest. But if you do this on a huge scale, if you do millions of people like this a month, you can make a lot of money in a hurry. The problem that we had was confirming that the user had actually willingly engaged in the consent. When it came to mobile web and mobile apps, the problem, I'd seen this before because we'd had a problem in the early noughties called the dialer scam, in which automated malware would automatically initiate a payment while the customer was sleeping. So the problem we had was how would we know that there was actually a customer in front of the device engaging with the application at the time at which a transaction was made. And to me, that is still an issue today.
Okay, so that's the kind of live presence issue what you're trying to solve. Now, in your case, and I know we'll talk possibly about the other alternatives to this. You chose the face, and you found a way of detecting that the face is real and it's not a recording or a mask or whatever. So can you talk a bit about why the face and how you solved that presence and liveness problem?
Initially, we picked face because usability was absolutely central. And the great thing, there are two great advantages to face. Firstly, to sense a face, all you need is a front-facing camera. Well, every single personal device that people have has a front-facing camera. So the sensors were completely ubiquitous. So you didn't need special hardware or anything like that. The second is, it's dead easy. I look at my device, it looks back at me, I'm done. So it's fantastically usable, it's completely passive, it's totally ubiquitous. And although face matching technology was a bit rubbish when I founded iProof in 2011, from about 2016 onwards, it became so dazzlingly good that it would do a really, really, really good job. So it was effortless, ubiquitous, extremely secure. With the added advantage that when it came to the creation of identities, the way that people's identities are grounded, obviously, in government-issued identities, things like this. Well, this contains a certain amount of information about me, but it contains just one thing that shows that this belongs to me, and that's my face. So this face is very, very special as a biometric. It's not like all the others. It's the thing that ties me to my government-issued identity. The problem that was immediately apparent to us when we founded iProof was that if I were one of those people who could make £1 million a week by forgery, what I would do is I'd socially engineer someone's face. I would socially engineer someone, I'd record their face and play it back. So how can you detect not just that the person looks right, but what you're looking at is the genuinely present face of a real person there right now? That turned out to be an unsolved problem. That was the problem we've solved with iProof, and that is actually the very core problem that lies at the heart of all biometric authentication, especially faces today. People say, oh, well, my face is my password. How do I reset it? No, it's not. A password is a shared secret. My face is not secret. Go on LinkedIn, take a photograph of me now. There's nothing secret about my face. So whatever kind of a credential my face is, it certainly isn't a shared secret. The power of the face as an authentication method is that the genuine article is unique. My face is on the front of my skull, which until further notice contains my brain and is attached and goes around with me wherever I go. And the genuine article is unique, and it's the uniqueness of the genuine article that makes it so powerful, which means that the core to the security of biometrics is whether you're looking at the genuine article or not. And that is a really, really hard problem, which we at iProof have spent 10 years solving.
And really briefly, tell us how you solved it.
There are two elements to it. The first is you have to change the scene each time. If you just look at a face or a fingerprint or anything, and you look at it the same way each time, then you know what? The attackers are going to know what you're looking for, and they're going to copy it, and you won't be able to tell the difference. So you've got to change what you're looking at each time. You've got to change it from a biometric to a one-time biometric. There are various ways in which you can do this. The way we do it is we illuminate the user's face with the screen of their own device with a sequence of colors that changes each time and can't be predicted. So we illuminate their face, and then we stream their video back to our servers, where we look at the reflection of the screen light from their face. The spatial and spectral characteristics tell us whether we're looking at a three-dimensional, skin-covered, live, human face-shaped object, but the sequence of colors is different each time. And therefore, if we see an apparently good-looking face, but it's got the wrong sequence of colors on, we're looking at a recording or a pre-cooked deepfake. So one element of it is to change the scene each time, to create a one-time biometric. That is fundamental. The second thing we do is that we analyze every verification that takes place anywhere in the world in our systems. We're continuously monitoring, and we have sophisticated triage systems that look for attack sequences. And when we discover new attack sequences, we analyze them and learn from the attackers what they're doing and develop new solutions to address that attack so that we can stop them becoming systemic and stop them becoming vulnerable. It's a little bit like an antivirus system. You wouldn't run an antivirus system without reporting back to base about new viruses. You wouldn't kind of go, here's an antivirus system and we hope it lasts forever. You have to have a back-end system that is continually learning from the attacks and continually changing and adapting to the latest attacks. That's the only way one can stay ahead of the national security attackers and the organized crime players who are actually in this game now.
You may not want to answer this, but what's the most common method for them to try and attack your systems? Because you've told me before you've had 100,000 attacks a month. From my non-technical perspective, it sounds like it's very difficult to do anything about your technology, but clearly there are ways of doing it. So you probably don't want to broadcast them, but broadly, what are they?
So it's changing extremely rapidly. If we look back 2 or 3 years, people were playing around with latex masks, they were shoving photographs in front of the screen, maybe they were putting iPads in front of the screen. All that is now kind of irrelevant. Today, attacks are all digital injection attacks. In other words, they create synthetic imagery and they feed it straight into the data stream. There's no camera ever involved at all. And the most common attack today is what's called the face swap attack. The face swap attack involves an attacker doing the sorts of things in front of the screen which they're being asked to do, and then using real-time deepfake technology to paste the picture of the victim or the synthetic identity over their face so that it looks like a living, breathing human being with the face of the target subject. The number of those has absolutely exploded over the last 6 months. Digital injection attacks in general have exploded over the last 6 months. There's a tendency in this world to think that the challenge to face matching is something called a presentation attack. That is a thing put in front of the screen. Frankly, those are becoming increasingly irrelevant. It's all about digital injection attacks, which can be mounted at massive scale. Today, it's the face swap attack. Tomorrow, it'll be something else.
Okay, so we talked about the technology, now about the applications of it. So what kind of customers are most interested in using this kind of facial recognition? And when do you think it's going to start to trickle down to the kind of customers that many of our audiences will have in the OTP space?
So I'll correct you in saying face recognition,
well, okay.
Because we're not doing face recognition.
Well, actually, let's talk. Let's park that last question and let's say what the difference between authentication and identification is.
This is really fundamental. Face recognition, which is a scary topic, is the process of looking at somebody and going, I'm identifying you. Out of all the 7 billion people in the world, I reckon you are Tim Green. And you didn't consent to that. You may not have had any knowledge of it. You probably didn't get any personal benefit out of it. And it's extremely privacy invasive. It's also fundamentally not a frightfully good way of identifying you, because in reality, quite a lot of people on the planet look remarkably similar. People maintain that there's a person who looks exactly like me wandering around, although I've not met them yet. In face verification, the person has identified themselves through some active action in some way. Maybe they've typed in their username, maybe they've presented a phone, they've done something, they've said, here I am Andrew Budd. And then you use face matching to confirm that assertion. That is, it involves, they know they're doing it, they're consenting, they get personal benefit because it's a fast and extremely secure way for them to get on and do things, and their privacy is completely protected because in reality, there's no identification going on there. You're just comparing a person's face against a trusted image, wherever that comes from. So there is a really profound difference in social and ethical terms, and in terms of personal privacy, between face recognition and face verification. And also, the task of face verification in terms of matching is dead easy by comparison. You're just having to match, you're having to check whether a person looks like they're supposed to look like. So it works better, and it's ethically much better, and it's really important to make this distinction because it does often get muddled up in political terms.
And from your experience of talking to regulators, governments, enterprises, how confused are they about this distinction?
In different places and different countries is very different. I mean, it's an education process that we're going through in the United States at the moment, where there's a good deal of interest, but also a good deal of concern because of for all sorts of matters associated with face recognition. I participated in the UK UK Parliament's all-party parliamentary group on AI, and I made this point very forcibly. And one of his lordships, who was chairing said, "Andrew, you're very passionate about this. Surely no one could be dumb enough to get these two mixed up." So there are two different approaches to it. In legal terms, because we're a British company, we follow the GDPR all over the world, which is actually a tremendous mark of assurance in many places.
Okay, so let's get back to the question I asked before, which before we sidetracked very correctly into that area was, I mean, I don't recall having been asked by anyone who would send me a OTP to, prove my identity with my face yet. So we're not quite there yet, but what are your feelings about how your business can enter that market?
So there are two use cases for this kind of technology today. One is the creation of accounts, onboarding, enrollment, and that is a large business. That is the creation of a new account from scratch remotely. The first major application of this was the British EU Settled Status scheme, which permitted European citizens to stay in the United Kingdom, and it replaced what would otherwise have been a ghastly paper-based 9-month process with a 90-second enrollment process on an app, which was powered by iProve. Today, this is now very widely used in the United Kingdom, in many parts of Europe, and all over the world, because it's extremely secure, it's extremely easy, it's very fast. It's been within the EIDAS scheme. It's been certified to qualified trust service level, so the highest level of certification. It's as good as which says it's as good as an in-person enrollment. So the enrollment process is now becoming very frequent. Any British users who've had occasion recently to log on to the HMRC website will have undergone it in order to set up their Cabinet Office My One Login account. On the other hand, you have authentication, and authentication is much more complicated. On the one hand, you do have countries where OTP is being supplanted by iProve, and I'm thinking here of Singapore, where the National Digital Identity Platform, CPaaS, used to rely very largely upon OTP. After a colossal scam in Singapore, which impacted millions of people, and there are only 4 million people in Singapore, the NDPI changed the order of preference in their app, and so now the preferred method of authentication is no longer OTP, but it's iProve face matching. A number of banks in Europe are now using this as well for strong customer authentication. But authentication is in a time of change. People still love OTP because it's an extremely understood and familiar user behavior. And of course, like iProve, which will run on any device, because iProve doesn't rely on any special hardware or anything like that. It is ubiquitous, which is the key to everything. But I think that the days of OTP are numbered, partly through technologies like iProve, partly through the use of silent number check, partly through the use of push notifications to apps, which are becoming very popular, and partly through some applications of a standard called FIDO2, which is becoming very successful in the United States, but is not really getting any traction in Europe at all.
It is hanging on, though. I mean, I think you've said before that when you started iProve, you gave SMS a few years, and we're still here, and it's still huge. So, and you talked about the kind of silent lookup, which seems like a really obvious direction for the business to go in. So, what are your predictions for how long it's going to take for this transition to these alternatives?
It's a very good question, Tim. I mean, my experience, when I founded mBlocks in 2000, people decreed that SMS was an interesting technology with a great future behind it. It was over. The truth is, user behaviors take a very long time to create and a very long time to deprecate. So I'm sure there will continue to be, OTP will continue to provide nourishment for a time. The trouble is, as they discovered in Singapore and other areas, it's terribly, terribly vulnerable to social engineering. And social engineering is a massive, massive societal threat. So I think that many financial institutions that we've spoken to, if they need to find out the number of the phone, if they need to check the number of the phone, then they're getting interested in number lookup. And if they're interested in a second factor of authentication, then they're starting to look actively at other solutions. And push to app is a particularly compelling one, which we're finding a lot of financial institutions are getting very much interested in. I think it took a major smash in Singapore for OTP to be deprecated. We've had some minor smashes in Europe. Normally, when organizations are faced with the consequences to themselves or to others, of these sorts of social engineering attacks, then they move pretty quickly.
Now, when you talk about facial authentication, a lot of people will think about Apple, and they'll think about on-device systems like the Apple system. And Apple have done a very good job of convincing the world that by keeping everything on device, it's much safer. Now, clearly, you're not doing that. You're verifying in the cloud. So can you unpack the pros and cons of those two different approaches?
This is a really interesting question. It lies at the heart of some of the questions that many people are raising about FIDO. The original idea was that you had to do it on the device because the privacy of the face was fundamental. That it was really important that the face biometric never left the device, because otherwise then it would be violated, and we wouldn't want people's faces to stop being secret, would we? The price that they pay is that all of the processes are therefore done on the device, including the liveness check. Well, the problem with a liveness check that's done on the device is that it's dead easy to reverse engineer. It doesn't take and if you give someone an on-device biometric checker like a facial verification system, they just play around with it until they break it. And then they've got a scalable repetitive break, and the device vendor never knows that it happens until a massive fraud takes place. That's why we believe that doing it in the cloud has two big advantages. One is that, in fact, it's more than two. The one is that the liveness check cannot be freely experimented with by the attackers, and all their activity is visible. So the liveness checking is all done in the cloud. We watch them experiment, we watch them attack, and when they come up with a successful attack, then we can adapt our system to prevent it becoming scalable and repetitive. And they learn, and in the experimentation, we learn more about them than they learn from us. The exact opposite is true when it's on the device. So the first thing is the ability to protect the integrity and the resilience of the security of the liveness So that's one of the big advantages. The other big advantage is what happens when you lose your phone? What happens when you lose your phone? It's really interesting. What happens when you lose your phone? The answer is you go through a recovery process. What does that recovery process involve? Too often it involves telling somebody down the phone the name of your grandmother's maiden name. Well, in fact, at that point, you've just blown a hole in the security of the system. If your security is fundamentally dependent upon something about the device, and you lose the device, then the recovery mechanism has to be fundamentally not dependent upon the device. Well, people kind of go into a bit of denial on that, but that's the attack point. So there is an argument to say that, and we also live in a world in which people have multiple devices, and they don't want to have different identities on their different devices. So abstracting an identity into the cloud gives people resilient security, portability, and recoverability. And those are powerful benefits.
Okay, so let's talk about commercials now. So you mentioned Singapore earlier, so presumably the Singapore government or whoever department of government is paying you. But we're now moving into a possible world where we're going to have verifiable credentials, excuse me, where a whole range of identity providers can attest and prove, I can use them to prove my identity. So first of all, I want you to explain more about verifiable credentials and what they are. And second of all, what happens to your business model when there's a whole range of companies and it's the customer that's identifying themselves and not Singapore government?
So this is the elephant in the room. And it's not just the elephant in the room for iProve, it's the elephant in the room for many of you in the room here and many people online. And the interesting thing is, nobody's talking about it. I mean, nobody is talking about it, and yet it's a significant and growing threat to the business model of everybody from us, the mobile operators. I was talking to somebody senior from a mobile operator this morning who was agreeing completely, and many, many service providers here. So, we should be talking about this a little bit more. The first thing is, what are verifiable credentials? Verifiable credentials, capital V, capital C, is the name given to a W3C standard for decentralized identity. What's decentralized identity? It's fairly straightforward. Today, if you are running a service, you get people to enroll, you create an account for them, you build an entry in your database about them. And during time, they may give you, and they'll have to give you some information. They'll have to give you biographic information, financial information, other information. And you'll build up a dossier about them in a filing cabinet, and these are all metaphors, in a filing cabinet you're keeping somewhere. And anytime you need to transact with them, you open that dossier. In the world of digital identity, what happens is that lots of people come back to you and ask you about things in that filing cabinet about this person. And you pull it open, look at it, and tell the relying party about it. So this filing cabinet containing the dossiers of lots of people is sitting in an organization called an identity provider, an IDP. And that's the way that digital identity works today. The way that decentralized identity takes those dossiers and puts them in the hands of the user and the user alone. Nobody else in the world can see that dossier except the user. They have a wallet. And what happens is they go to identity providers, and each individual fact about them they get, and they put it, and it's signed digitally by the organization that attested to it. Maybe a passport office that digitally signs key biographic information. That's something that goes into that dossier in the user's wallet. Maybe a university degree comes from the university. They sign it, give it to the user, goes into the user's wallet. That dossier of information about the person is owned and controlled by the user and not by a third party. And when somebody wants to know about that user, that wallet is capable of packaging up an answer to a question and giving it to the relying party. So now, every identity is a set of facts which the user and only the user has and controls and manipulates. It is fantastically scalable because it's completely decentralized. It's fantastically private because there is no honeypot and nobody else can see in. And it's now fantastically open because the W3C verifiable credential standards have been issued, so you can build an open ecosystem about this. Well, this is great. But it means that when a user authenticates, they don't authenticate to the bank anymore. The user authenticates themselves to their own wallet. And that creates a certificate which they then pass across to the bank or to the relying party, saying this person just authenticated to their own wallet. It's a radically different view. So the model is, I've got my wallet, it's got information about me, I log on to my wallet, I authenticate myself to my wallet, that produces a certificate in that, and then my wallet says, don't worry, bank, this person just authenticated. That's all very well. Who pays for the authentication? Who pays for an iProving? Who pays for the OTP? Today, it's the bank, because we work for the banks. Tomorrow, it'll be the wallet. Is the user going to pay for it? No. So there's going to have to be a new structure for funds flows in the world of verifiable credentials, and it doesn't exist. And until it exists, all of us in the authentication business are looking at the arrival of verifiable credentials as being potentially, as potentially collapsing our business model. So, no pressure then.
Well, that's a big one. I've realized that I've hogged Andrew for too long, and are there any questions in the last 2 or 3 minutes that we've got? If not, I've got one more for Andrew.
No, Noah's got a question.
Hi, thank you for the great discussion, first and foremost. So when you talk about basically self-sovereign identity, wouldn't an iProve still be part of that solution as part of the validation? And couldn't it be more of a consensus-based, where it's a randomized validation point as well? Like, even though, because self-sovereign identity, the way you're describing it, is fantastic. That's like way beyond our life cycle, frankly, I think. But I think with the points of identity that exist today, do you find it that the matrix of those identity endpoints can be consensus-driven and randomized so that you can still prove out that you can get that identity from the data that exists?
So let me distinguish. A lot of these discussions, there's a lot of discussion about how you authenticate people using data or devices. These are all proxies for real people. So data about people, consensus-based data about people, these are all about testing the self-consistency of the information in the dossier. It doesn't say that the person, remember that trust doesn't reside in dossiers. Trust resides in what goes on between these two ears. Trust resides in people, not in dossiers. So at some point, you've absolutely got to prove that that dossier, which you can prove is trustworthy, is under the control of the real human being who you trust. And you can't do that using consensus. You've got to do that using some active authentication method. Now, you'll notice I avoided using self-sovereign identity, because self-sovereign identity is kind of it's a bit of a legacy word with all sorts of political connotations about it. So we don't mention that anymore. We said talk about decentralized identity. Absolutely, iProve will be a core part of the decentralized identity world by issuing these certificates. And in fact, we are huge supporters of open verifiable credentials. You said it's a long time in the future. No, it's not. We are leading the onboarding work package for one of the 4 large-scale pilots for the EU digital identity wallet that are about to start. These pilots are going to last 2 years. 2 years. And at the end of those pilots, verifiable credential-based wallets will become the new mandatory standard for digital identity throughout Europe. So we're not talking about 10 years, we're talking about 3 years. And this will I think the European Union will push this extremely hard, because there has not been enough take-up of the original digital identity scheme of EIDAS, and they don't want to make the same mistake twice. So this is not one of the reasons why, if I sound a little bit forceful about this, is this has got to be solved, and we don't have that much time to solve it.
Well, good luck.
Susan, have we got time for one more question, or? Yes, there is, yes.
Sorry, I didn't see you there. Will you say your name? Thank you.
Sure, my name's Nick. And my question actually is around DID. And essentially, if you're doing a decentralized identity, what are your thoughts of having something like that stored on blockchain? Essentially, because historically, then you can do a look back. If you could see the ID, you can immediately then start to append, oh, here's their health record. Here's the sites that they've gone to. Here's their medical file. So how do you see, putting all this in where if tech like blockchain is really being pushed forward, where a lot of times it, might not be the solution?
So blockchain, very often, the whole topic of decentralized identity gets tangled up with blockchain. The blockchain is a tear-off adjunct to decentralized identity. Decentralized identity happens to rely upon an openly readable mechanism for sharing public keys. But that doesn't have to be the blockchain. You can do it using X500 directory structures. You can do it using DID key. There are lots of different ways. And quite a lot of opinion says that the future of decentralized identity won't involve the blockchain at all.
Well, because I think what's interesting about it, though, is how like Dorsey and that whole group were trying to use Bitcoin essentially as an identifier, and then fractionalizing it out with the project with Blue Sky.
There are a lot of attempts which turn the whole problem upside down, which is that they try desperately to find applications of blockchain, because so many people have invested so much time and effort in blockchain, or try to find new and cutesy applications for cryptocurrency. That's not what this is about. We have a major digital identity challenge to solve. The W3C, what has changed everything has been the issuance of the W3C open standards for verifiable credentials. In a sense, a lot of these technical debates are now over, because there are now extremely well thought out, very comprehensive open standards available now, which describe how the verifiable credential architecture is going to work. Of course, there'll be further evolution.
I'm happy too with blockchain having gone away. I think, and all that, I'm happy that it's gone away. I thought it was a great use case for whatever it wanted to try to be, but realistically, it shouldn't be that solution. I think what you're saying is spot on.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we've run out of time, and thank you for all your questions. And Andrew, as usual, you always make complex issues and explain them in simple language. So we're very grateful to you for that. So please say thank you to Andrew. And that's it from me. So enjoy the next session. Thanks very much.
All right, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. This is absolutely fantastic. While we get the stage ready, I'm just going to lay out some statistics. So worldwide, we've got about 800 operators across 200 countries. We have 68% of the world's population currently today using a mobile device, and there's over, 8.6 billion mobile connections out there. So clearly, we're becoming phygital, mobile human beings. And in this world, we've got to understand, how do we go about humanizing this experience? And we just heard from Andrew just a few minutes ago talking about this need of ubiquity and it absolutely being incredibly easy so that we can have this really nice and effective experience for our consumers and our individuals as they interact with us through the mobile environment. Moreover, we're starting to see, as we were just talking about just a second ago, this idea of FIDO 2.0, verified credentials, this removing of the password, using things like iProve to be able to streamline our ability to authenticate with services. Other technologies like mobile intelligence, which we're going to be talking about in just a minute, are all key towards making this more human, easily used experience with mobile. But the question is, how do we make these humanized experiences secure? And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So let me bring up our panelists. Come on, guys. I'll sit on this end. Actually, why don't we sit in order of pictures so people can get your names, and then you can go ahead and self-introduce, and we'll just get right at it. Okay, so let's start with you. Why don't we go down and just introduce yourself, your company, briefly, and what do you do?
Hello, everyone. I'm Gautam Hazari. I'm the CTO for Secura Mobile Intelligence. We work with mobile operators to what we call solving the identity crisis in the digital world.
Sure, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
Thank you, Michael. So my name is Nilay. I work for Inflated, and as a group, we are present in almost 70 countries and across 130 operators and around 200 brands. And we work in the space of ad fraud, identity, brand safety, and many more. Thank you.
Noah?
Hi, my name is Noah Rafelko. I don't even need this microphone because my voice is a little loud. That being said, I'm the CEO and founder of a company called TSG Global. We've been into identity management for several years, but in telecom forever. And we're here to make your digital ID associated with your phone number.
Hi, so Glim Povar. I work for Telefonica Tech as Global Product Director for digital identity solutions, which we're deploying across the Telefonica footprint in Europe and Latin America.
Okay, so let's dig right in. So we're going to be talking. Oh, one more. Sorry. Yep. Go ahead.
Hi, guys.
I forgot we had
thanks for the intro, Michael. Pleasure to talk to you all. I'm not in Barcelona, but I do hope that everyone's having a great time. I'm Theodore. I'm Chief of Staff at Vox Solutions, and basically what we do is provide technology for A2P monetization and anti-fraud to operators and mobile identity solutions to enterprises worldwide.
So when we talk about humanizing the mobile ecosystem and how to make this, reduce friction from the processes, but then also make it secure, let's talk about, first and foremost, why does this matter? What is a good experience? What does humanization mean? Then what do we do about addressing all of the fraud that we've been talking about pretty much throughout the rest of the day? And then finally, what's the technologies? What are the solutions for solving that? So let's start with the humanization question. And Neely, can you talk a little bit for us, like, what are we doing in helping with onboarding and these other types of solutions? Like, why are we doing this?
Yeah, that's right. So I think the first and the foremost question is to why exactly are we sitting here at this point right now, and what is the relevance all about? So I think humanize, when we talk of humanization, it's all about the fact that, we're not a cybersecurity organizations. We're talking about, I think as Andrew also spoke about, an experience which is seamless for the user. So, it's not about security or experience. It has to be a marriage of both security and experience. And from a perspective from the clients, what are we talking about? We're talking about right from the start, which is about user onboarding. I think that's the first and the foremost, piece where there is an engagement of the brand with the user, and that is where identity, process, kicks in. It's about things like cart abandonment, something which e-commerce players suffer a lot. It's about cash on delivery orders, again, where identity needs to be invoked to be able to verify the purchases which is happening.
And let's pause right there. Noah, you were saying earlier there's a ton of fraud that's going on with cash and delivery orders, if I recall.
Yes, I mean, it really comes into when you try and identify someone through the current or, the existing mechanisms, you often fail because the data isn't high fidelity data, and it's not like a high fidelity stereo. It just means that you just don't have enough points of stakeholder value to validate, meaning that you have big holes in security and allow for everything from social engineering to like massive attacks on your network. So.
And Neela, you were commenting, and that also leads to what? Inventory, some problems with inventory.
That's right. So even inventory blocking is, again, a big problem that is there. So all these billion-dollar sales which go on with Amazon, Flipkart, the world, and Walmart's and all. So there is a documented history that there are crawlers which come in and they fake users to block your inventory into the carts. Now, while you're placing orders, is it necessary to invoke identity to ensure that it is a genuine human which is placing the order, or a bot or a script or a malware that is doing it? So all these are instances where I think the brands and the clients suffer. There is a huge leakage that's happening. The whole process is getting abused, and that makes identity discussion to be very, very important.
So there's a significant amount of whys to be able to facilitate and help a business. And if we solve these problems, it both fixes both top line, bottom line, improves trust.
True.
At the end of the day. So I want to turn to Glenn and Theodore now. So what are some of the problems that are occurring from some of these areas, and can you help quantify some of these issues?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, I think, well, obviously, we've talked a lot about authentication. SMS OTP continues to be the hot topic, and I guess Jack Dorsey not Jack Dorsey, I mean Elon Musk shone a light on that in the last couple of weeks. How do you prove that you are who you say you are in the digital world? Actually, it's a pretty hard thing to do at scale, I would say, at least for the mass market. And it's the reason why SMS OTP is so enduring, I guess, and for all the reasons Andrew mentioned in the last talk. But in terms of what the operators are doing, on a broad scale, I think, MWC this year, we've already announced this morning in the keynote from Jose Maria, who's our Telefonica chairman, but also the GSMA chairman, that we are, as 21 global operators, building out now standardized APIs, and we launched 8 of those today, this morning, during the keynote. And a lot of those actually around identity, so not all of them. And I think we are serious about addressing this as a scale opportunity now.
And let me pause right here. So when we were doing our preamble, you came up with a really interesting point that when Tim Berners-Lee, early on when he first invented the World Wide Web, we missed something pretty serious in the internet stack. And what is that?
Yeah, I mean, we just forgot to build. They forgot to build an identity layer, right?
Right.
And I guess, there's lots of people trying to solve for that now, whether it's Web3 or Web5 or whatever it is. A lot of those tools probably do exist, and they were talked about in the last session, verifiable credentials, DIDs. These are all technologies that are standardized or close to being standardized, and I would say actually we have all the tools we need today in terms of technology. Mm-hmm. Actually, the problem is getting it in people's hands. Right. The problem is changing consumer behavior.
Okay. So let me pause here. So Quantum, when we were in our prep call too, you raised something really important. You just talked something about getting something in the people's hands. And we talked about right now that 68% of the world's population has one of these in their hands. It's going to grow significantly more. And every one of these has a SIM card in it. And what's the I for SIM stand for? Identity. Right.
And then the important thing to realize is, it's not today. From 1991, I in the SIM is about identity. We talk about eSIM, still, I in the SIM is about identity. And that's important. Because that can, what I say, that has a potential to solve some of the identity crisis in the digital world, including humanization, and that's important.
Okay. And Theodore, how do we start leveraging now? So we're going to bring in this identity layer with the phone number, with the SIM, back into the internet. Essentially, to your point, it's always been in there, but we're not kind of marrying traditional internet, Web 2.0, with this new Web 3.0, with the Web 3.0, with the mobile networks. Theodore, can you talk a little bit more on like how Fox Solutions is approaching solving some of these issues for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I believe it's very important to the ecosystem at large, and it's a great question. For some time, right, for a long time actually, A2P SMS has been the backbone of the verification process virtually. But I think it's worth taking a step back and basically just asking ourselves, what do users want out of verification process, right? Identity. It's generally safety foremost and customer experience, right? Now, what do enterprises want? Basically the same, but they also care about cost. In order to have anything that is viable in terms of technology, you must have trust. And the problem is, I believe, with SMS at this point in time, that we are in I wouldn't call it an inflection point, but there are issues currently in the industry that are causing SMS to lose trust as a channel. So at Vox, I'm really not seeing this going in the right direction. As we know, SMS rates are increasing in different markets, right? And that's generally not a problem as long as you deliver the safety and you deliver the customer experience with the growing cost of a certain service, right? So that's why I call it unsustainable, because that's not happening. At Vox, we basically provide technology to stop fraud within the SMS space and also provide mobile identity solutions to enterprises. And by working with operators globally, we're basically seeing increased fraud levels in many regions, right? Either spam, artificial traffic, SMS trashing. So we're seeing increased number of users before we come in projects, either not receiving OTP codes or receiving OTP codes they did not virtually ask for, right? So that's actually a big problem, because you don't want it to turn into a channel that takes, let's say, the trajectory of P2P voice, right? Even now, you can have voice calls on roaming, but people just use data because it has a better customer experience. You don't want that to happen with SMS. So the point is, I believe the main important thing to understand is that all parties must use technology in a responsible way and sustainable rate, right? And maybe I'm a bit sorry for taking a bit longer to respond to this, but there's also, let's say recently, a more interesting discussion on this, which is flash calling. Flash calling is just virtually another technology in the mobile ecosystem that can be controlled by MNOs. But it is very important to see how that will evolve in terms of how do players in the market, apart from operators, use that in creating frictionless customer experience, which is actually viable with technology such as flash calling.
Okay. So we have this ability now to work with the carriers, improve identification of fraud over SMS, do flash calling, do verification. Andrew, I'm going to steal a little bit from Andrew Budd's conversation just a minute ago. He started raising this idea of mobile intelligence, which I think you were just referring to when you talked about the new APIs that were coming into play. And this is not just about carriers. I mean, Theodore just raised a really important point. It's about the ecosystem. So carriers are doing a bunch of work, providing capability that now retailers, banks, brands, pretty much anybody in the industry can partner with. It's kind of, who wants to explain what mobile intelligence is and how the other side of the industry, the banks, the retailers, can leverage this capability? Which one do you want to pick that up?
I can start.
Okay, go for it.
First of all, maybe we need to identify the value of it. It's an ecosystem, no doubt, right? So we talked about biometrics earlier as well. So for example, to identify a person, a natural person with enough confidence, from fingerprint, you need 12 data points. And that's been there since 1930, right? We still use at least 12 data points and more. There's an MIT paper, it's called Unique in the Crowd. You can Google it. It says, and again, it's not from the mobile operators, it's from MIT. It says that to have 95% confidence on a natural person's identity, you need 4 mobile data points, any randomly selected 4 data points. And for 50% confidence, you only need 2 data points. And we have identified 65 data points in the identity space, which are available right now in each of the 712 mobile operators around the world. So that highlights the value alongside any other, kind of data elements that exists in there in the mobile intelligence space.
Okay, so mobile operators have 65, 66 data points that they can leverage that are accessed through the APIs that you were just bringing up. And how does a business use that, leverage it? Who do they work with? Who else in the ecosystem can help us, help them help their customers?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, I'd love to get my hands on all 60, by the way, Gautam. I mean, I think we've got about...
I already asked him for the list.
I think we've got about 10 or 20 so far, and I think the thing I would say about, what we have today and what we're standardizing, it's all kind of, we are a first-party data business, right? Which is quite rare these days, actually, because a lot of the kind of data brokers are kind of just playing with data and mixing it around and doing stuff with it. So we're a first-party data provider, and
when we say we, just be clear, carriers.
I mean carriers.
Mobile operators.
So yeah, mobile operators, carriers, first-party data provider, and we're offering kind of risk signals, I guess. So data from the network that is deterministic, generally speaking. We could do probabilistic stuff. We're generally not doing that today on a large scale, and most of the APIs that were announced today are deterministic data. And I guess I'll give you one example.
But before we move on, so I'm a bank. Someone's conducting a transaction at one of my ATMs. I know their phone number, tied with their account. What are they doing? They basically take the phone number they know about me, because they have first-party data too, pass it over to either one of their aggregation partners or directly to the relationship they have with the bank or with the carrier. And so you look at that phone number and do what with it?
Well, I mean, I'll give you a real example of something that is live in the UK market right now with all 4 mobile operators, which is a product we call Scam Signal. So you might be familiar with, large-scale social engineering that's happening in the UK, and maybe it's been talked about today, which is APP fraud, whereby, victims are getting socially engineered over the phone, sometimes for calls of 60 minutes or more. And of course, the bank, the kind of point of that fraud is it is authorized fraud. So the victim is being coached to log into their bank account, authenticate themselves, set up a new payment beneficiary, transfer the money to this safe account, all over the period of sort of 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes. And the bank finds it quite hard to detect whether it's, fraud or not, right? So we've got a new service from the UK operators, which is being rolled out in other markets right now, which lets the bank, with a relevant lawful basis, which is legitimate interest in this case, for this use case and this service, call the API from the operator and ask, is this customer on a phone call, true or false? What's the duration of this phone call in minutes or seconds? And the direction, is it a call to the recipient or the consumer, or is it from the consumer to the bank? And it's amazing how successful that's been in reducing this type of APP fraud, even in the last few months since we've had it live. Just by adding that to, the bank will have some data, of course, and they've got their risk platforms, and they can do some kind of logic there and risk decisioning, but actually adding this extra data point in from this Scam Signal service we're offering is really, I think, quite game-changing, and has been really taking out a lot of the fraud for the banks that have deployed it.
And to go back to humanizing this a little bit too, it's not just about fraud and criminals, et cetera, as well. It's also brands wanting to do the right thing. So, for example, especially in the UK, because there's just a tremendous amount of regulation and development happening in this area, age verification. And so the UK carriers and many other carriers around the world are opening up APIs for age checks as well, because that way parents can buy their phone, they can then say this device is now associated with a minor, and then that device now can signal the fact that, okay, this device is a minor, and so then any brand or property working through that phone number can know to treat the content they deliver to that device appropriately. So there's so much that gets wrapped up into this phone number, and so you've got a lot of history and ideas about a phone number, Noah. You want to talk to us about that, and where is this all going? How do we actually start implementing these APIs, technology, bring it together, tie it together with IoT, et cetera?
Well, I think it's very interesting because coming from telecom, we touch everything, right? So whether it's a SIM card, whether it's a mobile operator, whether it's an OTT app that resides on top of your service where it's still using the telecommunications network, I think all of those are invaluable, including the IoT. You mentioned IoT. IoT is growing at an exponential rate. All of our usable items around us are becoming IoT underneath the surface, and we don't even know it. But how are they powered? They're powered by our telecommunications networks. So if you take all of these and you look at the lowest common denominator, telecommunications industry touches all of us in so many different ways. So using it, and this is why I mentioned that in the earlier discussion, is consensus doesn't necessarily have to be a face or a phone call. It can be a randomized by level transaction hidden within the same transaction. So maybe it takes 6 steps to do one single transaction, each of which can be pinged off of a different identity platform, whether it's an OTT application that allows you to call, which we've been a part of, some of the integrations where you have an app on the phone, it sends a signal on the back end underneath, lets a call center know, hey, this person needs a call. The call center presents a number, it's popped up into an application, so now that's a verified caller. You know that the brand is actually calling you at that point. So there's so many different layers.
So what we're saying, it's not just about businesses being able to know your customer. Now the customer can know the business.
Oh yeah.
So this is like know the entity. So so I now can know and verify that this is actually, I'm dealing with Amazon, so therefore I want to give them my credit card because I trust them.
And there's even KYB.
So KYB, know your business.
KYB is know your business. And there's something we've been investigating because, again, telecom already has this huge structure of chain of custody. So we are talking about KYCCC, know your customer's customer's customer. And that's very important, but you as a consumer just definitely don't want to deal with the friction. You just want to do a single transaction in lightning fast speed. It's our job in the industry to make it as invisible and secure as possible.
Okay. So we only have about 4 minutes left, and I do want to open this up to a couple questions. So let's start with, as we're kind of rounding this up, this idea of this panel was about humanizing the mobile ecosystem and ensuring that the experience is delightful, but yet secure. So Theodore, a couple last remarks. As people walk out of the room today, what do you want them to know and do? What's the first thing they need to do tomorrow when, based on what they've learned from us today?
So I think for me, it's very important to understand, for everyone to understand the channels that they're basically using in any sort of process that is related to verification. This is one thing. I think on the other side, regarding all players involved, the key takeaway for me is technology will constantly evolve, right? There will always be technology that helps transactions and interactions be more secure, and also technology that causes fraud. People always try to use it and leverage that. It is the responsibility of the ecosystem, as is rightfully mentioned, to basically put that at play. As we've also said, mobile operators are at the forefront, right, of most of these processes, or involved within them, or it's part of the ecosystem at large. So I think the key takeaway is just use the right technology in order to keep everyone safe.
All right. And each one of you, same question. Like, what do they need to do tomorrow? Go back to their boss, or if they are the boss, what do they need to resource so that they can actually make this happen?
I'll come back to the humanization thing. So, the world in the identity space is moving towards cryptographic authentication. We heard about FIDO2 earlier, decentralized identity. The Web 2, Web 5, they all use cryptographic authentication. Now, passkeys as well, using cryptographic authentication. But I don't know if you have ever seen the cryptographic key, for example, the ECDSA key. It's ugly. It's impossible for anyone to remember, don't need to. But then what happens is, because it's ugly, it's not humanized, no human can actually process it. All the problems start from there, right? Because we expect that the user manages it, stores it, maybe remembers it, or secures it. That doesn't happen. And that's where all the security leakage in identity space is happening. But I just want all of us to remember that from 1991, the SIM has been doing cryptographic processing and storing the key without any of us even knowing it. It's humanized. So mobile authentication is there. We all should use it. Okay. Neil?
Yeah, so I think, Michael, what I just want to add is that I'm completely in game for the trusted mobile number effect. I think
hold your mic.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm saying that the trusted mobile number effect is what we're talking about. But what we add to this is the trusted device effect as well. So I think almost the same amount of parameters, close to 60 parameters that we can read about the device, which is again the non-PII data, and that makes the whole process to be much more robust.
Okay. No?
Well, I'm going to come back to my favorite thing ever, a phone number. And I'm only going to say that because I'm thinking about the consumer view. We haven't had the need for phone numbers for a decade, but yet consumer behavior drives everything in our world. Just follow the consumer and build around the consumer's already acceptable policies, because that's the least friction and that's the most humanized approach.
I think as a kind of parting shot, I would say, you know, we as telecoms, we've dipped our toe a little bit in the identity space, and I think we've proven we can be successful with some very well-targeted services like SIM swap API or the seamless authentication API, which lets you do number verification seamlessly through the network. And it's given us the confidence to actually, you know, go out there with the announcement we did this morning and actually roll out these things at scale and build in many, many more risk signals. You know, Gautam talked about 60, whether we'll get 60, I don't know, but when we can address scale use cases across the globe and reach, you know, 6 billion people through the operators, that's when we know we're going to be successful.
So what I'm taking away from hearing all of you is we can have a humanized, easy to use, secure digital experience. The solution's there, the technology's there, the partnerships are there. Larger brands can reach out to the carriers directly, smaller ones can go through their aggregation partners and or find technology solution providers like Vox and the rest of you, and they can make it happen. So there's like Cinch and Telesign, it's one of the leaders in the MMA, or excuse me, I keep saying that with the MEF, that can help that happen. So thank you very much. Any final questions from anybody before we move on to the next panel? Questions about mobile intelligence, decentralized identity, phone number being the central role of the market? I got one right back there.
I guess, what do you see ultimately as the biggest threat that no one's essentially talking about, which is the fact that, you know, a decentralized blockchain can't be mutated, meaning it can have a historical look back. So it might have a super long encryption key, but, you know, look how fast computing power is just exponentially growing. It would be able to get, you know, solved quickly. Do you see that as a problem at all? And how do you think we could possibly hedge against that?
You're our blockchain expert, so go for it. No? Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but I hold several patents in blockchain and telecommunications, and I'm a heavy believer in decentralization. And I think that stakeholder value incorporates a trust that we all have to maintain in our space. And inevitably, when you think about blockchain, it does have these very long keys, you know, that are encrypted, but it's our job to make them hidden and invisible to the consumer, but still use this underlying technology. I think it's a brilliant.
Well, and to the point we brought up, they can be proxy to the SIM or proxy to the phone number. There's a lot of different ways to leverage those keys, or to the Face ID from what Andrew was talking about. So there's a lot of ways we can make it easier for the consumer, but also leverage the technology.
It's going to take a community.
Yeah.
It's going to take this community and more outside of telecom, for sure.
Do you feel a human or a consumer or what a person on the DID should own their own identity graph?
I heavily believe that we have to take control.
Yeah, and let's have that offline though, because we got to pop to the next session. So thank you very much, everybody. And Theodore, talk to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. Perfect. So next up, we're going to switch our slides and we'll get started from that. I am super excited about this one because I've personally been doing research in the area of personal information management and the agency of how do we actually give self-sovereign control to the individual with and over their data. So with me today, let's bring up Nick North from the BBC. And I need a clicker. Who's got the clicker? Who's got the clicker? Oh, you've got the clicker. Okay, so I'm going to start and then I'm going to hand it to you. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about a BBC case study. If we can pop up our slides really quick for us. And you already know me. I've introduced myself. I am I run an agency called Identity Praxis. I'm also the Personal Data and Identity Chair for the Mobile Ecosystem Forum. And Nick, you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Yeah, I'm the Director of Audiences. I'll explain a bit about what that means in a minute.
Okay, perfect. And I want to give a shout out to Liz Brandt from Control Shift, who's back there in the audience somewhere. I can't actually see her. It's to the graces of Control Shift and the introductions they made for us to have BBC with us today. So thank you very much, Liz, for pulling that together for us. So I want to set the stage, and then we're going to let Nick talk about what he's doing. So there are a tremendous amount of forces going on in the marketplace that are reshaping the way personal data and identity work in the market. We don't have time to go through all of these, but we can talk about them at length at a later date. At the end of the day, what's happening to the reshaping of personal data? We're ending up in a state where personal data is now becoming data that's produced by or about me, or by or about my things. So all of my devices, for example, are producing data, and there's a lot of questions. Should I not be in control over that data that's coming off of my devices? In some cases, should I own it? There's a whole concept between ownership and control that we can talk about later. But it's really about nearly everything is becoming personal data. And again, at length, and you can talk with me offline about this, we can talk about the 5 domains of personal data, and this is work I did with Liz over the summer with one of our clients. And coming up with this idea of really what's happening with personal data. And what we're realizing is that, frankly, all data is becoming personal data, even in what many in industry might refer to as non-personal data. And we'll talk about these 5 domains of data later. What's happening in this industry is what we've been calling now for about a year and a half or more, is the personal data and identity meeting of the waters. You have traditional organizational-centric approaches that are starting to merge together with these new and emergent people-centric approaches that we've been listening to for the last couple of hours. You'll see that we're right at the very beginning of this confluence. And we use this analogy because this concept works very similar to what's happening down in the Amazon River. We have the Rio Negro meeting up with the Amazon River. When the 2 rivers meet, because they have different speeds, temperatures, and densities, they don't actually merge. And down in the Amazon, it takes nearly 4.7 miles or 6 kilometers for these 2 rivers to come back together. It's going to take us years for the 2 different approaches to personal data and identity, the organizational and the people-centric approaches, to merge together. We're very, very early into this confluence that's happening in the marketplace. So one of the core technologies in that people-centric approach is this concept of a personal information management system or service. And that was a terminology that the Control Shift team actually defined back in 2014. And what the personal information management system or service does is allows an individual through any number of their different devices, through a wide range of different business application and logic, to be able to control and centralize all of the data that's happening about them in the marketplace. So when we talk about personal data being any data collected, produced by or about me or by or about my things, people are going to start to take control of their data with the PIMs. And this process is going to happen. There's well over 50 PIMs providers in the marketplace today. They're growing exponentially. This has been a model that's been growing for the last 130 years. And the path to making this happen is going to happen in a fairly methodical way. It's going to start with embedded value. Players like the BBC integrating a PIMS capability and giving it to their customers. As we start getting standards and interoperability and making this happen, we're going to have people adopting their own PIMs directly and then connecting the PIMs they bring to the table to a BBC. And then eventually, when enough of us have this at scale, we're going to see data marketplaces where people actually have a seat to be actively participating in the exchange of their personal data. And again, you heard from Andrew Budd, the chairman of the Mobile Ecosystem Forum, just a couple panels ago, who said regulations and other market forces are driving this down the path. Within 3 years, every European citizen is going to have the ability to have a smart wallet, which, by the way, is another name for a PIMS. So this is happening, and it's going to happen fast. And we have a player where we are here right now, the BBC, who's actually implemented and is implementing one of these things right now. So please share what's going on.
Well, thank you, Michael. Yeah, we are, I think, at the beginning of that journey. I think we all are. But let me talk a little bit about where we're at. My role at the BBC is primarily to inform and inspire the organisation to do more for every household in the UK that pays a licence fee. And we do that by looking at media choices. We do that looking at the competitive environment. And most of my work is trying to point the business towards meeting consumer needs today and tomorrow. I'm normally in this kind of room presenting some of our work and encouraging the business to do more. But I'm really, really pleased to be here today because I'm actually able to share a little bit about some of the work that the research and development team at the BBC have been doing. And so all credit for the work that I'm about to talk about goes to Bill Thompson and Eleni and the team, because it's been their work inspired by conversations over the years with that team that have led us to this place. So I think that when we think about kind of data, we think about, I mean, we've got a load of data at the BBC. We've got measurement data of the audience. We've got now the BBC account, which is if you want to watch the BBC TV player, the iPlayer, you have to sign in. That gives us about 40 million live accounts in the UK at the moment, about 20 million of which come to us every week. We've also got the license fee database because we have people who pay the license fee, so we collect that. And so we've got an awful lot of data. We now need to really think about, how do we make best use of that data? Sure, we can make best use of that data in helping the BBC make better decisions. And of course, we are increasingly using that data to help our users discover new stuff, so personalizing their experience of the BBC. But what is the role for us as a public service media organization in enabling people to make better use of their data and putting together the BBC data together with other data that they may have in ways that add benefit to them and enrich their lives? So that's really at the heart of what we've been trying to do here. So I guess you could sort of say this is the kind of the mission for the project is something like this, where we're trying to think about a possible future public service where we want to revolutionize how people think and think about and use their personal data by reinventing the way that data is stored and processed and controlled online by them. So that's at kind of the heart of it. At the moment, from the research that we've done, over 3/4 of people in the UK are kind of worried about their use of personal information by corporate entities. On average, I think the average person in the UK, their identity information is held by about 40 different organizations, and that causes people concern. And obviously there's been a huge increase in data breaches where data is held centrally. So people have got good reason to be kind of worried about this stuff, I think. And when we talk to people about this, there's clearly an appetite to try to find a new way, but equally, a lot of people come to us and in the research, and they say, "Well, heck, we're just sort of in too deep. How do we get out of this? My information has been distributed by all these different corporate organizations." So they're looking for some way forward. And so what we wanted to do was kind of explore whether or not the concept of a personal data store might be a way forward for the BBC. And so what we then had to do was
let me pause you right there, just so we go back to the definitions. So when we looked at the architecture that I provided you, the personal data store is that place where we store the data. And what you're going to talk about is one of those application experiences that are sitting on top of that store. Is that correct?
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. So a place in which you can have control over what goes into that store. And really, I mean, it's the kind of the smart wallet, I think, that kind of concept. But for the data that is being collected about you by, for example, the BBC. Right. So could a personal data store be a way to help people through the kind of the concerns that they have about how their data is being used by corporations and so on? But we needed to think about it in a way that was kind of brand relevant. So what would the BBC's play be in this space? And so it was thinking, well, how can we, as a highly trusted brand in the UK, introduce the idea of a personal data store? So where we got to with this, let me click the right thing, is we thought about, well, what do people do? And young people, an audience that's very important to us, they're 16 to 24s, the kind of the young adult. Over half of them have taken part in a watch party over the last kind of 12 months or so. So that's to say when they sit down with friends and all coincide their viewing around a particular show. One person's in charge, everyone joins in the watch party. They're not sitting on the same couch, but they're all watching together, and then they can chat while they're watching it. So that seemed to be perhaps something that was akin to the BBC's core brand proposition, but perhaps a way that we could start to introduce the concept of a personal data store in a kind of a relevant context for a BBC user.
So, and before we move on to your giving the example, so what's happening is I'm sitting on my couch, my friend's either down the road or 100 miles away or wherever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, let's watch a show together.
Exactly.
Okay, so in that process, the BBC is going to be collecting a lot of data about us.
Of course.
What are we watching? When are we watching it?
Yeah.
What invitations we made? Who my friends are?
Yeah.
It's just a small snippet of that type of, the types of shows we searched on.
Yeah.
That's the type of data we're talking about.
Exactly.
Okay.
And if you and I are sitting down together, we might choose to watch something together that might be quite different to what we'd each choose to watch alone.
Right.
And so the kind of what sort of recommendations would be coming through or, for the shared viewing experiences, that's something to be thinking about.
Okay,
So,
well, another thing to think about too is when we talked about personal data before, it's not just about my data, it's not just about your data, but the fact that when we start interacting together, it now becomes our data.
yeah. And that's kind of interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we felt like this was perhaps a way into this so that we could start thinking about introducing the idea of a personal data store in something that might be familiar to users of the BBC. Okay. And so this is kind of BBC Together plus DataPod. And so let me...
and before you go to, I want to make sure we get this terminology right, because this industry, I've got another paper I'm writing for the MEF on this, that we've looked at over 70 terms that have evolved since 1890 to get us here. Okay. And some of them overlap and some are different. So we've been throwing around a lot of terms. I use the term personal information management system and personal management service.
Yes.
Those are like an end-to-end experience.
Yes.
Then you started introducing this concept of a data pod.
Yes.
Or a personal data store.
Yes.
Which is a more common storage of, call it the database of me, is another way of looking at that.
Yeah.
And now you've introduced a new term, data pod.
Which is a personal data.
Which is a personal data store.
Yeah.
And let me just introduce that, and maybe shameless plug as well.
Yeah.
So the data pod was invented by Tim Berners-Lee, the founder of the World Wide Web.
Exactly.
When he realized that, because if you remember on our last panel, we said we forgot the layer of the internet. Well, fast forward to 2015, Tim's come back and started to put a layer of identity onto the internet. And that's really what's happening right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I talk a bit about the technology that we chose, Interrupt's solid technology, and that kind of is sitting at the heart of the personal data store. That was something else that we wanted to kind of explore. Well, what are the technologies out there? What is possible? Is solid scalable? Does it kind of work for our first use case?
Correct.
So we're going to kind of...
and we'll talk about that, but because we're throwing in terminology, I want to make sure everybody's anchored here. So
Sure.
a data pod is the brand name for a personal data store provided by Solid.
Yeah.
Solid is the open source version of the data store.
Yeah.
And then the commercial version of it is Interrupt, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Right.
But I just wanted to make sure we had all this terminology
Thank
straight.
you for clarifying, because it's easy to kind of think that, the jargon that we each use is understood by others, but I appreciate
No worries.
calling it out and being explicit on that one. So listen, so that we all understand what we're trying to talk about. I think let me try with the technology that I have available to start this video. This is a little demonstration of the BBC Together.
Welcome to the BBC Together Plus Pod. Today I'll be walking you through the host experience, which is slightly different to that of an invitee. The host is the person who sets up the watch party, chooses the show, invites people to it, and controls playback. Clicking this link takes me to an onboarding flow so that I can learn about what a personal data store is and what a pod-powered world might look like. I'm prompted to get started, which brings me to signing with my BBC credentials. After signing in, first-time users won't have a pod, and so they would be presented with a consent screen which explains what the app will access on their pod. Upon clicking unlock and continue, a pod is provisioned. I'm presented with an iPlayer type interface which enables me to search or browse for something to watch.
As I'm not a first-time user, below I can see a personalized rail based on my previous watch party data stored in my pod. I can influence these recommendations by deleting watch party data. The capture looks interesting, and I'm sure my friends will enjoy it. I'll click the thumbnail to select it for this watch party. As you can see, I'm prompted to give my name. I click confirm. I'm also able to customize the watch party name. The last step is asking me to invite people to join me. I have two options. I can send an invite link via third-party app to people I haven't already added as a friend. And for those who are already friends, I can send an invite directly from here. To add someone as a friend, you must send a friend request during a watch party. In this demo, I'm conducting this watch party alone. However, in a real watch party, we'll be able to see participants populate in the right-hand column. I'll end the watch party to show you what's next. As I am the host, the person in control, the watch party will end for everyone, and each person will be taken to their own data pod where they can see the data created during the experience, such as the shows watched and who attended. One of the key benefits of a data pod is that you own it, along with the data inside. Here we can see the ability to delete watch party data. So once it's deleted for good from your pod. I hope you enjoyed this demo, and I wish you a happy pod-powered watch party.
Okay. And before we move on, I think there's some key concepts here.
Yeah.
So when people register, when I register my account, I get a data pod, basically a database of me that is for me, decentralized to me, not centralized with BBC.
Exactly.
And when my friends do that, they too get their own private virtual data pod that's decentralized for them, private to them.
That's right.
All of our behavioral data, each of our individual goes into that, our data goes into our pods, and our individual data goes into each. Now, the other thing is I can go and look and view what data BBC's collected on me. I can either individually delete lines of that data or delete it all, and as soon as I delete it, it's gone. So I'm in total control of my data.
You are. You can choose to share it with us. You can choose to delete it. Everything that happens within the viewing experience in your data pod is under your full control.
Okay, good point though, you just said I can choose to share. So I can actually collect my data first, have my data, and not share it with you.
You can.
Okay, and then if I share it with you, what does that do for me? What are the benefits?
Well, then I think what that helps, ideally, I mean, it doesn't improve the recommendations that are going to come through in your data pod, because that is information that's held in your data pod, but potentially we could use that information next time you came to iPlayer on your own. We could then perhaps use that and say, well, look, Michael's already watched the capture, so we don't need to recommend that to him, even though he was watching it with his friends. We know that already. So, but we're now able to help you get a better experience next time you're on iPlayer, but if you're in the data pod, you're in full control of the data that we're collecting, that is being collected.
Perfect, and that's what we just witnessed in this video.
And and I hope that that's kind of clear to everyone. Also, I hope the other thing that I want to call out a little bit is the process is trying to kind of really sort of surface the fact that we're collecting data about you and the fact that you can then take control of this data. Unlike a normal watch party where it's kind of what you want to do is just get to the watching stuff as quickly as you can, what we're trying to do is intervene at certain points to create a little bit of friction in the user journey so that people become aware that this is what we're doing. You're creating a personal data store.
And that's the perfect transition because you're in a trial right now and you've got some data to share with us.
Yeah.
So what are the results?
Yeah, so I think I've got a few.
Welcome to...
Hey. We've mentioned Solid already. This was the technology that we chose to use for this.
But let's just skip over. This is a lot of new stuff. So let's reiterate, interrupt Solid, what's going on with, go ahead.
Yeah, so the question of whether or not this is, I mean, we are a big organization. So the question for us we're going to be looking at is kind of, is this scalable? Is it easy enough to communicate that it's going to be of scale? And really, do audiences want it? You know, can we actually land this in such a way that people grasp what is in front of them and kind of go, oh yeah, okay, that's kind of cool. And it's kind of trying to create a sort of first step towards helping people grasp the idea of a personal data store, helping people grasp the idea of taking control of information that is collected about them. And so Solid is, I mean, they've been fantastic in this trial, and huge thanks to them as well as to the R&D team in what we've been able to achieve so far. But kind of, we've been looking at this through various different lenses. My lens is kind of, how do people react to it?
Yeah, and on that note, just to kind of set the stage with that, up until this point, most industry players are like, people don't care about their data. Right. They just want to give it away.
Yeah.
They don't want to be, they say they're concerned about their privacy, the stats that you just showed. Yeah. But they don't really want to be in control. So tell us, what are you actually seeing in the trial?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we did see, let me just tell you, before I tell you about the kind of the reaction, I'll just tell you how people actually behave. And it's really no surprise. People use this stuff during prime time, and they like to watch stuff that is that has a very strong fan base. So Doctor Who, some of you will know as a brand, with some really passionate fans. They like to sit together and watch that episode, talk, and chat with each other, reflect on that. Drag Race is also something that has a very passionate fan base. So it's kind of interesting, but it sort of didn't tell us anything that we didn't expect, but it was good to see that people were behaving in a way that you kind of would anticipate. With a few kind of interesting little sessions during lunchtime as well, which is kind of interesting to see. But what did people make of it? I think this was the thing around kind of how did they react to the whole proposition? And so one of the things that we learned was that people's claimed feelings about the data that we collect about them and their actual behavior are really quite out of step. So people will express the concern about about identity, about where their data is being held, corporate control of data, and so on. But present them with a watch party, and all they want to do is get to the watching thing. They're not so interested in kind of the data thing. So to create a user journey that had sufficient friction in it and it successfully introduced the idea of data was the kind of the big effort on the user experience team, who did a lot of work on this to make sure that it was as clear as possible, as transparent as possible, often through visualization rather than language, because when you're starting to write about personal data stores, people kind of are going, yeah, I just want to watch the thing and get everyone kind of watching with me. So it was that sort of balance between enabling people to grasp this idea and ease of access. And I think that's something that we've learned, and that's a finding for the future as well, I think. When we think about what else have we...
Well, and just to put that in context, I built the PIMS with one of my other clients, and it took us 3 years to get the onboarding right. This is not an easy thing to do.
Not an easy thing to do at all, no. And I'm not saying that we've actually got it right, but I think these are the things that were kind of coming out very, very clearly in this. I think when it comes to kind of, well, what are the UX challenges? I think simplicity of language, because I think, as I've said, I think people find this quite a difficult thing to grasp, even though there's a sort of an appetite to find a solution to the problems that they see. They're not entirely sure when we set this out to them exactly what this means, and so that I think is a big learning from the trial so far.
Perfect.
I think when we think about kind of where we go from here and next steps, I think that what we've been able to see is that it works. It's quite a small user benefit. It's not a profoundly different experience, but it's a small step on the way. I think that this will really start to resonate with people when it's not any longer a single service provider with a single kind of your sort of embedded value.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, there's value there, but it's not a huge amount of value.
Right.
But I think once you start to be able to combine and have the confidence to combine different data sets, potentially that then unlocks more interesting recommendations.
Yeah.
It potentially unlocks new opportunities for us to think about how we combine different data. So, for example, your educational record. And then BBC Bite Size is a kind of a revision tool, and we have a very strong relationship with families through our children's programming and our educational program. How could they start to come together, and how could parents then start to feel like they've got a better sense of where their kids are on their educational development and where they could see opportunities to help, to support learning, and so on. So I think once we start to combine different data sets, we'll really start to unlock the benefits.
And we want to open up to questions, but I do have one more question for you though too. Is kind of the big elephant in the room is, in terms of next steps too, is, so it's my data, so I can export it, and give it to Netflix.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we've been doing where, again, it's kind of like that brand stretch. What does the BBC need? Where's the next step for the BBC? And I feel very much along those lines that actually, could you take my BBC iPlayer data and my Netflix viewing choices and then play them back to me as better recommendations on both BBC and Netflix? So that feels to me like there's a real interesting opportunity, and Liz and others were in a room not so long ago with other media owners thinking about, well, where might this take us? So I think there's a media owner play in this, and we'd very much like to kind of pursue that. Equally, I think there's a kind of cross-industry opportunity here that we'd also like to kind of explore.
So you're looking for ecosystem partners and people to align with you?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, the trial's going to run until April, so that's going to take us to kind of, and we will then extract as much learning from it as we can. But already, I think we're seeing the opportunity, but also the challenges around this. And so, yeah, definitely looking at where might there be additional partnerships, and explore next steps.
And to your point, it's not just about media; it's every industry, retail, banking.
Absolutely,
it's going to go everywhere.
Yeah, yeah, and we're a media owner, but we're an organisation of scale and a trusted organisation. And I think what we want to do is trying to extend that kind of offline trust that people have in our news into kind of an online space.
Well, and that's what excites me about what you guys are doing, is you're one of the largest brands on the planet that have actually implemented this and done it at scale.
Yeah, and in the UK, we have a relationship with every household in the UK, and we have, as I say, 40 million active users in our account. So it feels like where there's a challenge of scale here, we've got scale, but it's finding that right proposition and the right partnerships to kind of make it happen, I think.
Perfect. All right, we've got time for maybe one question. Anybody have a question for Nick, please?
Actually, it's probably a question for you, Michael, as much as for Nick. But so I'm Tim. I'm a freelance journalist, but I work closely with MEF. And I actually was sent by the MEF to a conference in Finland about open data about probably 10 years ago. And it was so fascinating to me, and I subsequently met the people from Control Shift, and I just thought this thing was amazing. And I set up a sort of Google search for personal data store, personal information management store, that sort of thing. And I collected this thing, and every day I would add to it, and I'd find out some new company somewhere in the world that was doing this. And then I did it for about 5 or 6 years, and just like nothing was happening. Like, there's all these startups, crazy ideas, all the solid stuff. I still don't really see any evidence of it. I mean, obviously, we've just heard some interesting...
And the evidence is now. So,
yeah, but why... So the question is there basically, this is a problem that doesn't exist, or is it just some kind of coordination and technology issue that's making it take so long?
It's a coordination issue, it's a funding issue, it's a regulatory issue. I mean, one thing we also need to realize is by 2025, 75% of the world's population will fall under a people-centric regulation that will give them absolute salient rights to data portability. So it's not just, hey, BBC, are you doing it out of the kindness of your heart? Hey, BBC, you have to do this. Every brand on the planet is going to have some strategy for data portability. The real scalable way to do that is going to be through a personal data store. And then what we as industry need to come together with what was just being discussed is what are the interoperability standards to connect the 50-odd stores that already exist, plus all of the other implementations that are going to be coming down the pike. So it's happening right now, and it's going to be happening at scale.
Without wishing to be rude, I hope you can come up with something better than Datapod to describe this, because That is just a terrible, terrible name.
No, I appreciate that feedback. That's very useful.
Sorry about that.
I think you're right to call it out as well, because, I mean, Liz and I have been talking for many years about this, and I have been talking within the BBC with our R&D colleagues for many years about this. It is a challenging space, I think. It is difficult. Interoperability is an issue. How can we actually really make use of the data coming in from a third party? The metadata around other people's data is incredibly important, and if we can't make sense of it, then we can't really improve the experience that you have on the BBC. I think, and there are some questions around, you know, where does the Amazon and the other river, where do they converge in the best possible way to deliver benefit to the corporation and benefit to the audience member, the user, the consumer? But I think where we got to was we've got to get started on this, and this is a major personal data store powered consumer experience, and that I think is a first. And so it's not you know going to be the best. There'll be better that follow, but I think it's important to kind of get started.
And we have one other question, but I also want to answer too. This has happened because remember, we also referred to it as smart wallets as well. So this ties into identity. You've got the entire region of Flanders building this out from a government identity perspective. The industry globally, airline industry globally, did trials around this as well. So there are case studies happening.
Also in the Netherlands. The media owners in the Netherlands are now working on something similar to this. So I think we'll see more of this, and as they develop and mature, more and more value coming back to the consumer from them will emerge, I believe.
All right, we have one more question.
I'll make it very quick. My name is Nasia Skoulikareti. I am the IoT program director for MEF, and phenomenal what you guys are doing in terms of the presentation. I really enjoyed it. I'm very curious about the business model. What would I, as a viewer, as a user of the new service, will have to pay you to get access to parties online? What's the business model outside the data store, which is something that is an add-on, but I think the value from where I'm sitting, it will be the people getting together and watching something socially more on what happens on the data itself.
Absolutely, yeah. The value is the social TV. It's a fun, safe environment to watch TV together when you're not physically together. That's the value. The way that we measure value at the BBC is how much fun do you have with our services. And so if this is a way of enhancing the value that we deliver to you as a license fee payer, because you're already paying the TV license, so you're allowed to watch this stuff, if we can enhance that experience and make that a richer, more engaging experience and bring you and your friends back to us more often, then that is the value that we want to extract from it. We then need to calculate whether or not the cost of the provision of personal data stores is sufficient in relation to the value that we deliver to our users. But potentially, that is the equation for us, because we're a public service media organization funded by the license fee in the UK. Potentially, there's obviously commercial models in other markets. But you know the measures of our success are how much our audiences value and use our services.
And just to add to that too, one other thing too is what we need to learn is how much does this increase trust in the brand, because you're being transparent.
Yeah.
The other thing is how much does this improve compliance? Yeah. Because you're instantly giving data portability.
Yeah.
Right, and so which is one of the key elements of being GDPR compliant. So there's a lot of other factors that come into play for business to really understand the import that this will have.
Absolutely, yeah. In terms of the consumer proposition, it's about straightforward. Am I having fun? It's a safe social TV environment. But as you exactly say, this is kind of why we're in the space, to deliver more value, but also to think about the role of public service media or public service in a digital world, where perhaps something like
control over your data is a key part of that.
And then what are the future valorization opportunities, too, of that data together as well?
Yeah.
Well, we're way over time, and we got a board election to have. One final point, on May 25th, in March, check out the MEF website. We've got an event in Miami, so you want to check out that. And on May 25th in London, we have the Personal Data and Identity Connects event. It's going to be an all-day event dedicated to that topic. So not just media topic, but all things personal data and identity in the meeting of the water. So be sure to put that on your calendar for May 25th. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at the
Michael,
MEFIs.
stay here.
MEFIs, right?
No, we're off to the MEFIs. So first of all, thank you very much for closing the show,
Yeah,
the
thank
last
you.
one. Nick, thank you very much for being our last speaker at our global forum. Thank you, very much appreciated.
That was awesome.
Everyone in the audience, appreciate it. This is our first ever MEF Global Forum aligned with Mobile World Congress in the same week, so we appreciate that very much. The MEF Board Director elections took place, so you can talk to some people if you want to know the results. They took place at 6 p.m. and the results are now known and public. And now at 6:30, well, it's 20 to 7 now, the drinks downstairs in the courtyard have started, so please enjoy a fantastic evening. Note, not the drinks at the back there. That is a private party for Tata Communications at the back there. So if you could please go downstairs and grab some drinks, start what will prove to be, I'm sure, a very, very nice evening, which will go on until about 2 a.m. So have fun. And again, thanks to Susan and the whole events team for putting all of this together. Bye.